response. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om
Nithyananda, and welcome for the Paramashivoham Level 2 participants to the first session of the day, Nithyananda Yoga. Let us all now settling down on our yoga mat. Keep your Panchapatta Metadurni ready, a cup with a spoon with some water for the ritualistic cleansing. All the male bodies, please remove your upper cloth, apply the vibhuti on the 16 places all over your body. Wear the kumkum on your third eye. And let us now open the session with the Satguru Vandanam.
Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadrisham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalavachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami.
Next, let us invoke Paramashiva's presence by chanting the Shiva Mula mantra 11 times internally.
Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha. 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 Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha.
Now we'll enter into the Tattva Achamanam, the ritualistic cleansing. Now take your Panchapatam and Udani. Keep your right hand in the Gokarna Mudra in the shape of a cow's ear. Take 1 Udani of water, 1 spoon of water, pour it into your right palm. Each time the word Swadha is chanted, sip the water from the bottom of your palm and take another Udani of water into your hand for a total of 3 times.
Om Atmatattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Om Vidyatattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Om Shivadattvam Shodhayami Swadha.
Now wash your right hand with the water from the Panchapatam and wipe your lips twice with the bottom of your right thumb as we chant.
Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha.
Wash your hand again. With your index, middle and ring finger joined together, touch above the upper lip and below the lower lip. Then wash your hand again. With your index finger and thumb, touch your right nostril and your left nostril. With the ring finger and thumb, touch your right eye, your left eye, your right ear and your left ear. Then wash your hand again. With your little finger and thumb, touch your navel, your right chest and your left chest. And with the tips of all the fingers joined together, touch the crown of your head, the right shoulder, the left shoulder, and your heart center. Wash your hand again. Now place the right hand over the left and place both hands on the right thigh. As you close your eyes, set the Sankalpa, the conscious resolution, the declaration, what you want to manifest in today's Nithyananda Yoga ritual, as we are going to chant the Sankalpa mantra.
Om Mamopata Samasta Duridakshaya Dvara Bhagavad Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Prityartham Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Prityartham Cha Adya Purvokta Evam Guna Visheshena Vishistajam Asyam Shubhadito Purana Arogya Yukta Dridagatra Yogika Sharira Siddhyartham Paramashiva Shakti Aviskaranaartham Nithyananda Yoga Abhyasam Karishye.
Now wash your right hand with the water from the Panchapatam.
Om Apaupaprishya.
And keep your Panchapatam and Udani aside, out of harm's way. Let's get ready for the ritual of yoga. Starting off with the first asana of the sequence, Sukhasana. Sit in a comfortable cross-legged position with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Keep your hands on the knees in Bindu Mudra. Index fingers and thumbs together. Place them on the knee. As you visualize Lord Shiva in your inner space, breathe in Samana Kumbhaka. Inhale deeply into your stomach, infuse prana into your navel region, and visualize the fire in your stomach being kindled. As you perform all three bandhas, Mahamudra bandha, which is the Mula bandha, the root lock, contracting the perineal floor and pulling it up. Uddiyana bandha, the abdominal lock, pulling your stomach in and up towards your spine as you contract your muscles above and below the navel. And the Jalandhara bandha, the throat lock, tucking your chin to the chest, internally contracting the throat muscle. Internally chant the japa Soham. Visualize it rotating around your throat in Sukhasana.
तत्सुखासनमित्युक्तमशक्तस्तत्समाचरेत् आसनं विजितं येन जितं तेन जगत्त्रयम्.
Next up is Parvatasana. Now, place your feet on opposite thighs in Padmasana and join your palms in Anjali Mudra as you raise your arms up above your head. Keep your elbows straight, engage all three bandhas as you visualize yourself as Mount Kailash.
अथ पक्षे महादेव पर्वतासनमङ्गलं यत्कृत्वा स्थिररूपी स्यात् षट्चक्रादिविलोपनम्.
Next up is Halipavasana. Now extend the feet away from the body, bring the soles of the feet together. As you interlock your fingers behind your back in Parusha Mudra, lean forward and down and place your forehead on the ground behind your heels. Gaze to your nose, engage all three bandhas and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पूरवविधियाहु मे जानो उभय पकतली संपुटठानो पिष्टपछेदो वो करल्या बो दक्षिण करसो वाम गहावो.
Next up is Nagi Pavasana. Extend your arms out in front. Place your palms on the ground as you bring your forehead on the ground behind the heels. Gaze to the tip of the nose, engage all three bandhas and visualize yourself as a snake.
पूरवविधि पर्यागाने नीचो हौवी कहूनी फणास्यो लगाजी हाथ आगाने धरती लगावे पसारी दो वो हाथ की अंजुली करे.
Next up is KAILASA. Hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra with index and middle fingers. Extend your legs forward and up, then cross them into Padmasana. Lean forward and down, place your forearms on the mat. As you engage all three bandhas, visualize yourself as a bird.
अथान्यदासनं वक्ष्ये येन सिद्धो भवे नरः अकस्माद् वायुसञ्चारं कोकिलाख्यासनेन च.
Next up is Nithyananda. Now stack your knees and ankles. Hold on to opposite elbows and start rotating your arms in a circular motion. Gaze to the tip of the nose, engage all three bandhas and visualize Swamiji. Every once in a while, change the direction of the movement.
घोड़ा बावां पादकी आशमाहिली सोज दच चरण को बार लौता परिकुल्भ समोज.
The next asana is Gajasana. Now place your hands on the mat, shoulder width apart, and scoop your head and chest forward and down again and again. As you pull your stomach in and up towards your spine in Uddiyana Bandha, the abdominal lock, and visualize yourself as an elephant.
निब्जं पादाग्रे भूमौ कृत्वा लम्बी भूया मस्तकाग्रे निधाय.
Next up is Vrikshasana. Now, from the same position, press one heel to the ground as you lift the other heel up, alternating on both sides again and again. As you perform Uddiyana Bandha, visualize yourself as a bear in Vrikshasana.
एकैकं पादमाकुञ्च गजासनं कुर्यात् वृक्षासनं भवति.
Now stand tall on the tips of your big toes if you can. Bring your hands to the chest in Hridaya Mudra with index, middle and ring fingers joined together, the other fingers extended. As you perform Uddiyana Bandha, visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
केशेन पादयुगलं बद्ध्वा तिष्ठेत दोमुखः तव ईशावक्षे यत्कृत्वा सत्यवान् भवेत्.
Next up is Urdhva Janu Karana. The first Karana of the sequence. Now stand in Arimandi posture, heels together, toes pointing outwards and knees bent. Bring your hands to the chest and Raise one knee up along the center of the body in a circular motion, following along with the respective hand again and again. We move on to Bala Lingasana. Now interlock your fingers from the outside in Sarva Shankari Mudra. Pull one knee up towards your chest, holding it close with your hands. As you engage all the bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha, visualize yourself holding a baby.
एकं जानुर्स्यालिङ्ग्य स्थातव्यं बाललिङ्गनं भवति.
Now pull the raised foot behind towards your buttocks, holding it with both hands in Padasha Mudra. Visualize Swamiji engage all the bandhas in Padapidanasana.
स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेत्तनुम्.
Next up is Natarajasana. Now hold the sole of the foot from the inside and kick the leg back and up. As you lean forward, extend the front arm and keep the hand in Bindu Mudra as you visualize yourself as Lord Nataraja.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Next up is Pala Lingasana. On the other side, now pull the other knee towards your chest with the fingers interlocked in Sarva Shankari Mudra as you perform the Mula Bandha, the root lock, the Ujjana Bandha, the abdominal lock, and the Jalandhara Bandha, the throat lock. Visualize yourself holding a baby.
एकं जानुर्स्यालिङ्ग्य स्थातव्यं बाललिङ्गनं भवति.
The next asana is Padapidanasana. Now, take the foot and put it behind towards your buttocks as you stand direct on the mat like a rod, engaging all the bandhas and visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेत्तनुं पृष्ठे संस्थाप्य यत्नेन पादपीडनमासनम्.
The next asana is Natarajasana. Now, hold the sole of the foot from behind and lean forward, kick the leg back and up as you extend the other arm forward. Hand in Bindu Mudra, visualizing yourself as Lord Nataraja.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
We move on to Ardha Chakrana. Now stand in Arimandi posture. Heels together, toes pointing outwards and knees bent. Bring your hands to the chest. Then step the right foot behind the left. Swing the right arm back and forth, gracefully moving your fingers one by one. Place the hand over your nose, uncross your ankles, step the other foot behind. Repeat the movement. Next up is the skeleton dance. Now, visualize yourself as a skeleton as you shake your body intensely. Hold the visualization of your bone structure and move your body without patterns, without holding on to the muscles and tissue. Just move your bones. The next is the Karichina Karana. From Arimandi, cross your arms above your head. Turn your body to one side and open up the hands, crossing them back to the center again and again. The next asana is Tadasana. From a standing position, raise up onto the tips of the toes. Bring your arms up parallel above your head. Visualize yourself as a palm tree. As you breathe in Samana Kumbhaka, inhale deeply into your stomach. Engage all the bandhas Mahamudra Bandha as you internally chant the japa Shivoham in Tadasana.
महामुद्राबद्ध को नो ताड़ासन विभेदकान् विनोत्तानं सदा कुर्यादन्तर्वत्नी पतिप्रिया.
Next up is Uttanasana. From a standing position, lean forward and down. And place your hands on the mat if you can. Otherwise, just lower yourself as low as you can. Bring your head towards the knees. Engage all the bandhas and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
महामुद्राबद्धकोनो ताडासनविभेदकान् विनोतानं सदा कुर्यादन्तर्वत्नी पतिप्रिया.
Now place your hands on the mat and step your feet back into a tall plank position. Tuck your chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha and rotate your head from side to side as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Tadakshasana.
गजासनवस्थित्वा मस्तकं वारं वारं दक्षिणकुक्षिं सव्यकुक्षिं नयेत्.
Next up is Bhujangasana. Now lower your body down to the mat. Keep your hands by the side of your shoulders and raise your head and chest by the strength of your lower back. Open your mouth wide and inhale through the hollow of your throat in Bhujangani Mudra as you visualize yourself as a cobra in Bhujangasana.
अंगुष्ठनाभिपर्यन्तम् अधो भूमौ विनिन्यसेत् कराभ्यां च धरां धृत्वा ऊर्ध्वशीर्षफणीवहि.
Now push your body back up into the plank position as you alternate pulling your knee in towards your chest back and forth. Breathe calmly through your nose in Sahajra Kumbhaka, leading the prana along your spine and holding your breath on and off as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
गजासन संस्थितो जानुद्वयमाकुञ्च्य वारं वारं कर्तव्यं शशासनं भवति.
Next up is Rathasana. Now step one foot in between the two hands and then simultaneously jump the front foot back and bring the other foot to the front again and again as you visualize yourself as a chariot.
गजासन संस्थितो एकैकं पादं पुरोमार्गेण भ्रामयित्वा कर्तव्यं रथासनं भवति.
Next up is Viravatasana with one foot at the front and the other foot far back with the back toes facing sideways. Bend your front knee at a 90-degree angle and raise your arms up parallel above your head. Keep your hips facing forward, pull your stomach in and up, gaze to your third eye, and visualize yourself as Lord Viravata in Viravatasana.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्थानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्.
Now exchange the position of your feet. Repeat Viravatasana on the other side. Visualize yourself as Lord Viravata.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्थानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्.
Next up is Vrikshasana. Now raise the left foot to the inner right thigh and join your hands in Anjali Mudra as you raise them up above your head. Engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha as you visualize yourself as a tree.
वामोर्मूलदेशे च याम्यं पादं निधायतु तिष्ठेत् वृक्षवत् भूमौ वृक्षासनमिदं विदुः.
Now bring the raised foot onto the opposite thigh and join your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your chest as you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda in Garudasana.
गरुडासनमावक्षे येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत् सर्वदोषाद्विनिर्मुक्तो भवतीह महाबली.
Now repeat Vrikshasana on the other side. Raise the other foot up. Join your hands in Anjali Mudra. Raise them above your head as you visualize yourself as a tree.
वामोर्मूलदेशे च याम्यं पादं निधायतु तिष्ठेत् वृक्षवत् भूमौ वृक्षासनमिदं विदुः.
Now bring the raised foot onto the opposite hip. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra and visualize yourself as Lord Garuda.
गरुडासनमावक्षे येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत् सर्वदोषाद्विनिर्मुक्तो भवतीह महाबली.
The next asana is Trikonasana. Now step one foot forward and the other foot far back. Keep the back toes facing sideways. Extend your arms out parallel to the ground. Lean forward and down. Place one hand by the foot and the other hand raised up towards the sky. Gaze upwards and visualize yourself as a triangle.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now exchange the position of your feet. Repeat Trikonasana, the triangle posture on the other side.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Next up is Nikuttakakarana. From Arimandi posture, heels together, toes pointing outwards and knees bent. Raise one heel off the ground. Bring your hands in front of the chest, palms facing each other. And then stomp the raised heel to the ground, raise the other heel up, and exchange the position of your hands again and again. Next up is Angushtasana. Now lower your body down onto raised heels, tuck your toes as you keep your knees together and join your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your chest. Visualize Swamiji and perform Brahmari Kumbhaka. Start buzzing like a bee on the inhalation and exhalation as you internally chant the new japa Sadashivoham in Angushtasana.
कबन्धासनमित्याहुः गोरक्षासनमेव च अङ्गुष्ठमुष्टिकं ज्ञेयं ब्रह्मप्रासादितं तथा.
Next up is Saurasana. Now extend one leg forward. Keep your hands by the side, palms facing forward in Vara Mudra, the fingertips just touching the ground as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Saurasana.
प्रसार्य एकं पादतलं संस्थाप्य त्वेकपादकम्.
Next up is Vidunanasana. Now lean forward and down. Hold on to the big toe of the front foot in Prana Mudra as you hold on to the back heel with the other hand. Now visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
गुल्फस्थितो पादम् एकं प्रसार्य तत्पादाग्रं संस्पृश्य तत्करेण.
Next up is Saurasana. On the other side, now extend the other leg forward. Keep the palms facing forward at the side of your body as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रसार्य एकं पादतलं संस्थाप्य त्वेकपादकम्.
Now lean forward and down. Hold on to the big toe and the back heel as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
गुल्फस्थितो पादम् एकं प्रसार्य तत्पादाग्रं संस्पृश्य तत्करेण.
Now step both your feet back in. Sit on raised heels and separate your knees as you place your hands on top with the palms facing up. Tuck your chin to the chest and gaze through the gap between the palms as you visualize Swamiji in Brahma Jarankushasana.
दो फणा पानी होए वैसे एड़ी दो गुदानी वैसे कोरबक दलियां की माहिली आयस माहेरा शेमिली.
Next up is Kapilasana. Now place your knees on the ground, sit on raised heels, and keep your hands on the thighs as you pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha. Gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize yourself as sage Kapila Muni in Kapilasana.
उभय पगदली समठहरावे तिनको माहिली कोर मिलावे फना पानी उकड़ होए वैसे एड़ी दो बूजोनी निवैसे.
Next up is Bhadra Gurukasana. From the same posture, now shift your gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो पगदली संपुट करे कोरवारली भू परिधरे कोरवारली राखे ऐसे तापरी मूल द्वार टिकी बैसे.
The next asana is Suryasana. Now raise your knees off the mat, bring the soles of the feet together, separate your knees widely as you join your hands in Padma Mudra, thumbs and little fingers together. Open up your palms resembling a lotus flower and raise your arms up above your head. Gaze through the gap between the palms as you visualize Lord Surya in your inner space. Perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
एड़ी दो गुदा तरियाणे फना पानी बैठक पुनिठाने घोड़ा जंगा अदर करी रहे आड़े वाम इसी विधि गहे.
Next up is Mandukasana. Now sit with the feet flat and keep your hands on the knees. Visualize yourself as a frog as you press your tongue flat against the palate of your mouth in Manduki Mudra, catching the nectar of immortality dripping from the Sahasrara Chakra with your frog tongue. Gaze to your third eye. Breathe in Sahaja Kumbhaka through your nose in Mandukasana.
पादतलौ पृष्ठदेशे अङ्गुष्ठे द्वे च संस्पृशे जानुयुग्मं पुरस्कृत्य साधयेन् मण्डूकासनम्.
Next up is Uttana Mandukasana. From the same posture, bring your hands behind your back and hold on to opposite shoulders. Keep your elbows close to your head As you gaze to your third eye, visualize yourself as a frog, perform Mandukya Mudra, and engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
मण्डुकासनं मध्यस्थं कूर्पराभ्यां धृतं शिरः एतद्भेकवदुत्थानमेतदुत्थानमण्डुकम्.
The next asana is Simhasana. Now cross your feet and sit on the heels. Keep your knees on the ground. Place your hands on the knees. Gaze to the tip of the nose and stick your tongue out as you exhale forcefully through your mouth again and again, visualizing yourself as a lion in Simhasana.
दक्षिणं सव्यगुल्फेन दक्षिणेन तदेतरं हस्तौश्च जान्वौ संस्थाप्य स्वाङ्गुलीश्च प्रसार्य च.
Next up is Bhadrasana. Now bring the soles of the feet together, toes pointing back, and sit on the heels. As you cross your arms behind your back, hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. Gaze to the tip of the nose, tuck your chin to the chest. Visualize Swamiji and return to buzzing like a bee in Brahmari Kumbhaka in Bhadrasana.
गुल्फौ तु वृषणस्यादः सीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत्.
Next up is Kakabushandhyasana. Now place your feet flat and keep the knees raised and separated. Bring your arms in and around the raised knees and interlock your fingers behind your back. Gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize yourself as a crow in Kakabushandhyasana.
प्रथमे वैसकौकटठाने दोबुहातपकमीच आने.
The next asana is Kali Pavasana. Now place your hands on the ground, shoulder width apart. Bring your knees onto your arms, towards your armpits. Lean forward, raise your hips. Find balance, lift your feet off the mat. And remain there as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
आसन को गुण आशी दुष्टा होई तो आछी होई.
Next up is Kapalyasana. Now place your head on the mat, forming a triangle between your head and your hands. Bring your hips above the shoulders and straighten your legs up as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Kapalyasana.
शीश शीशा धरती टेकी पगदो मिलिवा ऊंचा कुकरे.
Gently lower your legs down. Come to a squatting posture. Place your hands onto the ground, hands separated, shoulder width apart. Rotate your body to one side. Align one knee and the hip with your elbows. Lean forward, find balance, and lift your legs off the mat, extending them out to the side. As you visualize yourself as a peacock, gaze to your third eye and breathe in Rechaka Kumbhaka. Exhale all the way and hold your breath.
मयूरं दण्डवत् कुर्यान् मायूरं दण्डनामकम्.
Now twist your body in the opposite direction, repeating Parshvamayurasana on the other side.
मयूरं दण्डवत् कुर्यान् मायूरं दण्डनामकम्.
The next asana is Bhairaganathasana. As you keep your hands flat on the ground, extend your legs back. Then step one foot outside the respective shoulder in between the two hands. Push your hips forward. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava in Bhairaganathasana.
आसन को गुण पीति जाजी.
Now step the front foot back and bring the other foot in between the hands. As you gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava in Bhairaganathasana.
आसन को गुण पीति जाई.
Now step the foot back and bring your forearms to the mat. Raise your hips, gaze to your third eye, and visualize Swamiji in Unmukha Pitasana.
भून्यस्थौ जानुनी हस्तौ चतुष्पदम वाङ्मुखम् उत्थापिताङ्घ्रियुगलकटिस्थलमभिरुका.
Now rise back up onto your hands and rotate your body to balance on one arm. Raise the other arm up towards the sky. Gaze upwards. Keep your body completely straight as you visualize yourself as Sage Vashishta in Vashishtasana.
ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटवासिष्ठ मरीचहलमत्स्यकम्बरि वृत्तिं चोदृश्य विविधं धनुरासनम्.
Now rotate your body to the other side as you repeat Vashishthasana on the other side.
ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटवासिष्ठ मरीचिहल मत्स्यकं परिवृत्तिं चोदरस्य विविधं धनुरासनम्.
Next up is Anjaneyasana. Sit with your legs extended forward. Bring your upturned palms underneath your buttocks. As you gaze to your navel, tuck your chin to the chest. Visualize yourself as Lord Hanuman. Keep breathing in the radiate chakra kumbhaka and internally chant Mahasadashivoham.
दोवु करके उभय हथेली कोरवारली मैले भेली.
Next up is Paschimottanasana. From this position, lean forward and down and hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. Bring your head towards the knees, engage all three wonders Mahamudra Bandha as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
जानु परिललाटन्तु पश्चिमं ताणमुच्यते येन केन प्रकारेण सुखं धार्यं च जायते.
The next asana is Ugrasana. From the same position, slightly separate your feet, interlock your fingers around your neck, and lean forward and down. Bring your head between the knees and your elbows outside the knees. Squeeze your core as you perform all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandham, and visualize Kali in your inner space.
स्वपानिभ्यां दृढं धृत्वा जानुपरि शिरोऽन्यसेत्.
Next up is Marichasana. Now step one heel in towards the perineum with the knee raised. Bring your arm in and around the raised knee and interlock your hands behind your back as you lean forward and down. Bring your head towards the knee and visualize yourself as Sage Marichi.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now drop the raised knee down to the side. Keep the heel against the perineum. As you lean forward and down, hold on to the front foot with both hands. Gaze to your nose, visualize Swamiji, and perform Mahamudra Bandha in Mahamudrasana.
महामुद्रां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे यां प्राप्य सिद्धा सिद्धिं च कपिलाद्याः पुरागताः.
Now exchange the position of your feet. Bring the other heel against the perineum, knee raised. Lean forward and down. Interlock your fingers behind your back in Marichyasana on the other side.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now drop the raised knee to the side. Keep the heel against the perineum. Hold onto the front foot with both hands. Engage all Tribandha in Mahamudrasana on the other side.
महामुद्रां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे यां प्राप्य सिद्धा सिद्धिं च कपिलाद्याः पुरागताः.
Next up is Patrasana 2. Now join the soles of the feet. Keep the knees on the ground as you hold onto the toes with both hands interlocked. Push your knees to the mat by the strength of your groin as you gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Patrasana 2.
गुल्भौ तु वृषणस्यादः सीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत्.
Next up is Kvalipavasana. Now keep your hands on the knees and extend your feet away from the body. As you keep the soles of the feet together, tuck your chin to the chest. Gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पूर्व चरपट जोग कक्ष्यो सोजी वाही विधि जोगी जैसोजी.
Now bring your feet back in towards the perineum. Hold on to the soles of the feet. Visualize yourself. Visualize the Yoni Mandala, the visual representation of Devi Paramashiva Shakti. As you lean forward and down, place your chin on the toes and gaze to your nose in Joni Asana.
दोवु पकतली संपुट करे एडी मेड के ढिंग दरे.
Next up is Midakipavasana. Now extend your feet away from the body. Keep the heels together and the toes separate. As you gaze to your nose, extend your arms out to the side and lean forward and down. Place your forehead on the ground behind the heels. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पूर्व विधि परिपकथली संपूर्ण शोल एडी मिली राशे.
Next up is Siddha Samadhi Asana. Now bring the heels back in towards the perineum. Keep the toes together and the heels apart. Bring your arms underneath the shins, palms facing up. Place your face on the ground in front of the feet with the toes against your throat. As you gaze to your nose, visualize Lord Surya in your inner space and breathe in Rechaka Kumbhaka.
दोवू पगदली संबुट करे सोले मेढ आगा मेधरे.
Next up is Chinaki Bhavasana. Now bring the heels together and the toes separate. Hold onto the soles of the feet as you open them up like a book. Press your elbows down onto your thighs. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो बगागी एडी धरती मगिवा मेढ लगावे.
Next up is Charapata Chokasana. Now bring the soles of the feet together. Place your hands on the knees and gently push your knees down to the ground. Pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha. Gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in Charapata Chokasana.
दोवू पगदली संबुट धारे आगा ने करे जारे पसारे.
Next up is Bhairavasana. As you keep the soles of the feet together, raise your heels up, twist your feet. You can use the support of your hands if needed. Then bring the toes to the ground and your knees to the mat as well. Place your hands on the knees in Bindu Mudra, index fingers and thumbs together. Gaze to your third eye, pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha and visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava.
गुल्भौ संपीड्य चान्योन्यं व्युत्क्रमेणोत्थितं शनैः.
Next up is Samanasana. Now keep one heel against the perineum and lift the sole of the other foot against your chest, holding it with both hands. Now gaze to your third eye, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Keep breathing in Rechaka Kumbhaka, exhale, and then hold your breath.
समानासनमावक्षे सिद्धमन्त्रादि साधनात्.
The next asana is Apanasana. Now lift the leg over top of your shoulder and keep your hands by the side as you extend the opposite leg forward and up. Gaze towards your third eye as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Apanasana.
केवलं पादमेकं च स्कन्धे चारोपे यत्नतः.
Now repeat Samanasana on the other side. Press the other heel against the perineum and lift the sole of the other foot against your chest. As you gaze to your third eye, visualize Swamiji in your inner space and hold your breath.
समानासनमावक्षे सिद्धमन्त्रादि साधनात्.
Now repeat Apanasana on the other side. Lift one leg over your shoulder, extend the opposite leg forward and up. As you gaze to your third eye, visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
केवलं पादमेकं च स्कन्धे चारोपे यत्नतः.
Now slide one knee over top of the other. Keep your heels at opposite hips. Interlock your fingers and place them on the top knee. As you gaze to the tip of the nose, visualize the face of a cow in your inner space. Breathe in Siddhkari Kumbhaka. Press your tongue against the palate of your mouth without touching the teeth as you hiss through the teeth on the inhalation. Internally chant Om Nithyanandoham in Gomukhasana.
सव्ये दक्षिणगुल्भं तु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजये दक्षिणेऽपि तथा सव्यं गोमुखं गोमुखं यथा.
Next up is Anasuyasana. Hold on to the big toes and Prana Mudra. As you gaze to your nose and pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha, visualizing yourself as Rishika Anasuya.
दक्षिण घोड़ों नीचे उठाने बाबों ताके ऊपर आने.
Next up is Anasuyasana 2. Interlock your fingers behind your back. Gaze to the tip of the nose and lean forward and down. Try to touch your nose to the mat as you visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya.
जीमणा गोदा की संधि उपरिड़ा बा गोड़ा की संधि मिलाई राशे गोड़ा सिवले पकतल्यालो वाड़वाई सुधा राशे.
Next up is Garudasana 2. Now Keep one heel against the perineum, the other foot flat on the ground, knee raised to the chest, hands on the knees, gaze to your nose, and visualize yourself as Lord Garuda.
दावोपगमोडी एडी माहिलौ गुल्फमूलद्वारिणी चैदे.
Now raise your perineum onto the heel, interlock your fingers around your neck, and twist your elbows outside the raised knee. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize yourself as Sage Narada in Naradasana.
पिष्ठ जो आम बगदली केरी भूपरी ताही लगा वे फेरी.
Next up is Matsya Pitakasana. Now raise one foot on the opposite thigh and keep the other knee raised. Hold on to the shin and the big toe of that leg. Gaze to your nose as you visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu.
वामेन वामाङ्गुष्ठन्तु गृहीतं मत्स्यपीठकम्.
Now slide your knees over top of each other with the other knee on top this time. As you repeat Gomukhasana, visualize the face of a cow and don't forget to breathe and sit Karikumbhaka.
सव्ये दक्षिणगुल्फं तु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजये दक्षिणे पितता सव्यं गोमुखं गोमुखं यथा.
Next up is Anasuyasana. Hold onto the big toes, pull your stomach in and up, and gaze to the tip of your nose.
दक्षिण गोडो नीचे उठाने बाहों तागे ऊपर आने.
Now interlock your fingers behind your back, lean forward and down, place your nose on the ground in Anasuyasana too.
जीमणा गोदा की संधि उपरिड़ा बागोड़ा की संधि.
Next up is Garudasana too. Keep the other heel against your perineum as you place the other foot flat. Raise your knee against your chest, hands on the knees, gaze to your nose, and visualize yourself as Lord Garuda.
डाबो पगमोडी एडी माहिलो गुल्फमूलद्वारिणी चैदे.
Now raise your perineum on the heel, interlock your fingers around your neck, and then twist your elbows outside the raised knee, gaze up and visualize yourself as Sage Narada and Naradasana on the other side.
पिष्ठ जो आम बगदली केरी भूपरी ताही लगा वे फेरी.
Now repeat Matsya Pitakasana. Place the right foot on the left thigh and hold on to the left shin with the right hand and the big toe of the left foot with the left hand as you gaze to your nose and visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu in Matsya Pitakasana.
वामेन वामाङ्गुष्ठन्तु गृहीतं मत्स्यपीठकम्.
Next up is Matsyendrasana. Now place one foot on the opposite thigh and raise the opposite knee. Place one hand on the ground behind you and twist your elbow around the raised knee, keeping the hand by the neck. Gaze to your third eye and visualize Sage Matsyendranath, the master of Hatha Yoga.
उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्ततः.
Next up is Kubhasana. Now extend the front arm down towards the foot. Hold onto the big toe in Prana Mudra and place the back hand on your ear as you gaze up towards your third eye. Visualize yourself as a camel in Kubhasana.
आसन को गुण झोलो जाए.
Now drop the back hand down to the mat. Keep holding onto the front foot as you gaze to your third eye and visualize Sage Matsyendranath in Matsyendrasana too.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं जठर प्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्ड रुक्मण्डल खण्डनास्त्रम्.
Now repeat Matsyendrasana on the other side. Place the other foot on the opposite thigh. Twist your elbow outside the raised knee. Keep the hand by the neck and visualize Sage Matsyendranath.
उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्नतः.
Now repeat Kubhasana as you extend the front arm to the foot and place the back hand on your ear, gazing up, visualizing yourself as a camel.
आसन को गुण झोलो जाए.
Next up is Matsyendrasana too. Keep holding onto the front foot and Place the hand on the ground behind you as you gaze to your third eye and visualize Sage Matsyendra, the master of Hatha Yoga.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं जठरप्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्डरुक्मण्डलखण्डनास्त्रम्.
The next asana is Padmasana. Now place your feet onto opposite thighs. Lock your legs as you keep your hands flat on the knees, gaze to your nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Shiva as you breathe in Sitali Kumbhaka. Press your tongue against the back of the teeth and hiss through the teeth as you inhale. Engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha, and internally chant Om Nithyananda Mahasadashivoham.
आसनं द्विविधं प्रोक्तं पद्मं वज्रासनं तथा.
Next up is Padmasana 2. Now cross your arms and hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra. As you gaze to the nose, visualize yourself as Goddess Parvati, the consort of Lord Shiva.
उत्तानौ चरणौ कृत्वा ऊरू संस्थौ प्रयत्नतः.
Next up is Kukutasana. Now bring your hands through the legs, place your palms flat on the mat, and raise your entire body off the ground, balancing on your arms. Visualize yourself as a rooster, as you now breathe calmly through your nose in Sahajra Kumbhaka.
पद्मासनं से संस्थाप्य नान्वोरोरन्तरे करौ.
Next up is Baddha Kikyasana. Now raise up onto your knees with your legs still in Padmasana. Keep the fingers pointing towards your body. Bend your elbows, bring them close to your navel. Lean forward, find balance, and lift your knees off the mat as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
धरामोष्टपकरद्वेन तत्कुर्परिस्थापितानाभिपार्श्वः.
Now extend your legs back into Mayurasana. Keep your elbows by the navel. Lean forward, find balance, and lift your legs off the ground, keeping them straight as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Mayurasana.
अथ वक्षे महादेव मयूरासनमुत्तमम्.
Now lay down flat on your stomach. Place your forehead on the ground. Interlock your hands behind your neck and turn your feet outwards so the toes are pointing to the side, heels on the ground. Visualize yourself as a crocodile in Makarasana.
अध्यासिषेते हृदयं निधाय भूमौ च पादौ च प्रसार्यमानो.
Next up is Shalabhasana. Now keep your hands at the side of your shoulders and raise your legs up. Keep your lower back engaged as you visualize yourself as a locust.
अध्यासिषेते हृदयं निधाय भूमौ च पादौ च प्रसार्यमानो.
The next asana is Ushtrasana. Now bend your knees, hold onto the feet, and pull them down outside your hips to the ground. Try to touch the ground with your heels as you visualize yourself as a camel.
अध्यासिषेते पदयुग्मव्यस्तं पृष्ठे निधायापि धृतं कराभ्याम्.
Next up is Dhanurasana. Now hold the feet and kick your legs back and up as you raise your head and chest. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow.
प्रसार्य पादौ भुजदण्डरूपौ करौ च पृष्ठे धृतपादयुग्मम्.
Now come to a kneeling posture. Keep your feet flat, the heels outside the hips. Sit in between the heels with the toes touching behind your back. Keep your hands on the knees. Gaze to your third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham in Bhagasana.
उल्टा मोड़ी पाव दो वैसे बहुरो जुगति करे एक ऐसे.
Now let us get ready for another inverted posture. Place your forearms on the ground, elbows shoulder width apart. Interlock your fingers and place your forehead, the crown of your head on the mat. Support your head with your hands. Raise your hips. Walk your feet forward, align your hips with the shoulders, and lift your legs off the mat. Stay in this position. Pull your knees in towards your chest. Squeeze your body into a ball. Try to touch your knees to the chin. In Gohi Asana, as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो हाथ की कहुनी जोई पुनः कलाई जाने दोई.
Now straighten your legs up. Point the toes to the sky. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in Shirshasana.
विपरीतं मण्डलं च द्विधैव विदितं हिनः.
Gently lower your body down. Come back to a seated position with your legs extended forward. And get ready for a sequence of rapid exhalation. For the next few asanas, we are going to perform Bhastrika Kumbhaka. Exhale by pulling the abdomen in again and again without inhaling. Breathe like the bellows of a blacksmith as you hold onto your calves and raise your legs up vertically in front of your face. Balance as you visualize Swamiji in Podi Asana.
दो हाथ पग बाहर आने, घोड़ा तरे काकसी उठाने.
Now bring your hands behind your back and hold on to opposite shoulders as you gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a mace in Parighasana.
दो हाथ पग बाहर आने, घोड़ा तरे काकसी उठाने.
Now extend your arms out in front, parallel to the ground. As you raise your legs off the mat, gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a boat in Naukasana.
उत्तानशयनं कुर्पराभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्याम्.
Now scoop your hands below the feet and pull the soles of your feet against your chest. As you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Lord Rudra in Rudrasana.
पगतली संपुट करी हाथ से पग ऊंचाई.
Now relax. Breathe calmly now. As you lay down on your back, keep your feet flat and the knees raised. Place your palms on the ground just behind the heels and push your hips up high. Lock your throat and breathe in Mocha Kumbhaka. Push the air against the throat lock. Don't let the air escape. Force the prana upwards to the higher energy centers. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in Unmukha Pitasana too.
ऊर्ध्वे च जानुनी कृत्वा शवेत्वोर्ध्वमुखं तथा उत्थाप्य हस्तौ तिष्ठेत्तु पीठ उन्मुख नामके.
Now lay down flat on your back. Extend your legs. Keep your hands at the side of your body. Palms facing up. Relax. Keep your body completely still. As you perform the Shakti Chalan Mudra, pull the Kundalini Shakti up along your spine, all the way from the Muladhara to the Sahasrara Chakra. As you visualize, your body is dead, and Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is liberating you. Internally chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham in Shivasana.
उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तु शवासनं. शवासनं श्रान्तिहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारकम्.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham
Now, slowly, return to your physical body. Start to wiggle your fingers and toes, your wrists and your ankles. Move your arms and legs and pull them up towards your chest. Squeeze your body into a ball and roll from side to side as you slowly return to a comfortable seated position. Congratulations, you completed the Pratama Vinyasa Krama, the first 108 asanas of this sequence. Let us now get ready for the remainder of the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama.
Nithyananda, we are on a mission to revive the Enlightenment civilization.
If you resonate with our message and want to be part of us, be sure to like, share, and subscribe. And don't forget to click the bell icon.
Yes, let us now move on with the next asana of the sequence, Yathasana Nishthasana. Sit in a comfortable cross-legged position and a posture that brings ease to your physical and mental space. Keep your hands on the knees in Bindu Mudra, index fingers and thumbs together. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space, breathe in Samana Kumbhaka. Fill your stomach with prana and visualize the fire being kindled in your navel region, raising up your spine. As you internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham in Yathasana Nishthasana.
पर्यङ्कं तत्समाख्यातं यथासंस्थं यथा स्थितिः.
Next up is Samasana in a cross-legged position with your hands on the knees in Bindu Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and inhale and exhale as deeply as possible again and again.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघुसुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तने पथि.
Next up is Muktasana. Now keep your left heel against the perineum and place the right foot on top of the left. Keep your hands on the knees, gaze to your nose, and visualize yourself as a sage liberated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
निपीड्य सेविनीं सूक्ष्मां दक्षिणेतरगुल्फतः.
Next up is Siddhasana. Now, from the same posture, gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space.
स्थानुसंयमितेन्द्रियो चलदृशा पश्यन् भ्रुवोरन्तरं चैतन्मोक्षकपातभेदजनकं सिद्धासनं प्रोच्यते.
Next up is Siddhi Asana. Maintain the same posture. Shift your gaze down to the ground in front of you as you engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
वामपादकेडीजानो सीवनिमथितासु कोठानो.
The next asana is Rudrasana 2. Now keep your hands back in Bindu Mudra on top of the knees. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize yourself as Lord Rudra.
वामचरण परिदक्षिण राखे एकचुगति ऐसे विधि दाखे.
Next up is Santadhunasana. From the same posture, shift your gaze to the tip of your nose and embody tranquility and an unshakable nature.
आसन की गुण मन की चंचलता मीट.
The next asana is Siddhasana 2. Now bring your hands in front of your navel, cupping one palm over the other in Samputa Mudra, resembling a lotus flower, as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रजुगाय समासीना सिद्धासनमुदीरितं प्रसार्य भुवि पादौ तु दोर्भ्यामङ्गुष्टमादरात्.
Next up is Bandha Yoni Asana. Now, Set the sankalpa to manifest through the womb of creation. As you inhale all the way, hold your breath, and then close your lips with the little fingers, your nostrils with the ring fingers, your eyes with middle and index fingers, and your ears with your thumbs in Shanmukhi Mudra.
यत्र मध्ये महादेव बन्धयोन्यासने शृणु यत्कृत्वा खेचरो भूत्वा विचरेदीश्वरो यथा.
We move on to Virasana. Now place the right foot onto the left thigh and the left foot below the right thigh. Keep your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra and embody the state and space of bravery.
एकं पादमथैकस्मिन् विन्यस्योरुणि संस्थितः.
Next up is Valmikasana. Now maintain the same posture, but shift your gaze to the third eye and visualize Sage Valmiki, the great poet and author of Ramayana.
डावा पग की पगथली पुनि एड़ी है जोय.
You move on to Joni Mudrasana. Keep your hands flat on the knees. Gaze to your nose and visualize the Yoni Mandala, the visual representation of Devi Paramashiva Shakti.
वामपाद की पगथली जाहि माहिली कोर.
Now maintain the same posture. Shift your gaze up towards your third eye and keep visualizing the Yoni Mandala in Yoni Asana.
योन्यासनं पर्वतेन योगं योगफले नीलम्.
Next up is Padrasana 3. Now bring the soles of your feet together and interlock your fingers around the toes. Push your knees to the mat. By the strength of your groin, gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as Lord Virabhadra as you pull your stomach in and up.
गुल्भौ च वृषणस्यादः सीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत्.
The next asana is Agodasana. As you gaze to your third eye, visualize yourself as an Agori and place the left hand on the left knee, the right hand over the mouth as you close the left nostril with your index finger. Inhale through the right nostril. Close both nostrils and hold your breath. Then exhale through the left nostril and invert the breathing flow. Inhale through the left, close the left nostril, exhale through the right. As you press your tongue upwards in Kichari Mudra, gaze to your third eye in Agodasana.
पूर्व कहो विश्रिका जोजी वाही विधि जो की जय सोजी.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Yes, Nithyanandam. Sorry for the interruption. Let us now continue with the next asana of the sequence, Kanadi Pavasana. Now, separate the heels in front of your body, keep the toes together, and place your elbows on your heels as you rest your chin on your hands. Gaze to the tip of the nose, visualize yourself as a female elephant drinking water, pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha, and start breathing in Rechaka Kumbhaka. Exhale all the way and hold your breath.
ग्वाली पावा आसन कह्यो है जैसे याहू में जाने विधि तैसे.
Next up is Padasana. Now bring your hands below the shins and raise your feet up as you interlock your fingers in front of your body. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Parasana.
ततोर्ध्वं रेचयेद्वायुं मृडनिश्वाससंयुतम्.
Next up is Gopi Chandasana. Now, from the top, interlock your fingers around the toes and pull your feet against your chest. As you gaze to the tip of the nose, embody the state and space of a king.
पूरबविधिपगाका अङ्गुटाकण्टको परासे.
Next up is Udarasana. Now, bring your hands below the feet and interlock your fingers around the toes. Gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize your body free from any defects.
दोवु पगतले संपुट ठाणे उबे हस्तकरी ऊर्ध ही जाने अंगुष्ठ दोवु समत हरावे चुबको नीचे ताही लगावे.
Now, raise your feet even higher in Vishuddhi. Keep your interlocked fingers in front of your forehead as you visualize yourself excelling in everything.
दोवु पगतले जोड़ी संपुट करे.
The next asana is Bhujasana. Now lift your feet over top of your shoulders and bend your elbows up to interlock your fingers around your neck, visualizing yourself as a cobra.
शिरासनं तु विज्ञेयं कक्षासनमतः परं ग्रीवासनं च परमं भुजासनमिहोच्यते.
The next asana is Kalyanasana. From the same position, now bend your elbows down and bring your hands behind your back, interlocking the fingers if you can, as you gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as a beautiful, auspicious goddess.
दोवो हातपकं वीचा आने तिनको घोड़ानी छेठाने बहुरी पाक्यात बाहर ल्यावे पुनयुगति ऐसी तहरावे.
The next asana is Sankatasana. Now place the top of the left foot flat on the mat and sit on the left heel. Stack the right knee over the left knee. Keep the heel by the outside of the opposite hip. Place your hands on opposite knees and gaze forward in Vaishnavi Mudra without focusing on any external object. Just focus on the object within as you visualize yourself as an elegant swan. Breathe in Ujjayi Pranayama. Make an ocean-like sound with your mouth on the in and exhalation.
वामपादं चितेर्मूलं सन्न्यस्य धरणीतले पाददण्डेन याम्येन वेष्टयेद्वामपादकं जानुयुग्मं करयुग्मं एतत् सङ्कटमासनम्.
Next up is Dhenukasana. Now slide the left foot outside the hip and sit on the ground. Keep your hands on the top knee. As you visualize a cow, perform Uddiyana Bandha in Dhenukasana.
अनुषागी नगर पंचदं वृषीरिं दगल्यम्नि.
The next asana is Machandrasana. Now place the right foot on the left thigh and the left foot on the right knee. Bring the left hand behind your back. Reach for opposite thighs. As you twist your spine, gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
वामजंग परिदचनटाणे वामहस्तपिष्टी दिशा आने बहुरो दचन पादकी है जोई ताकि नाली जूपा करे सोई वामचरण पुनि ऐसे करे दचन गोड़ा ऊपरी दे रे.
The next asana is Machandrasana 2. Maintain your legs in the same position. Untwist your spine, hold onto the feet, and lean forward and down, placing your forehead on the ground, your navel close to the heels, as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथमजी मनोचरण जोई वामजंग परिराके सोई ताकि येडी करिस्योल्यावे बहुरी जुगति यह और करावे.
Now rise back up and interlock your fingers and place them on the top knee. Engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha, as you visualize Swamiji, your Guru, in Guru Asana.
ऊर्मूले इतरपादस्य कनिष्ठिका प्रदेशगुल्पं संस्थाप्य तदेव जानु इतरपादस्य पाशुनि संस्थाप्य तिष्ठेतस्थौ सम्मीलयेत् गुरुवासनं भवति.
Now repeat Sankatasana on the other side. Sit on the right heel with the top of the foot flat and stack the left knee over top, heel at the right hip. Keep your hands on opposite knees and visualize yourself as an elegant swan.
वामपादं चितेर्मूलं सन्न्यस्य धरणीतले पाददण्डेन याम्येन वेष्टयेद्वामपादकं जानुयुग्मं करयुग्मं एतत् सङ्कटमासनम्.
Next up is Dhenukasana. Now slide the right foot outside the hip, sit on the floor as you place your hands on the top knee. Pull your stomach in and up and visualize yourself. Visualize a cow in your inner space in Dhenukasana.
अनुषागी नगर पंचदम वृषीरिम दगल्यम्नि.
Next up is Machandrasana. Now place the left foot on the right thigh and the right foot on the left knee. Your right hand behind your back, twist your spine, gaze up and visualize Swamiji.
वामजंग परिदचनटाने वामहस्तपिष्टेश आने बहुरोदचन पादकी हे जोई ताकि नाली जूपा करे सोई वामचरण पुनि ऐसे करे दचन घोड़ा ऊपरी दे रही.
Next up is Machandrasana 2. Now hold onto the feet and lean forward and down, placing your forehead on the mat as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम जी मनोचरण जोई वामजंग परिराके सोई ताकि एडी कडिस्योल्यावे बहुरी जुगति और करावे.
Now interlock your fingers and place them on the top knee as you engage all the bandhas and visualize your Guru in Guru Asana.
ऊरुमूले इतरपादस्य कनिष्ठिका प्रदेशगुल्पं संस्थाप्य तथैव जानु इतरपादस्य पार्श्वनि संस्थाप्य तिष्ठेत् हस्तौ सम्मीलयेत् गुरुवासनं भवति.
We move on to Parshasana. Now place your feet flat on the ground. Keep your knees raised and your hands on the knees, pulling the knees against your chest. Gaze up towards your third eye. Keep your tongue upwards in Kechari Mudra as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पादतले भूमौ निधाय जानुनि उरसि निधाय विपरीतहस्ताभ्यामूरुसहितजङ्गे निबध्य तिष्ठेत् पाशासनं भवति.
Next up is Bodha Shukasana. Now hold on to your opposite wrists and place your chin on the knees. As you gaze to the tip of the nose, visualize yourself residing in an abode of bliss.
दोवो पगतलि भूपरि देरे कोरुमाहिली ऐसे करे कोरुमिलाई उकड़बे से जंगा चाटी अग्रनिवेशे.
We move on to Kurakatasana. Now bring your hands underneath your knees, holding on to opposite elbows. Gaze to the nose, press your tongue up in Kechari Mudra, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दोवो हाथ पग बाहर ल्यावे गोड़ा नीचे ले तहरावे आम हाम साम आम ऐसे करे आपस में कोहा निपकरे.
Next up is Sumati Asana. Now cross the right ankle over the left with the toes pointing up. Keep holding onto your elbows, gaze to your nose, and visualize the great sage and Maharishi Sumati.
मूलद्वारी धरती परिठाने दावा पग परिदच पाद आने दाई पाक्या तलो ए आवे हाथ एका अमत हरावे.
The next asana is Dandasana. Now extend your legs forward and raise your arms up. Interlock the fingers with the wrists pointing outwards. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Engage all the bandhas. Press your tongue up and visualize Swamiji in Dandasana.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लगो सुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोचते प्राक्तने पति दण्डपद्मभरद्वाज वीरभद्रसमानितो आसनानि सदा कुर्यात् सुदीर्घैरे च पूर्वकैः.
Next up is Arambhasana. As you lean forward and down, hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra. And bring your head towards the knees as you start breathing in Nadi Shodhana. Inhale through one nostril and exhale through the other without the support of your fingers as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दोवो पगम दिवा पसारी पगा का अंगूठा पकड़िल्लाट गोड़ा लगावे.
Next up is Bidokasana. Now separate your feet and slightly raise your knees. Bring your hands underneath the shins and hold onto the soles of the feet from the outside. As you gaze to your third eye, visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम बैसी दोवो पाव पसारी कचको ऊर्ध को कुरुडो डारे.
Next up is Jalandhari Pavasana. Now join the heels together and keep the hands underneath the shins, palms facing up. Gaze to your nose and rest your chin on the heels as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
ದೋವು ಏಡಿ ಮೇಲಿಕೆ ಡಿಜೆ ಹಾತ ಪಸಾರಿ.
Next up is Urdhva Paschimottanasana. Now, with one leg extended, lift the other foot behind your neck. Lean forward and down and hold onto the front foot with both hands as you breathe in Pratyahara Pranayama. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and visualize the prana flowing upwards within your body.
पश्चिमतानवस्थितं कृतं एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत् ऊर्ध्वपश्चिमतानं भवति.
Now lean back with the leg behind your neck. Hold onto the foot behind your head with the opposite hand. As you gaze to your nose and visualize you are infinite, endless, eternal in Anantasana.
उत्तानशयिनी एकैकं पायी ग्रीवायां विन्यस्य इतरहस्तेन पावाग्रं गृहीत्वा.
Next up is Ankushasana. Now roll onto the side of the hand which is holding onto the foot. As you gaze to your nose, feel in complete control.
उत्तानशयित एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां कुर्वन् इतरहस्तं कर्णमूले स्थापयेत्.
Next up is Dhrushasana. As you lay down on your back, pull your knees towards your chest and encircle them with your hands as you squeeze your body into a ball and rock from side to side, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
उत्तानशयनं जानुने हृदये वष्टम्ब जङ्घासहित ऊरुनि करद्वये बद्ध्वा सव्यापशव्यं लोडयेत् दृशासनं भवति.
Now repeat Urdhva Paschimottanasana on the other side. Extend one leg, lift the other leg behind your neck, lean forward and down, hold onto the front foot. Visualize Swamiji and focus on the 9 points of the body where the prana is flowing through. The feet, the regenerative organs, the navel, the heart, the throat, the uvula, the center of your eyebrows, the top of your forehead, and the Brahmananda, the crown of your head, piercing the Brahmananda. Visualize the prana flowing upwards.
पश्चिमतानवस्थितं कृतं एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत् ऊर्ध्वपश्चिमतानं भवति.
Now repeat Anantasana on the other side. Lean back with the leg behind your neck. Hold onto the foot and extend the opposite leg forward as you gaze to the nose and visualize yourself being endless.
उत्तानशयिनी एकैकं पायी ग्रीवायां विन्यस्य इतरहस्तेन पावाग्रं गृहीत्वा.
Now roll onto the side of the hand, holding onto the foot. Gaze to the nose and feel in complete control in Ankushasana.
उत्तानशयित एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां कुर्वन् इतरहस्तं कर्णमूले स्थापयेत्.
The next asana is Yoga Nidrasana. As you lay down on your back, one by one, lift your legs behind your head and then interlock your fingers around your lower back. You cannot bring your legs behind your head. You can bring them over your shoulder or cross them in front of your body. Pull them close, open up your hips, gaze to the nose as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पादाभ्यां वेष्टयेत् कण्ठं हस्ताभ्यां पृष्ठबन्धनं तन्मध्ये शयनं कुर्यात् योगनिद्रा सुखप्रदा.
Next up is Atmaramasana from the same position. Now interlock your fingers around your neck and gaze to the nose, visualizing Lord Vishnu blessing you from within.
आत्मा राम आसन प्रथमसो दोषो वे.
Next up is Kochikasana. As you lay on your back, extend your arms out to the side and pull your knees against your chest with the soles of the feet pointing up to the sky. Gaze to the third eye as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दोवु हाथ चीदा सा करे तिनसो उबई सपा करे.
The next asana is Jatara Parivritti 1, 2, and 3. We're going to perform all 3 steps on one side and then on the other side as well. Now, extend your arms out to the side, pull your knees to the chest, and in the first step, drop one knee to the side and extend the opposite leg down. Then bend both knees to the side. Extend both legs to the side, hold onto the feet and gaze in the opposite direction. Visualize Swamiji, perform the Mula Bandha, breathe and Pratyahara Pranayama. Now return to the center. Repeat all 3 steps on the other side. Drop the other knee to the side, extend the opposite leg down. Bend both your knees to the side. Extend your legs to the side, hold on to the feet and gaze in the opposite direction.
परिवृत्ति कुक्षि भागे त्रिधा हि परिकीर्तितः बद्धकोणं सुप्तकोणं ऊर्ध्वकोणमतापि च.
Now lay on your back with your feet flat, knees raised. Hold on to your ankles as you raise your hips up off the ground. Tuck your chin to the chest and lock your throat. As you breathe in Mocha Kumbhaka, push the air up against the throat lock. As you gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize yourself as sturdy as a bridge in Dvipadapitam.
प्रतिक्रियायुतन्वन्द्वपीठः सर्वबलप्रदं गर्भिणीनां दुर्बलानामिति गार्गी जगादनु.
Next up is Paryankasana. From the same position, now bring your hands over top of your shoulders, fingers pointing towards your feet, and raise your entire body off the mat. Push your hips up high and visualize yourself as sturdy as stone furniture as you breathe calmly in Sahadra Kumbhaka through your nose, holding the breath on and off in Paryankasana.
उत्तानशयनं हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
Now, lower yourself down to the mat and pull your knees against your chest as you place your hands on the respective shoulders. Rotate your hips in a circular motion and visualize yourself as a dog playfully rolling around on its back in Shvotanasana.
शववच्चरीरं संस्थाप्य जानुनी सम्मील्य नाभोवानीय हस्ताभ्यां कन्दरं बद्ध्वा भामयेत् स्वोत्तानं भवति.
Next up is Viparita Karani. As you lay on your back, place your arms flat on the mat and then raise your legs up off the ground, point the toes to the sky, and move your hips in a circular motion. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space, breathe in Mocha Kumbhaka.
भूतलेष्वशिरो दत्त्वा केन ये चरणद्वयं विपरीतकृतैस्तैसा सर्वतन्त्रेषु गोपिता.
Now stop the movement of your legs, point the toes up towards the sky, and visualize Swamiji in Viparita Karani too.
करणी विपरीताख्या सर्वादिव्याधिनाशिनी नित्यमभ्यासयुक्तस्य जाटराग्निनिवर्धनी.
Now drop the feet down over top of your head, touch the toes to the mat. As you interlock your fingers in Parashamudra, press them into the mat behind your back. As you visualize yourself as a plow in Langalasana.
ग्रीवाकण्ठेन भूमिं विष्टम्भ पादाग्रद्वयमूर्धमुन्नयेत्.
Next up is Shaita Paschimottanasana. From the same position, now hold on to the feet above your head. Internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham and visualize Paramashiva in your inner space, as this is one of the 84 asanas revealed directly by Lord Paramashiva himself.
तानं शयित्वात् कुर्वीत शयितपश्चिमताणकम्.
Next up is Supta Konasana. Now keep your hips above the shoulder level and separate your legs wide to the side. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and breathe in Mocha Kumbhaka.
परिवृत्ति कुक्षि भागे त्रिधा हि परिकीर्तितः मध्यकोणं सुप्तकोणं ऊर्ध्वकोणमतापि च.
The next asana is Chakrasana. As you maintain the same position, hold on to your ankles and roll onto your back. Keep your arms and legs straight. Visualize yourself as a chakra, a wheel, in Chakrasana.
शवाशनस्तद्वौ पादौ कुर्यान्मस्तकतः परो युत्क्रमेण ततः शीघ्रम् एतत् सर्वस्य साधनम्.
Now raise your legs up vertically And hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra. As you keep your arms straight, open your legs wide to the side, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Sukta Prasarita Parangushtasana.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गष्टप्रसारणे
Now join your feet back together and interlock your fingers around the big toes in Prana Mudra. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space, breathe in Ujjayi Pranayama in Supta Parangushtasana.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गष्टप्रसारणे
Next up is Matsyasana. As you cross your legs into Padmasana, lay on your back, push your knees to the ground, and hold on to opposite elbows above your head. Gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu.
मुक्तपद्मासनं कृत्वा उत्तानशयनं चरेत् पूर्पराभ्यां शिरो वेष्ट्या मत्स्यासनंस्तु रोगः
Next up is Parasharamasana. With your legs in Padmasana, place the back side of the right hand onto the left palm over top of your head. Now gaze to the nose and visualize Lord Rama in your inner space.
प्रथमकरे पद्मासन आचे सूदोसो वेबु परिपाचे घोड़ा आरु जंग एदु भूसो लगटारा सेसोई
Next up is Sarvangasana. With your legs in Padmasana, raise your knees up and lift your hips off the ground, supporting your lower back with your hands, elbows resting on the ground. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
अथवक्षेत संक्षेपात् सर्वाङ्गासनमुत्तमं यत्कृत्वा योगनिपुणो विद्याभिः पण्डितो यथा
Next up is Vrishchikasana. Now lay on your back and place one foot on the opposite thigh. Lift the opposite knee towards your chest and extend your arms up above your head, hooking the fingers forward. As you gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a scorpion in Vrishchikasana.
प्रथमशयनो सूदो शीशकेशिकी सन्धिसुधाके
Now place the other foot on the opposite thigh. As you repeat Vrishchikasana, the scorpion posture on the other side.
प्रथमशयनो सूदो शीशकेशिकी सन्धिसुधाके
Next up is Vrishaparakshipasana. As you lay on your back, interlock your fingers around your neck and lift both your legs off the mat, alternate pulling one knee in towards your chest back and forth as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा अङ्गुलिभिः कन्दरां बद्ध्वा कूर्पुरो मिलित्वा
Breathe calmly through your nose in Sahaja Kumbhaka as you keep your hands by the side of your hips and alternate touching your ears with the respective knees again and again, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space in Marutanasana.
श्रोतानवस्थितं कृत्वा जानद्वयं पर्यायेन कर्णयोः संस्पृशेत् मारोत्तासनं भवति
The next asana is Vrikasana. As you lay on your back, place your feet flat, then stand up and lay back down again and again, visualizing yourself as a wolf.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा उत्तिष्ठेत् विकासनं भवति
Now, as you lay down on your back, kick your legs over and roll over completely again and again. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Lutasana, ending this posture laying on the stomach.
उत्तानशयनं पादौ शिरोलुङ्ग्य भूमौ स्थापयित्वा
As you lay on your stomach with the hands by the shoulders, contract your lips and make a whistling sound like a flute on the inhalation. As you visualize yourself as a chariot carrying warriors into a battle for Dharma on your chariot back in Saratasana.
निब्जशयनं कृत्वा नाभिं भूमौ निधाय सम्पद्यस्ताभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य तिष्ठेत् शरतासनं भवति
Next up is Dehalyulanganasana. is push your body back up into a plank position. Jump your feet in between the hands back and forth, visualizing yourself transcend body and mind.
हस्तद्वयं बद्ध्वा तन्मध्यचरणद्वयमुड्डानेव बहिराणीय
Next up is Jatyasana. Now, from a standing position, lean forward and down, place your hands on the mat, and walk around on hands and feet as you visualize yourself as a wise 60-year-old elephant.
अथ जाट्यासनं वक्ष्ये येन जाटिस्मरो भवेत् हस्तान्द्रिभूमौ च गमनम् आगमनं ततः
Next up is Lolitika Karana. Now, raise your elbows to the shoulder level as you keep your legs in Arimandi. Rotate your arms above, around the body, and move your head in all directions. Next up is Sadapasana. Tie your feet with a rope if you have a rope available. Stand erect on the mat like a rod. Keep your elbows close to the body, palms on the thighs. Stand completely straight as you visualize your Kundalini Devi as rising and curling upwards around your body.
अथ सर्पासनं वक्ष्ये वायुपानाय केवलं शरीरं दण्डवत् तिष्ठेत् रज्जुबन्धस्तु पादयोः
Next up is Ushta Sadhanasana. As you lean forward and down, hold onto the toes with your fingers, keeping your hands and fists. As you walk around on the mat, visualizing yourself as a camel.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिका प्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरि पादतले संस्थाप्य
From the same position, now hold onto the side. Hold onto the toes from the side. Keep your hands and fists and walk around visualizing yourself as a horse in Ashvasana.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिका प्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरि पादतले संस्थाप्य अश्वावच्छरीयं चलनीयम् अश्वासनं भवति
We move on to Kapota Nityananda. Now keep your heels together and interlock your fingers behind your back. Pull your hands down towards your calves as you open up your chest. Tilt your head back. Breathe deeply through your nose. Relax in this posture as you visualize yourself as a soaring bird diving.
पादतले भूमौ निधाय पृष्ठभागेन हस्तौ जङ्घापर्यन्तं नीत्वा कपोटनिटकं भवति
Next up is the Thala Pushpa Bhutam Karana. Now stand in Arimandi, keep your hands in Namaskara Mudra and bow down to one side, open up your palms, raise the respective heel. Repeat the movement again and again. Next up is Khadgasana. From a standing position, gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize yourself as a rhinoceros. Then lay down on your stomach. And again, jump your feet up towards your hands and stand with your hands in Namaskara Mudra, resembling the horn of the rhinoceros.
नुजसरतमासनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य उत्तिष्ठेत् कडुगासनं भवति
Next up is the Uttanottanam. Now, hold weights and sit down on the ground or squat down as low as you can and stand back up again and again as you gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize Swamiji breathing calmly through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka.
पुनः पुनः उत्तातव्यम् असितव्यम् इति
Next up is Musalasana. Now stand on the mat and raise your arms up above your head. Jump repeatedly as you visualize yourself as a mace.
सरलं स्थित्वा ऊर्ध्वं बाहुं नयेत्
The next asana is Uchirshakasana. Now hold on to one foot with both hands, pulling it against your chest as you sit down and stand back up on the other leg. Alternate on both sides, gaze to your nose, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
हस्तद्वयेन दत्त्वा तिष्ठेत् उच्चीर्षकं भवति
Next up is Parshvajanukarana. Now, keep the toes of one foot pointing to the side and pull the other knee against your chest. And circle the waist leg with your respective arm. Keep the hand in the fist and place the other hand on the thigh. Next up is Tandavasana. Now hold on to weights and extend your arms and the left leg forward. Sit down and stand back up as you visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Lord Shiva.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
Next up is Brahmanasana. Now raise the left foot against the inner right thigh. Keep the hands relaxed by the side as you visualize Lord Brahma blessing you from within.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्ष्ये यत्कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत् एकपादमुरो दत्वा तिष्ठेत् दण्डाकृतिर्भुवि.
Next up is Garudasana 3. Now bring the left foot over and around the right knee. Tuck the left toes behind the right calf. Bring the left arm below the right and join your hands in Namaskara Mudra as you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda.
उत्तानकूर्मपीतश्च सैमस्गारुडमेव च वातायनं गोमुखं च भारद्वाजं त्रिविक्रमम्.
Next up is Ekapadasana. Now place the left foot on the right thigh. Keep your hands relaxed by the side. Stand on one leg as you visualize Swamiji in Ekapadasana.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरिनिधाय च.
The next asana is Dhruvasana, the poster posture. Now hold on to the left big toe and extend the leg out to the side as you visualize yourself as the north poster. Quickly rotate on the standing leg.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्य अग्रं धृत्वा.
Next up is Trivikramasana. Now stand on the mat and lift one leg behind your neck. Stand tall, sit down, stand back up. Perform the 3 steps of Lord Vishnu as you visualize Lord Vishnu blessing you from within.
ग्रीवायं पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति.
Now repeat the Parshvajanukarana on the other side. Lift the other knee towards your chest and hold it with the hand in the fist, the other hand on the inner thigh. Now repeat Tandavasana on the other side. Extend the right leg forward. Extend your arms. Sit down and stand back up, visualizing yourself fiercely dancing as Lord Shiva.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
Now repeat Brahmanasana on the other side. Lift the right foot against the left thigh with the heel against the perineum. Keep your hands at the side and visualize the Brahma blessing you from within.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्ष्ये यत्कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत् एकपादमुरो दत्वा तिष्ठेत् दण्डाकृतिर्भुवि.
Next up is Garudasana 3. Now bring the right leg over and around the left knee. Tuck the toes behind. Bring the right arm below the left. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra and visualize yourself as Lord Garuda.
उत्तानकूर्मपीठश्च सैमस्गारुडमेव च वातायनं गोमुखं च भारद्वाजं त्रिविक्रमम्.
Now repeat Ekapadasana on the other side. Place the right foot onto the left thigh and visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Breathe calmly through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka in Ekapadasana.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरिनिधाय च.
Now repeat Dhruvasana on the other side. Hold on to the big toe of the right foot as you extend it out to the side. Rotate quickly on the standing leg, visualizing yourself as the North Poster.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्य अग्रं धृत्वा.
Now repeat Trivikramasana on the other side. Lift the leg behind the neck, stand tall, Then sit down and stand back up. Perform the 3 steps of Lord Vishnu as you visualize Lord Vishnu in your inner space.
ग्रीवायं पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यमुत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति.
Next up is Samanaka Karana. Now stand with your heels touching, toes pointing outwards and the hands slightly extended away from the body, fingers pointing one by one. Breathe calmly. Relax after this intense sequence of asanas as we get ready for the final 100 asanas of this Titiya Vinyasa Krama.
Nithyananda, we are on a mission to revive the Enlightenment civilization.
If you resonate with our message and want to be part of us, be sure to like, share, and subscribe. And don't forget to click the bell icon.
Yes. Let us now move on to the next asana, the sequence, which is Gorak Anjali Asana. In a squatting posture, bring your hands from the outside in between the legs. Interlock your fingers in front of your navel as you squat down completely. Visualize the great sage Goraknath, the founder of the Nata Yoga Hindu Sampradaya. Breathe in Jivachala Kumbhaka. Inhale deeply, hold your breath, and by the force of your will, move the prana throughout your body. Move it through your limbs, upwards and downwards. Master the control over the prana within your body in Gorak Anjali Asana.
प्रथम ही उबो होए बाहुरे नीचे पुनि होवे दोवु कर दोवु जंगा मादीन की बीचे पहुँचे बहुरी दोवु भुजासने जंगा बहरे ले आने नासा दृष्टि लगाए काकसी नाभि जुठाने.
Next up is Kanchi Asana. From the squatting position, bring your hands behind your back and interlock them in Parasha Mudra. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Perform the Mula Bandha and don't forget to internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
उरुमध्यास्थस्थो निवेश्य नितम्बं धृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य तिष्ठेत् काञ्चासनं भवति.
The next asana is Bhairo Asana. Now bring the heels together, close to the perineum in a squatting position as you interlock your fingers behind your lower back. Gaze towards your navel and visualize Bhagavan Kala Bhairava, the Lord of Time, in Bhairo Asana.
दोवो पग की तल्या की माहिली कौर मिलाई पना पानी उकड़ मडुवे से ध्यानु एडी यो निष्ठासने रईसे दोवो हाथ पीछा आने काकसी करी काकता की पकड़ी रासे.
Next up is Varahasana. In a squatting position with your heels together, separate your toes, join your hands in Anjali Mudra, and place them behind your head with the fingers pointing down towards the mat. Gaze towards the tip of your nose and visualize yourself as Varaha, the boar avatar of Lord Vishnu.
पगतली की माहिली कौर मिलाई पना पानी उकड़ बेसे एडी मूलद्वारिणी जेरे से जंगा छिद्र अंगुल्याचारी अंतर हाथ दोवु कंदपारी.
The next asana is Prithvitasana. Now hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra and raise your hips up to the same level as your knees as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Prithvitasana.
पाशद्वय सम्मील्य स्थित्वा नितम्बं जानुप्रदेश आनीय तिष्ठेत् प्रिप्यासनं भवति.
The next asana is Bakasana. Now place your hands on the ground, shoulder width apart. Bring your knees onto your arms towards your armpits. Lean forward, find balance, lift your feet off the ground, and visualize yourself as a crow.
हस्ताभ्यामणिवष्टम्ब जानद्वयनाभो सम्मील्य जङ्घासहित ऊरुणि सम्बध्ये तिष्ठेत् बकासनं भवति.
The next asana is Sushtanga Kapalyasana. With your hands on the ground, shoulder width apart, place your head on the mat as well. Bring your knees onto your arms, and then raise your hips up. Cross your legs into Padmasana, and gaze to the tip of the nose as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
आसन कौगुण कपाल आचो होये.
The next asana is Guptasana. From a kneeling position, with your heels outside the hips, the toes touching behind. Keep your hands on the knees and gaze to the tip of the nose as you are sitting in the secret seat with Paramashiva and Guru.
जानूर्वोरन्तरे पादौ कृत्वा पादौ च गोपयेत् पादोपरि च संस्थाप्य गुडं गुप्तासनं विदुः.
The next asana is Vrikshasana 2. Now place your hands on the mat, shoulder width apart, and raise your legs up over top of your head into a handstand. Lean against the wall for support if needed, as you visualize yourself as a tree with deep roots growing into the ground.
सप्तचक्रक्षालनाय वृक्षासनविशेषकान्.
From the same position, now gaze towards your third eye and visualize Tejas energy flowing towards your third eye, rejuvenating your body in Shibo Asana.
दो पगजोई मिलाई गुल्प मिलाये.
The next asana is Matsyasana 2. Place your hands on the ground, shoulder width apart, and from the plank position, lower your body down and push it back up again and again as you visualize yourself as a fish.
निब्जशयनं कुर्परौ पार्श्वभागायां मूर्धकृत्य हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
Now lay down on your stomach and keep your hands on the hips. Move your head and chest from left to right and visualize and move your body like a snake as you breathe through your nose in Sadapasana 2.
निब्जशयनं कृत्वा हस्तौ नितम्बं संस्थाप्य पादौ दीर्घीकृत्य सम्मील्यनुरसगन्तव्यम्.
Now place your elbows on the ground in front of your body. Keep your hands in Padma Mudra, the Lotus Mudra, as you rest your chin on the hands. Feel self-supported and completely independent in Niralambanasana.
कराभ्यां पङ्कजं कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् कूर्परयाशुधि मुखमुन्नमुनुच्छायै निरालम्बनमासनं निरालम्बनयोगीस्यन् निरालम्बनमासनं निरालम्बनतद्ध्यानं निरालम्बनमासनम्.
Next up is Chaturasana. Now bend your knees and place your hands flat on the ground. Straighten your arms to raise your upper back closer towards the feet and visualize yourself as an umbrella protecting your guru from the sun rays.
अर्ध्यासनवस्थित्वा हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य नुयात् छत्रासनं भवति. नोभ्यामारं समाकृष्ट्य कुण्डल्यभ्यः पार्श्वयोक्षिपेत्.
The next asana is Vajrasana. Now sit on your heels with the feet flat and extend your arms out in front. Lean forward, place your forehead and your palms on the mat. As you gaze to the tip of the nose, visualize yourself as Vajra, the weapon of Indra, symbolizing indestructibility in Vajrasana.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु सुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तनेपति दण्डपद्मभरद्वाज वीरवज्रसमानितो आसनानि सदा कुर्यात् सुदीर्घैरे च पूरकैः.
Next up is Meshasana. With your hands flat on the ground, shoulder width apart. Raise your hips up high into Gajasana position and alternate striking the ground with your hands as you visualize yourself as powerful as a ram.
गजासनसंस्थितौ एकैकं बाहुं भूमौ ताडयेत् मेषासनं भवति.
The next asana is Ajasana from the handstand position. Lower your body down towards the ground and visualize yourself as unborn, existing for all eternity.
गजासनसंस्थितौ पादद्वयम् अमतराळे कृत्य मस्तकेन भूमिं स्पृशेत् अजासनं भवति.
The next asana is Dhanantarasana. Now come to a kneeling posture and hold onto the big toes as you pull them towards your perineum. Then place your hands on the respective knees. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji as you start breathing in Ujjayi Pranayama. Make an ocean-like sound with your mouth in Dhanantarasana.
पूरबबिडिपरिहता की काकसी स्यनुपनासरा मोरी पगाकी अंगुलिर्मेडु लगावे पगतली माहिली कौरु धरती रासे येड्या आगाने रासे गोडा धरती ल्यागे रासे हाथ गोडा रासे.
Next up is the Angamotana. Now interlock your fingers in front. Keep your arms straight. Move them up, down, left, right, in all directions. Give massage to various different joints and muscles of your body as you then repeat the movement behind your back as well. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
हस्तयोरङ्गुलिर्बद्ध्वा हस्तयोर्मध्यात् सर्वमङ्गमं निष्कासयित्वा तिष्ठेत् अङ्गमोत्थानं भवति.
The next asana is Garudasana form. Now turn your feet outwards so the toes are pointing to the side. Keep your thighs and calves on the mat as you place your hands on the respective knees. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda flying Lord Vishnu and Lakshmi on his back.
झङ्गोरुभ्यां दरां पीड्य स्थिरकायोद्विजानुना जानु परिकरद्वण्ड गरुडासनमुच्यते.
Next up is Ananda Mandirasana. Now bring the soles of your feet together and sit on the heels as you separate your knees. Hold onto your ankles and push the front of the buttocks on the mat as you gaze up towards your third eye. Visualize yourself residing in the blissful space of a temple.
अथ वक्ष्ये वीरनाथ आनन्दमन्दिरासनं यत्कृत्वा अमरो धीरो भवत्येवेह साधकः. हस्तयुग्मं पाददेशे पादयुग्मं प्रदापयेत् प्राणदोर्मेततिं प्रवक्ष्यामि शमाशतः. प्राणस्त्यदेगयो वायुर्मासनं कुम्भकं स्मृतम्.
Next up is Mandukasana 2. Now overlap your feet and sit on the heels. Keep your hands underneath the knees and visualize yourself as a frog. As you press your tongue flat against the palate of your mouth, pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha in Mandukasana 2.
पृष्ठं सम्पीड्य गुल्पाभ्यां जान्वग्मे सवलयाकृतिः हस्तौ पादतले क्षिप्तौ मण्डूकं पाददोषहृत्.
Next up is Narasimhasana. Now tuck the toes and sit on raised heels. Place your palms flat on the ground with the thumbs touching. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Exhale forcefully as you stick your tongue out. as you visualize Narasimha, the lion man avatar of Lord Vishnu.
ಧೂಪನಾಪಾನಿ ಹೋಯ ವೇಸೆ ಏಡಿ ಮಿಲ್ಲರಿಗುಡ ನಿವೇಶೆ ಶುಮ ಶರೀರ ನೀಕಾತಹರಾವೆ ನಾಸ ಅಗ್ರದೃಷ್ಟಿಕೋಲ್ಯಾಬೆ.
Next up is Vishuddhakasana. As you sit on raised heels, cover your mouth with your hands and bring your thumbs underneath the teeth. Close your lips, inhale through the right nostril and exhale through your mouth as per your capacity. As you gaze to the tip of your nose, visualize yourself as Devi, victorious over any and all minuscule fears that you might have in Vishuddhakasana.
ಧುವೋಪಗಾಂಕಿ ಏಡಿ ಜೋಯಿ ಗೋಡಾಂ ಪಾನೋ ಬಾಣೋ ಪುಣೆ ಹೋಯಿ ಗೋಡಾ ಜಂಗ ಅದರ ಕರಿರಕೆ ಆದೇವಾಹ ಇಶಿ ವಿದಿದಹೆ ಧುವು ಏಡಿ ರುದಾರೆ ಧಾರೆ ಮೂಲದ್ವಾರ ತೌ ಪರಿಕಾರೆ ಪುಣೆ ಅಂಜುಲಿ ಹಾತ ಧಾಕಾ ಮೇ ಠಾಣೆ ಪುನಿ ಪೋಲೋ ತ್ವಾಕೆ ಧಾಕಾನೆ ಆನೆ ಪೌಚೋ ಆರ ಜಂಗುರಿ ಅಗ್ರ ತಮಕೆ ರಾಕೆ ಚೀದಾ ಸುಮ ಅಂಗುರಿ ಸಕಲ ಬಂಧನ ಮೇಂ.
The next asana is Makadasana. Now bring the soles of the feet together, the feet flat, and sit on your heels. Now bring your hands to your armpits and imitate as if you are a monkey stretching itself. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize yourself as a playful monkey in Makadasana.
ಧುವು ಪಗತಲಿ ಸಂಪುಟ ಆನೆ ತಿನಕಿ ಪಿಷ್ಟಿ ಭೂಮಿ ಪರಿಟಾನೆ ಮೂಲದ್ವಾರ ಏಡ್ಯಾಂ ಪರಿಲ್ಯಾವೆ ಮೂಡಾಹಾತ ऊंचा हरावे ಧುವು करकी अंगुलिर जोवु बटकम आने लगावे सोवु खजा कुंजवा की जोई करे तिरकिष्टि दृष्टि अचल करी दे रही.
The next asana is Vajra Sangarasana. Now bring the soles of your feet together and sit on the raised heels as you lift your knees off the ground and separate them far apart. Hold on to opposite elbows behind your back. Gaze to the tip of the nose and embody diamond-like strength for you and your Sangha, your spiritual community.
प्रथम पनापानी होय बेसे ಧುವು ಏಡಿಗುಡ ನಿವೇಸೆ ಗೋಡ ಉಬಾರಾ के तीर आड़े वाय पसारे धीर पृष्ठ दिशि ಧುವು करी आने तिनकी जुगति आसे विदिताने गाही परस्परी बुझा ಧುವು कोहन्या लगते पाकरे सोवु गोड़ा काबो नाले आवा पुनः युगति ऐसी तहरावे.
The next asana is Kanjanasana. Now cross your feet and sit on the heels. Keep your knees on the ground. Place your hands on the mat next to your body. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Hold the stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha. As you visualize perfect health beyond any and all physical or mental ailments, breathe in Ujjayi Pranayama, make an ocean-like sound with your mouth on the in and exhalation.
खञ्जनासनमावक्ष्ये यत्कृत्वा शुष्टिरो भवेत् पृष्ठे पादद्वयं बद्ध्वा हस्तौ भूमौ प्रदारयेत् भूमौ हस्तद्वयं नाथ पाटलीन्यान् पिबेत् पृष्ठे पादद्वयं बद्ध्वा कञ्जनेन जयी भवेत्.
Next up is Kurmasana. Now sit in the same position, but keep your hands on the knees. And make your upper back and neck stiff like the shell of a turtle as you embody a turtle with a stable body and mind to live for centuries, gazing to the tip of your nose in Kurmasana.
गुल्पो च वृषणस्यादो व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितो ऋजुकाय शिरो ग्रीवं कूर्मासनमितीरितं गुडं पार्श्वतो सम्पीड्य वायुमुक्ताञ्चिलान् भवेत् वारं वारं यथा चोर्ध्वं संयाति शरीरमानः.
Next up is Yogasana from the same position. Now relax your upper back and neck, gaze to the tip of your nose, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Yogasana.
गुडं नियम्य गुल्पाभ्यां व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितः योगासनं भवेत् तद्दिति योगविदो विदुः लक्ष्येऽनन्तरं द्रष्टुं निरोक्ष्यं विरजीतरं शाम्भवी मुद्रा भवति सर्वेत्रेषु गोपया.
The next asana is Vijogasana. Now stand on the knees as you cross your feet behind. Bring the tips of your toes close to the opposite knees. Hold onto the calves with the fingers inside and the thumbs outside. As you gaze up towards your third eye and visualize a space of eternal oneness, Advaita, with your Guru Swamiji.
घोड़ा वामनो उबो होई घोड़ा आडारा के दोई दचपादकी पानी रहावे पनो वाम घोड़ा डिगिल्यावे घोरवारिली समधि बूटे के एडी वाम पाद समधिवेशे के तामहरी करी बाहर आने वाम पाद को पानो बुहिटाने.
The next asana is Ushtrasana too. As you stand on your knees, place the top of the feet flat on the mat and lean back. Place your hands on the respective heels. Push your hips forward. Tilt your head back and visualize yourself as a camel in Ushtrasana too.
मेरुदण्डग्रन्थिदाद्या सम्पिपाद इषुः पुमान् कपोतोष्ट्रासनाभ्यास कुर्यान्मितहिताशनः.
The next asana is Jatyasana too. Now lean back even further. Place your elbows and the back of your head on the mat. As you gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize yourself as a lotus blooming.
दोवु एडी संपुट करे सोले मूलद्वारित रिधेरे पनापानि उकट होय बेसे बहुरी पिष्टि दिशि करो जैसे प्राणदोद्मे ददां प्रवक्ष्यामि समाशतः प्राणहरेहयो वायुर.
Next up is Viratasana. Lay down flat on your back and raise back up again and again. You can use the support of your hands if needed. Gaze to the nose in Shambhavi Mudra and visualize the healing and liberation of all causal subtle forms of your body.
जंगा प्रतिभूमो निधाय जंगोदरयोः ऊरुणि संस्थाप्य दृष्टिवं संवारं वारं स्पृशेत् विराटासनं भवति.
The next asana is Kapotasana. As you lean back all the way, bring your hands over the shoulders and reach for the feet. As you bring your head in between the heels, visualize yourself as a beautiful dove.
मेरुदण्डग्रन्थिदाद्या सम्पिपाद इषुः पुमान् कपोतोष्ट्रासनाभ्यास कुर्यान्मितहिताशनः.
Now rise back up onto your knees. Keep your toes tucked behind as you hold on to opposite arms with your hands and stand. Gaze to the tip of the nose and internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. As this is the boon fulfilling posture, receive your boon from Paramashiva in Varasana.
जानने भूमौ संस्थाप्य हस्ताभ्यां बाहु परस्परं धृत्वा सरलं तिष्ठेत् वारासनं भवति गुडं पार्श्वं संस्थाप्य वायुकुञ्चयेत् बलात् वारं वारं यथा चोर्वं संयाति समिरीरणः प्राणापानौ नन्दबिन्दो मूलबन्धेन चैकतं गत्वा योगस्य संसिद्धिं यच्चत्तो नात्र संशयः.
The next asana is Varahasana too. Now, sit down on raised heels and lean forward and down. Place your forearms on the mat and rest your head on your hands. Visualize yourself as Varaha, the boar avatar of Lord Vishnu.
सूर्यं चन्द्रं वेदनानि यासनानि निकत्यते ऊर्परो भूमौ स्थापयित्वा जानोद्भयं मणिविष्टम्ब हस्तो मस्तकेन संस्थाप्य पार्श्निस्तम्भे संस्थाप्य तिष्ठेत् वाराहासनं भवति.
The next asana is Mundasana. Now place your forearms on the ground, elbows shoulder width apart. Interlock your fingers and place your head on the mat. Get ready for another inverted posture. As you raise your hips, walk your feet forward, align the hips with the shoulders and raise your legs up straight. Lean against the wall for support if needed. As you gaze to your nose, breathe calmly through the nose in Sahasrara Kumbhaka and visualize yourself as a lopped tree in Mundasana.
अदो मुण्डासनं वक्ष्ये सर्वेषां प्राणिनां सुखम् ऊर्ध्वमार्गे पदे दत्त्वा धारयेन्मारुतां सिद्धीः.
Gently lower your legs down and come to a kneeling position. Place your feet flat and sit on the heels. Slightly separate your knees as you lean forward and down and bring your head in between the knees. Hold on to your head with both hands and bring the elbows outside the legs. As you gaze to the tip of the nose, breathe in Sahasrara Kumbhaka. Inhale through the nose. In this asana, exhale through the mouth as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Andhasana.
प्रथम पगतली समत हरावे कोरु माहिली उबे मिलावे पना पानी उकड़ कर बेसे दुव्वु एडि गुडानि वेशे नोभ्यामारं समाकृष्य कुण्डल्यः पार्श्वयोक्षिपेत् गच्छ तत्तिष्ठ तत्श्वास धारणं न बलात् यदासनं सहज कुम्भक प्रोक्तशिकृतिश्वास.
Now lay down on your stomach and extend your hands above the head. Hold on to weights as you raise your legs, your arms, and your chest off the ground and visualize yourself as a locust in Viparita Shalabhasana.
शलभासन भेदाश्च नटभेरुण्ड नामके घण्टभेरुण्ड सहिते शीर्षदण्डासनं तथा.
The next asana is Kapalasana. Now place your hands at the side of your body with the palms facing down. Place your forehead on the mat and raise your legs up together without lifting your chest off the mat. Your knees straight and visualize a skull representing the mind with purified thoughts and the strong will to attain enlightenment. In Kapalasana, the skull posture.
कपालं भूमो निधाय ऊर्ध्वं पादौ नयेत् कपालासनं भवति लक्ष्येन्तराभायां दृष्टौ निष्मोषे विवर्जितं च इयायां शाम्भमुद्रीं चां भवति सर्वन्तरेषु गोपिता.
The next asana is Akasha Kapotasana. Laying on your stomach with your hands flat, push your hips up and bend your legs over top of your body. Try to place your feet on the mat in front of your face as you visualize yourself as a free and open dove.
उष्ट्रासने स्थित्वा चरणौ भूमेरुत्थाप्य मस्तकोपरि नीत्वा पृष्ठप्रदेशेन भूमौ संस्थाप्य आकाशकपोतं भवति.
Now come to a kneeling posture and place your forearms on the ground in front of the knees. Rest your navel on the thighs as you visualize yourself as a sparrow in Chatakasana.
कूर्परपर्यन्तौ हस्तादरामवष्टम्ब जानुनीनाभो सङ्कुञ्च तिष्ठे चटकासन भवति चटकासनभेदाश्च नटभेरुण्डनामके घण्टभेरुण्डसहिते शीर्षदण्डासनं तथा.
Next up is Vrishchikasana 2. Now place your forearms on the ground and raise your hips up. Lift your legs over top of your body and bend your knees. Try to touch the back of your head with the feet as you visualize yourself as a scorpion.
व्यश्चैव पुष्टप्रतिमाङ्गि पार्श्वे धृत्वा शशीरे चुबकं विदार्यकौ.
The next asana is Vrishasana. Now come to a kneeling posture and sit on the right heel. Bring the left foot outside the hip with the toes pointing to the side. Keep your hands on the ground in front of your knees and gaze forward in Vaishnavi Mudra without focusing on any external object. Just focus on the object within as you forcefully inhale through your nose. Hold your breath and then again slowly exhale through the nose in Antaranga Kumbhaka. In Vrishasana, as you visualize yourself as a bull.
याम्यगुल्पे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरं विपरीतं स्पृशेत् भूमिं वृषासनमिदं भवेत्. आकर्ष्याकृष्य वायुं भ्रामस्मति प्रगच्छते मध्वा लगौ सुरात्कृत्य रेचकर्पूर्वकं स्मृतेत्.
The next asana is Lolasana. From the same position now, lift your legs off the ground and balance on your arms. Cross the toes of the left foot over the right as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
लोलासनं सदा कुर्यात् वायुलोलापघातनात्.
Now sit down on the left heel and keep the right foot outside the hip with the toes pointing to the side as you visualize yourself as a bull in Vrishasana on the other side.
याम्यगुल्पे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरं विपरीतं स्पृशेत् भूमिं वृषासनमिदं भवेत्. आकर्ष्य कृष्य वायुं भ्रामस्मृति प्रवक्ष्यते मध्वा लगौ सुरास्कृष्य सुदीर्घैरे च पूर्वकैः.
Next up is Bala Gunasana. Now place the right foot flat on the ground and tuck the toes of the left foot as you sit down on the left heel. Keep your knees up and place your hands on the respective knees as you visualize Bala Gunahai, one of the 84 siddhas in your inner space.
आसनकौ गुणजलविकारजायी.
Next up is Grahasana. Now stand up and then squat down. Bring your hands in and around the legs, holding onto your ankles from the outside as you squat down all the way. Visualize yourself as the entire planet.
पादतले भूमौ संस्थाप्य जानुमध्ये कूर्परौ संस्थाप्य गुल्पप्रदेशो धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्. ग्रहासनं भवति अन्तरिक्षं बहिर्दृष्टिम् ऐशनोत विवर्जितम्. एष वैष्णवी मुद्रा सर्वतन्त्रेषु गोपिता.
Now repeat Bala Gunasana on the other side. Sit on the right heel as you keep the left knee raised to the chest, hands on the knees, and visualize Bala Gunahai.
आसनकौ गुणजलविकारजायी.
Now step both your feet in and sit on the raised heels. Keep your knees together and hold on to weights as you place your hands on your knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and don't forget to breathe in Antaranga Kumbhaka in Utkatasana.
युजास्पिजोऽस्ति यत ऊर्वजान यत्राशने पादतलद्वयोपरि शिङ्गभ्यमुत्करं कृत्वा अन्तरभ्यं संस्पृश्य पीठं समकृत्य कुट्याम् आस्मिन् जालन्धरे सति वाणिज्यं भवति स्मकेत्.
The next asana is Vajrasangarasana too. As you bring the soles of the feet together, the knees raised off the ground, hold on to opposite elbows behind your back, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथमपनापानि होय जैसे दो एडी गुडा निवेशे गोडा उबारा केतिया आड़े वाय पसारे धीरा पृष्ठिदिशि दो करी आने तिनकी जुगति आसे विडिठाने गाहे परस्परी बुझा जे दो कोहन्या लगाटे पाकरे सोऊ.
The next asana is Anilasana. Now place your hands flat on the mat and step your heels onto the back of your hands. Squat down as low as you can as you keep your arms straight. Gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize that you are able to live off of air alone in Anilasana.
दो हाथ भूमि परिठाने कहनी जाडिना बिलग आने पनो दिशे ऐसे विधि करे पिष्टि हतल्या की परिदेरे ऐसे रागे का करि पाने धरे नासा मध्य आने यासो तपत मिते तने करी जाटी राम पकटी करे.
Next up is Padukasana. Now stand up and lean forward and down, placing the back of your hands on the ground. Step your feet onto your hands as you wrap your hands around the feet like shoes, walk around on the mat and visualize that you are wearing padukas, walking all over India, performing a padayatra in padukasana.
हस्ततलयोः पादतले कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् गच्छेत् पादुकासनं भवति.
Now place your hands on the ground, shoulder width apart, and jump your legs up and let them fall back down again and again. Breathe in Antaranga Kumbhaka and visualize yourself as a rooster in Kukkuto Dhanasana.
हस्ततले भूमौ कृत्वा पादतले च ऊर्ध्वमुड्डानं कृत्वा.
The next asana is Viparita Nirjasana. From a handstand position, move your legs around as you feel yourself become free of all inhibitions.
हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य ऊर्ध्वं पादाग्रे कुर्वन्.
Next up is Kunjarasana. Now separate your feet and lean forward and down, placing one hand on the mat with the arm straight and the other hand on the respective ear. Now visualize Swamiji in your inner space and breathe calmly through your nose in Sahaja Kumbhaka.
अथ वक्ष्ये महादेव कुञ्जरासनमुत्तमं करेणैकेन पादाभ्यां भूमौ तिष्ठेत् शिरःकरः.
Now exchange the position of your hands. Bring one hand to the ground, the other hand to the ear, as you visualize Swamiji in Kunjarasana on the other side.
अथ वक्ष्ये महादेव कुञ्जरासनमुत्तमं करेणैकेन पादाभ्यां भूमौ तिष्ठेत् शिरःकरः.
The next asana is Kadambasana. Now squat down all the way and hold on to your ankles. As you lift your feet off the ground, visualize yourself as a Kadamba tree, a pious tree that promotes a long life.
पार्ष्णेभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य हस्तद्वयेन गुल्पो धृत्वा तिष्ठेत् काडम्ब भवति.
Next up is Pavana Muktasana. Now hold your knees towards your chest, holding them with the hands as you visualize that any excess vata is being released from or balanced within your system. Breathe calmly and deeply through your nose.
द्वयोस्तु पादयोः पाणिं लात्वा स्वस्तनितम्बके जानुनि वक्षसि साधुर्बभ्रति करबन्धनैः एवं विधा स्थितिर्यत्र तत्र वायुमुखासनम्.
The next asana is Chakodasana. Now lift one leg behind your neck and keep your hands at the side for balance. As you lift your entire body off the ground, keep the front leg extended and gaze up towards your third eye, visualizing yourself as a powerful source of energy.
पूर्वतानं चतुष्पातं पीठं वज्रासनं तथा.
The next asana is Dhanurasana 2. Now hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra. Keep the left leg extended and as if you're pulling a bowstring, pull the right foot towards your ear, visualizing yourself as a bow in Dhanurasana 2.
पादाङ्गुष्ठौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि धनुराकर्षकाकृष्टं धनुरासनमीरितम्.
The next asana is Ashtavakrasana. Now lift the right leg over top of the right shoulder, hook the left foot over top of the right foot, and extend the legs out to the side as you lean forward, balance on your arms, and visualize yourself as a flying crane in Ashtavakrasana.
वाशिष्ठमतकौण्डिन्यं ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
The next asana is Pranasana. Now keep the right foot flat with the knee raised. Place the left foot on the right thigh and bring the right shoulder underneath the raised knee. Press the left knee to the mat and gaze up as you visualize you are immortal and able to exist solely on prana and pranasana.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यः स चामरः एकपादमुरो बद्ध्वा स्कन्धेऽन्यत्पादरक्षणम् एतत् प्राणासनं नाम सर्वसिद्धिप्रदायकं वायुमूले समारोप्य ध्यात्वा कौञ्च प्रकारयेत्.
Next up is Parshvamatsyendrasana. Now bring the left foot outside of the right hip and step the right foot over top of the left knee. Bring your left elbow around the raised knee. Bring the hand below and then interlock your fingers behind your back. Twist your spine. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize the sage Matsyendranath, master of Hatha Yoga.
मत्स्येन्द्रवीटं जठरप्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्डरुग्मण्डलखण्डनास्त्रम् अभ्यासतः कुण्डलिनी प्रबोधं दन्दर्शितत्वं हि ददाति पुंसां पार्श्वाभ्यां ध्रियते यस्तु पार्श्वमत्स्येन्द्रमुत्तमम्.
Now repeat Chakodasana on the other side. Lift the other leg over top of just behind your neck and keep your hands at the side. Lift your entire body off the ground with the opposite leg extended. Gaze up and visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy.
पूर्वतानं चतुष्पातं पीठं वज्रासनं तथा.
Now keep the right leg extended as you hold onto the big toes and pull the left foot towards your ear as you visualize yourself as a bow in Dhanurasana 2 on the other side.
पादाङ्गुष्ठौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि धनुराकर्षकाकृष्टं धनुरासनमीरितम्.
Now repeat Ashtavakrasana on the other side. Lift the left leg over the left shoulder. Hook the right foot over the left foot. Extend your legs out to the side as you lean forward and balance on your arms, visualizing yourself as a flying crane.
वासिष्ठमतकौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
Now repeat Pranasana on the other side. Now bring the right foot on the left thigh and raise the left knee with the foot flat. Bring the left shoulder underneath the raised knee and the hand flat on the mat as you push the right knee down. Gaze to your third eye and visualize you are immortal and able to exist solely on prana.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यः स चामरः एकपादमुरो बद्ध्वा स्कन्धेऽन्यत्पादरक्षणम् एतत् प्राणासनं नाम सर्वसिद्धिप्रदायकं वायुमूले समारोप्य ध्यात्वा कौञ्च प्रकारयेत्.
Now repeat Parshvamatsyendrasana on the other side. Bring the right foot to the left hip and step the left foot over top of the right knee. Now twist your right elbow over and around the left knee. Bring the hand below to interlock your fingers behind your back, gazing to the third eye and visualizing the master of Hatha Yoga, Sage Matsyendranath.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं जठरप्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्डरुग्मण्डलखण्डनास्त्रम् अभ्यासतः कुण्डलिनी प्रबोधं दण्डशिरत्वं हि ददाति पुंसां पार्श्वाभ्यां ध्रियते यस्तु पार्श्वमत्स्येन्द्रमुत्तमम्.
The next asana is Ardha Paschimottanasana. Now lean forward and down as you keep the right heel against the perineum and the left foot extended. Hold on to the front foot with both hands and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you breathe in Jiva Chala Kumbhaka. Hold your breath and freely move the prana within your body along with your will.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वनाशीवनी सम्पीड्य हस्तद्वयेन प्रसारितपादाङ्गुष्ठं धृत्वा जानुपरिमस्तकेन न्यसेतर्जपश्चिमतानं भवति.
The next asana is Kraunchasana. Now bring the right foot outside the hip with the top of the foot flat on the mat and then hold on to the left foot with both hands as you extend it up in front of your face. Visualize yourself as a crane as you Gaze forward in Vaishnavi Mudra and breathe in Jivachala Kumbhaka in Crown Chasana, the crane posture.
वासिष्ठमतकौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्त्रमतोत्थानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम् उत्थानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now repeat Ardha Paschimottanasana on the other side. Extend the right leg, keep the left heel at the perineum, and hold onto the front foot with both hands as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वना शीवनी सम्पीड्य हस्तद्वयेन प्रसारितपादाङ्गुष्ठं धृत्वा.
Now repeat Crown Chasana, the crane posture on the other side. Bring the left foot outside the hip and raise the right foot in front of your face. As you keep the knees straight, visualize yourself as a crane.
वासिष्ठमतकौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्त्रमतोत्थानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम् उत्थानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गष्टप्रसारणे.
The next asana is Swastikasana. Now place your feet in a cross-legged position and bring the feet in between the thighs and calves. As you gaze to the tip of the nose, embody peace, well-being, good fortune and prosperity. Visualize a swastika in your inner space.
जानर्वोरन्तरे सम्यक् कृत्वा पादतले उभे ऋजुकाय समाशीन स्वस्तिकं तत्प्रचक्षते.
Now maintain your legs in the same position, but cover your heels with your hands. Tuck your chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha. Gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize the great sage Goraknath, the founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya, in Gorakshasana.
जानोर्वोरन्तरे पादौ उत्थानौ व्यक्तसंस्थितौ गुल्पौ चाचाद्यहस्ताभ्याम् उत्थानाभ्यां प्रयत्नतः कण्ठसङ्कोचनं कृत्वा नासाग्रम् अवलोकयेत् गोरक्षासनमित्याहुर्योगिनां सिद्धिकारणम्.
Next up is Bhagasana 2. Now bring the left heel against the perineum and place the right foot onto the left thigh. Now gaze up towards your third eye. Visualize Swamiji and meditate on Arihanta, the Lord, the Enlightened One, the Avatar, as you inhale all the way and then enter Shanmukhi Mudra. Close your mouth with the little and ring fingers, your nostrils with the middle fingers, your eyes with the index fingers, and your ears with your thumbs in Bhagasana 2.
वामपार्श्वगुणौ संस्थाप्य दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामजगने मध्यमतर्जनगुष्टै नासादृष्टिश्रुतिक्रमै चचेद्यपेजनं भ्रुवि मनोलात्वा स्थिरं मनः एवं विदासनं यत्र तत्र साधो भागासनम्.
The next asana is Yogasana 2. Now place your feet onto opposite knees and keep your hands at the side of your body on the ground with the palms facing up. Gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you keep your mouth in the shape of the beak of a crow. Inhale through your mouth and exhale through your nose in Kakachantra Kumbhaka. As you internally chant the Mahavakya Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
उत्थानौ चरणौ कृत्वा संस्थाप्योपरि जानुनो आसनोपरि संस्थाप्य चोत्थानं करयुग्मकं पूरकैर्वायुमाकृष्य नासाग्रम् अवलोकयेत् योगासनं भवेद्वेदद्योगिनां योगसाधने.
Next up is Urdhva Kukkutasana. Now rotate your hands, place your palms on the ground, and lift your entire body off the mat. Balance on your arms as you visualize yourself as a rooster.
वासिष्ठमतकौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
Next up is Siddha Haratali Asana. As you bring your hands through the thighs and calves, place your palms on the mat, but don't lift your body up. Stay seated on the ground. Gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम पद्मासन को करे हस्तदो वा गोडासन दिदेरे उबे हथेली भूबुदरे राके पोचा गोडासम दिदाके पिष्टि हथेली की है जाहम आसन लगावे राके ताहम नासा दृष्टि अचल तहरावे सिद्धि हथेल्या नाम कहावे.
The next asana is Hamsasana. From the same position, now lift your body up off the mat. Balance on your arms as you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as an elegant swan, still breathing in Kakachandra Kumbhaka.
कुक्कुटासन स्थित्वा स्कन्दपर्यन्तं मूर्णयित्वा.
The next asana is Karmukasana. Raise your hips and push your hands through the legs. Interlock your fingers as you place your forehead on the ground with your hands in Parasha Mudra behind your back. Visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow.
प्रथम पद्मासन को करे गोडासंधि माही करी दे रे.
Next up is Kurmasana 2. As you keep your legs in Padmasana, bring your hands through the legs and bend the elbows up to hold on to the respective shoulders. Visualize yourself as a turtle with a stable body and mind to live for hundreds of years.
भामी जंग परिदक्षिण पावा दाहिनी जंग परिभामिल्यावा.
Next up is Granthi Bedasana. From the same position, now tuck your chin to the chest and gaze to the tip of the nose. Lock your throat in Jalandhara Bandha and rejoice knowing you're sitting in Shiva's secret knot posture.
अथ वक्षे नीलकण्ठ ग्रन्थिवेदासनं शुभं ज्ञात्वा रुद्रो भवे क्षिप्रं सूक्ष्मवायुनिषेवनात्.
Now roll onto your back. Maintain the posture. Hold onto your shoulders. Gaze to your nose as you embody a turtle laying on its back in Uttana Kurmasana. Embody a turtle.
कुक्कुटासन बन्धस्थं कराभ्यां धृतकण्डरं पीठं कूर्मवदुत्थानम् एतदुत्थानकूर्मकम्.
Now kick yourself back up. Sit in Padmasana. As you bring your hands through the legs, place one palm flat on the ground and hold its wrist. As you lift your entire body off the mat on one arm, visualizing yourself as a rooster in Pangu Kukkutasana.
कुक्कुटासन स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यस्य मणिबन्धं धृत्वा.
Now place the other hand on the mat, hold its wrist and lift your body up as you repeat Pangu Kukkutasana on the other side.
कुक्कुटासन स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यस्य मणिबन्धं धृत्वा.
Next up is Gridasana. Now sit in Padmasana and place your elbows on the toes. Interlock your fingers and rest your chin on the hands as you press your thumbs against your throat. Visualize you have gone beyond all greed and covetous.
जानुर्वोरन्तरे पादौ उत्थानौ व्यक्तसंस्थितौ उल्पौ चाचाद्यहस्ताभ्याम् उत्थानाभ्यां प्रयत्नतः कण्ठसङ्कोचनं कृत्वा नासाग्रम् अवलोकयेत्. गोरक्षासनमित्याहुर्योगिनां सिद्धिकारणम्.
The next asana is Padmasana 3. As you place one hand over the other with the palms facing upwards, rest them in your lap. As you gaze to the nose, engage all three bandhas and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
उत्थानौ चरणौ विधाय विधिवक्षसि स्थितौ योगिरात्.
Now place your hands flat on your knees. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Perform the Mula Bandha and internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham as you visualize Paramashiva in your inner space in Padmasana 4.
एतत् पद्मासनं कुर्यात् प्राणवायुप्रसिद्धये सुभाषणं सदा ध्यायेत् पूरयित्वा पुनः पुनः ऊरुं मूले वामपादं पुनस्तद्दक्षिणं पदं वामोरुस्थापयित्वा च पद्मासनमिति स्मृतम्.
Now keep your right hand in Prana Mudra and hold on to the big toe as you pull the elbow back as if you're pulling a bowstring. Move the big toe round and round and then repeat the movement on the other side. as you visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow and Karmakasana too.
अतान्यासनमावक्ष्ये योगपूरकरक्षणात् कृत्वा पद्मासनं पाद अङ्गुष्ठजङ्गयो स्थितम्.
Next up is Karmakasana 3. Now cross your arms behind your back as you keep your legs in Padmasana. Hold on to the big toes and Prana Mudra as you engage all the bandhas. And visualize yourself as Lord Shiva's bow as you gaze to the tip of your nose.
कार्मुकासनमाक्षित्य उदरे पूरयेत् सुखं तत वायुर्वसो याति कालेन सूक्ष्मवायुना.
Maintain the position and raise your chest. Gaze up and visualize yourself as the action of Paramashiva's third eye, destroying anything you come across in Dridhasana.
ऊरुभ्यामुपरिस्थाप्य पादयुग्मं प्रयत्नतः.
Now, lay back on the ground. Keep your arms crossed, holding onto the big toes in Prana Mudra, legs in Padmasana. As you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as a snake, breathing calmly through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka in Nagrasana.
प्रथम पद्मासन कोण्ठाने दोवातपाचाने आने.
Now free your arms and legs. Pull your knees towards your chest and circle them with your hands. Keep your chin at the knees and squeeze your body into a ball in Kandukasana.
वेत्रासने स्थित्वा हस्तपादान् निष्कुष्य ऊर्ध्वं नयेत्.
Now place your feet flat, keep the knees raised, and interlock your fingers around your neck. Gaze to the tip of the nose, visualize Swamiji and breathe calmly in Urdhva Pavanasana.
प्रथमसूदो सैनकरावे घोड़ा ओबारासे मिलावे.
Now, from this position, bring your hands below the heels with the palms facing up. Push your hips off the ground. Lock your throat in Jalandhara Bandha. As you breathe in Mocha Kumbhaka, push the air against the throat lock. As you visualize yourself as a powerful alpha ape in Marakata Pitasana.
उत्तानशयनं पादतले उत्तानहस्तयोः स्थापयेत्.
Next up is Uttana Shikipitakasana. Now, support your lower back with your hands, resting your elbows on the ground, bearing your entire body weight as you gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize Swamiji. Straighten your legs in Uttana Shikipitakasana.
जङ्घोर्बलहीनश्चेत् उत्तानशिखिपीठकम्.
Now raise your legs up high. Point the toes to the sky and then bring your arms flat on the ground for support as you visualize yourself blissfully traversing Naraka Loka unscathed in Narakasana.
ग्रीवाकण्ठेन भूमिं विष्टम्ब पादाग्रद्वयमुदमुन्नयेत् नरकासनं भवति.
Now bring your hands to the lower back and then angle your legs. Lower the legs down to engage your core as you visualize yourself as a boat crossing the ocean of samsara in Tiryannaukasana.
नौकावत् स्थित्वा ऊर्ध्वं पादाग्रद्वयं नयेत् तुर्यन्नौकासनं भवति.
Now bring your arms back on the mat for support as you straighten your legs up. Be completely stable, sturdy like a flagpole as you visualize yourself as the Kailasa flag, respected across all nations in Dvajasana.
तुर्यान्नौकावत् स्थित्वा पृष्ठकोर्पदैः भूमिं वष्टभ्य मस्तकलाक्षेन पादाग्रद्वयमूर्ध्वं नयेत् ध्वजासनं भवति.
Now lay down flat on your back. Bring your legs to the ground, hands at the side of your body, with the palms facing up. Completely unclutch from any movement of your body or mind. Be completely still, like a dead body in Vriddhasana. Forcefully pull the Kundalini Shakti awakened to this Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama up along your spine all the way to the Sahasrara Chakra. As you visualize your body as dead and Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is liberating you. Internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
अथ शवासनम् उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तु शवासनं शवासनं श्रमहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारणम्
I welcome you all with my love and respects. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham 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 Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Nithyananda.
Now, slowly return to your physical body. Start to wiggle your fingers and toes, your wrists and your ankles, your elbows and your knees. Pull your knees up towards your chest. Squeeze your body into a ball and rock your body from side to side as you slowly return to a comfortable seated position. Congratulations, you completed the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, the 308 asana sequence. With this, let us now get ready for yet another powerful day of Paramashivoham Level 2, entering into the power manifestation. And let's conclude this yoga session as we all sit with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line, the hands in Namaskara Mudra. Close your eyes, take a deep breath. Visualize Swamiji as we chant the Purna Mantra.
ॐ पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः हरि ओम तत्सत् सर्वं भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव पादुकार्पणमस्तु ओम नित्यानंदम.
Thank you all. Nithyanandam.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda.
Yes, Nithyanandam. So, I welcome all of you on today's day 9 of Paramashivoham Level-2. As we start this session, before that, let's congratulate ourselves after completing the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, Nithyananda Yoga, KAILASA's Nithyananda Yoga of 308 asanas. Now that you have finished 308 asanas, you have energies bolted into your being. Now is the right time when you manifest the powers. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has given this session after yoga, so that after this intense practice of yoga, you will be able to manifest this power. So now, let's get started. As before we begin, let's join our hands in Namaskar Mudra, close to our heart center, and let's chant the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana-sadrusham Tattvamasya-adilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Triguna-rahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Yes. So now, let's get ready, as we are ready for the power manifestation session. Now, So before we begin this power manifestation session, let's understand that we are ready for this next powerful session of power manifestation. Seeing the power of seeing through third eye. Yes. So let's gather the items which we need for the power manifestation session, which is the eye band, which you need to close your eyes, pen, paper, and the Living Enlightenment book to receive the powerful cognition. So take these few moments as you put your eye bands on your eyes. I request all of the participants in the Zoom, on YouTube, those who are watching on the YouTube, those who are watching everywhere, I request all of them to put an eye band on the eyes. Yes, Manupama, I can see you're closing your eyes with the eye band. Great. So now, we'll be entering into the Sas Pramana, which is a scripture reference to manifest the power of third eye. Let's quickly enter into it. Kapalantarmano yasya tishthanmilitalochanaha kramena manasodhayat lakshaye lakshamuttamam. The translation of this beautiful verse goes as by fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession. By that stability of the mind and inner space, one directly sees the ultimate goal by having the vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place, attaining the space of oneness with the source. So now, as you have already put your eye bands on your eyes, I'll be projecting you an image on your screen. What you have to do is, through your third eye, scan the image which is being displayed on your screen just in few moments. So I'll be showing you an image. Yes, so get ready. What you have to do, see through your third eye. When your eyes are closed with your eye bands, scan the image which is being projected to you on your screen. Chant intensely, vibrate with Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. See yourself as Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Drop any religions, drop any identity apart from that. So now let's get ready. As I'm going to project the image to you now on your screen. So the image is being projected on your screen with your eyes closed. Scan the image, and after that we'll open our eyes and pen down what was being revealed to you. Even roughly you can draw, and we'll verify what was being projected and what was being revealed to you. So let's get started. Now, slowly, very slowly, open your eyes. You can remove the eye band from your eyes. And take few moments as you verify the image which was revealed to you through your third eye and the image which is being projected on your screen. As you can see, it's a image of Lord Ganesha, the beautiful Lord Ganesha, with a background of maroon background. Even the Lord Ganesha is having maroon texture on the deity. And there's a reflection also. Now, if you have manifested this power successfully, please go on sharing on the social media. Share with your friends and families. Let them know the power that you have manifested. And the beauty about this power manifestation is that the moment you manifest this power, there's a cognition, there's a shift in the inner space that happens. And when there is a shift in the inner space, it is reflected outside as well. So let your family and friends benefit from this. So take few moments as you share it with your friends. Now, let's move on. I'll be projecting you another slide, another image actually, which is going to be a acuity test for you. So let's get ready. This is going to be exciting. So basically in this image, a few letters will be displayed on your screen. Now you have to identify which letter. First of all, you have to scan through your third eye. So I hope all of you are still having the eye bands on your eyes. Make sure that you are still having the eye bands on your eyes. And if you haven't, please close your eyes and cover it with the eye band. Now you have to do, there's a word, one alphabet which is encircled with circle. You have to identify, scan it through your third eye and see the word, the alphabet which is actually encircled with the circle. So let's get started. Let's take a few minutes as you perform this power manifestation of third eye blindfold reading. So I'm going to project you the image on your screen. Now, slowly, very slowly, you can open your eyes and see what was being revealed to you and what was the actual image on your screen, and verify. As you can see, the alphabet T is encircled. The other words, the alphabets are H, D, E, and C. Now, congratulate yourself for manifesting this power. And even if you have seen any of these words, it might be H, D, E, or C, or even T. This is a good starting point. Even if you might have seen a circle, maroon background, it's a good point to start. So congratulate yourself if you have manifested any of these. So now, I will be projecting another image in front of your screen. So it's going to be interesting as it's a little complicated image. So I hope all of you have your eye bands on your eyes. So if you don't have, please take quick moments as you put your eye bands on your eyes. I'm going to project another image on your screen. Chant Mahavakya, intense Mahavakya. And scan the image through your third eye and see what is being revealed to you. So I'm going to project you the next image here. Now, slowly, very slowly, you can open your eyes. You can remove the eye band from your eyes and see the image which is being projected on your screen. As you can see, the image is of an eye. Even the word eye is written in capital letter EYE, and the image is there in the back with lot of flares, blue flares around. So it's a complex picture actually. So it's a complex picture. So if you have manifested even the color, eye structure, the word eye, even one alphabet, that will be great, because we are all starting the power of third eye. So congratulate yourself if you have manifested any of these. So now with this, we have come to the end of this power manifestation session, the powerful and intense powerful manifestation session after yoga session. So now we'll be moving on to the first session of our day 9, which is going to be the power of words, enlightening communication. As today, that is the theme of day 9. Now, this session is really important, as all of us need this power of Vak Shakti, power of words, and that can transform our life in so many ways we can imagine. So before we begin this session, let's understand this unlocking of this power. It's actually the authentic self, unlocking the authentic self for our powerful expressions. Now, because every one of us are unique in this entire world, there's not a single being like us. There's not a single being like you. The cognitions of others do not define your uniqueness. Yes, that's true. Cognition of others do not define your uniqueness. It is your innate nature. You lose sight of your authenticity when you compare it with others. Path follows or trends not meant for you are caught by jealousies. But due to social pressures, many of us follow and conform to dictates that do not align with our true self. Our true self-esteem is defined by opinions of others, and we no longer feel authentic. Consequently, we do not find fulfillment and struggles to be true to ourselves. Now, the Vak, the Vishuddhi Chakra, which is located in our throat center, is responsible for your communication and how effectively you express yourself. The Agya, which is the third eye, your will, located between the eyebrows, is responsible for your self-esteem. These two chakras play a major role in your capacity to express your uniqueness. Now it's time that we learn how to unlock these and manifest the true potential. Now, essence of this session is going to be starting with listening. Listening to yourself and listening to ourselves brings clarity. Yes. Listening to ourselves brings clarity. So look into your behavioral pattern, lifestyle pattern, and thinking patterns. I'll repeat. Look into your behavioral patterns, your lifestyle patterns, and your thinking patterns. Look into how much is real method of handling you and how much is really freely dumped on you. Yes. So spend few minutes and diagnose. Spend few minutes in contemplation. The wrong ideas of freedom you have, which is a blind spot, creating incompletions, pains, due to which you missed many things in life. Just find 10 items. Just find 10 items. If you find 10 items, 10 of your blind spots are exposed, that is enough. Yes. To internalize all those behavioral patterns, lifestyle patterns, and thinking patterns. Even if you list down 10, if these blind spots are revealed to you, that's enough. So let's take next 21 minutes as you internalize and contemplate on these patterns. So before we enter into this exercise, let's quickly understand the power of words. So we'll be quickly going through this. Then after that, we'll be entering into this exercise. So now let's understand the enlightening communication. Let's understand what is enlightening communication, which we call an e-communication or EN communication. So let's understand astonishing yet true power of words. There were two researchers who have created visually compelling evidence of power of sounds, and our Japanese scientists, the names are given. The Japanese scientists Masaru Emoto and Fabien Maman. Now, Maman, a French composer, acupuncturist, and bioenergetic, and Helen Grimmel, a biologist, experimented with both healthy and cancer cells to see how they would respond to the voice and to various instruments. So this was the experiment. In his book, The Role of Music in the 21st Century, Maman reports that among the dramatic effects of sound they captured in their photographs was the progressive destabilization of the structure of cancer cells. Maman says that when he played sounds that progressed up the musical scale, the cancer cells eventually exploded. Yes. Now, the Japanese scientist Dr. Masaru Emoto has shown the potent effect of sound by photographing water crystals. .is work is published, and his work is published in his series of book Message from Water, and was featured in the movie What the Bleep Do We Know? Yes, this is a movie. In his remarkable experiments, he played classical music and folk songs from the Japan and other countries through speakers placed next to water samples. He then froze the water to make crystals and compared the crystalline structure of different samples. With each musical piece, the water sample formed different and beautifully geometrical crystals. Yes. When he played heavy metal music, the water crystals, basically hexagonal structure, broke into pieces. Now, when Dr. Emoto's work goes further still, he also measured the impact of words on a crystalline structure of water. The results of Dr. Emoto's experiments match what physiologists, researchers, and spiritual masters alike have shown, that the words we speak and the thoughts we think impact our well being at all levels. In one experiment, Dr. Emoto and 300 others assembled at the shore of a badly polluted lake in Japan and spoke aloud an affirmation of peace and gratitude. Water crystals changed from cloudy and distorted image before the prayer to beautifully geometrical crystals after the prayer. Smaller group of people have repeated this experiment at other lakes around the world with similar results, which Dr. Emoto has published in volume of the two of his messages from water. Now, in another experiment, Dr. Emoto tapped various words and phrases to the jar of words. Afterwards, he photographed the crystal form when these water samples were frozen. Words or phrases such as thank you, love, appreciation, and love thyself produce a variety of beautiful geometric forms. On the other hand, phrases such as you make me sick or you fool produce crystals that were disconnected or chaotic. So words have power. These experiments very clearly shows how different words have different effects and how these words have the power. Now the implications of these simple experiments are profound. Since our bodies are made up of 70% of water, imagine how the sounds and the vibrations that fills our external environment affects our internal environment, our very selves. Imagine how the words we speak about ourselves and others affect not only our health but also health and well-being of those in our lives. Now let's understand the structure of communication. Communication can be characterized in two ways. The first is listening, second is talking or taking action. These are the two structures of communication. A small story. A man tells his friends, I haven't spoken to my wife in 1 week. The friends ask him, why? Are you having fight with her? Man replies, no, I'm too afraid of interrupting her. So this is uh, a small story, a beautiful, funny story. Now let's hear from Bhagwan himself as understand how we listen. Bhagwan reveals,
Actually, if you listen clearly with open heart, that will be more than enough. That will directly
Yes, just give me a few minutes as we fix the technical glitch. Now, let's understand how the right listening can, as Bhagwan reveals, how the right listening affects our life. So we'll be seeing directly from Bhagwan himself. Yes. So now,
Please sit straight and close your eyes. Let your head, neck and backbone be in a straight line. Intensely pray to the ultimate energy to give the experience of this meditation to us. First thing, visualize all your senses are completely shut. Visualize your eyes are completely closed. Your eyes are shut. Don't allow any visualization to happen inside your being. Not only closing the eyelids, close the eyes. Visualize your eyeballs have become completely dark. You are seeing only darkness in front of you. Visualize your ears are shut. Visualize your sense of touch is shut. Visualize your smelling capacity is shut. Visualize your taste is shut. Feel deeply. All the five senses are shut. Inhale and exhale as slowly as possible. Inhale and exhale as slowly as possible. Let your consciousness reside between the two eyebrows. Let your consciousness reside.
Yes. So now, as we'll moving on with our segment, let's understand that how the game of to understand how we listen. Now, let's understand to listen you keep open heart. That is enough. If you recollect, you have heard intellectual knowledge. If you listen with your being, you will not be able to recollect. Remembrance is being level. Just participate. Do not do extra preparation. Now I'm going to ask you a question. You have to answer in true and false. This is going to be an exciting session. So let's go ahead. The first statement or the question is, to listen, you keep open heart. That is enough. So you have to answer it in yes or no. If you are in Zoom, you can message in the chat box. If you are on the YouTube, you can message on the YouTube chat box. And if you are watching on the other platforms, please comment. Let's take a few moments. I'll repeat the question. To listen, you keep your heart open. That is enough. You have to answer as true or false. So now let's move on to the next question. The next question is, if you recollect, you have heard intellectual knowledge. Is it true or false? Before moving to the next question, let's actually know what is the true answer of the first question. So the question was, to listen, you keep open heart. That is enough. The answer is true. So now let's move on to the next question, which is, if you recollect, you have heard intellectual knowledge. Again, the question answer will be in true or false. So let's take a few minutes as you answer this question. So those who have commented correctly, congratulations. The answer is true. Now the next question, if you listen with your being, you will not be able to recollect. If you listen with your being, you will not be able to recollect. Is that true or false? So you can always go ahead and put your answers in the chat box on YouTube. Now the answer is true. The next question is, remembrance is being level. Is it true or false? Yes, keep writing your answers in the chat box, in Zoom, message, comment. The answer of this question is also true. Now it's time to mark our answers. Now statement 5th is just participate. Is that true or false? Yes, let's take few moments. These are quick rounds. So the answer is true. Now the 6th statement, do extra preparation. Is this true or false? You need to be quick. Now the answer is true. Now, how many of you have got the 5 answers right? Take few minutes to share your experience. You can go ahead and put your answers on the chat box. Yes. So now, default listening. You make your own meaning of the word uttered. What you heard, what is cognized becomes completely disconnected, unconnected. True listening is hearing plus right listening. Yes. Let's understand. True listening is hearing plus right cognizing. Is true listening or authentic listening. Then what is stopping us from listening? Our incompletions. Yes, it is our incompletions which are stopping us from true listening or authentic listening. Our past thoughts, emotions, patterns, hangovers, residues, sitting in the present and suffocating you is not leaving you live in the future. An example can be a murder you saw at the beach at the age of 5. But whenever you go to the beach, that incident will come up, and all those emotions, patterns, residues, hangovers, and thoughts related to this incident will come. Even though you're going to the new beach, it's totally different experience. But all those past memories, patterns, emotions comes up to you. These are called incompletions. So it is the incompletions which are stopping us from listening to ourselves. Now let's understand how incompletion stops us from listening. They leave running conversation in our head about the past. Yes, all the time, continuously, the conversations started running in our head about the past. We are constantly thinking about what happened in the past. Yes, so these are the incompletions which keep on continuously stopping us. These create the inner chatter and stops us from listening to that moment. Once again, listen. Now, these incompletions leave the running conversation in our head about the past, the thought pattern, emotions. We constantly think about what happened in the past. Now, these only create the inner chatter and stops us from listening in that moment. Now, what is authentic listening? Hearing and cognizing is authentic listening, happening without any interference of incompletions. Without incompletions, it is like a binary code 0101, like a binary code of the computer, hearing, and cognizing. It is that simple. What you hear, you cognize it fully. That is authentic listening, just like a binary code of 01. With incompletions, it becomes 0000. That's like completely not listening. or 111, 000, 1100, or it likes a complete abrupt. It's not at all binary code. Now here is a beautiful word from Markandeya Upanishad, which says, Om Bhadram Karnebhi Shrunuyam Devaha Bhadram Pashyema Bhiyakshe Vajraha. The translation of this verse goes as, O Devas, may we hear with our ears what is auspicious. O Devas, who are worthy of worship, may we see with our eyes what is auspicious. All the best things of life happens to you with listening. Yes, all the best things of life happens to you with listening. Now, here's a story from Puranas. From during her pregnancy, Kayadhu, the queen of demons, spent a happy and contented life in Sage Narada's ashram. Sage Narada, as we all know. So in his ashram, the queen of the demon, Kayadhu, during her pregnancy, spent her time. The child in her womb listened to all the great principles of life which were taught by Narada's Muni. The child was just in the womb of her mother, the queen. And when the Narada Muni used to give all the great principles of life, the child was able to hear all those great principles, great truths in her womb. At the end of the 9th month, Queen Kayadu gave birth to an enlightened son, and he was named Prahalada. So this is the story of an enlightened child who was born as Prahalada. Prahalada, all of us might be knowing who was Prahalada. Is very popular in Hinduism, in Bharatvarsha. So this is the story of birth of Prahalada. Now let's hear from Bhagwan himself, where he talks about incompletions and about listening. So let's see what Bhagwan himself reveals about the great truths about incompletion, what stops him from hearing and listening.
Whatever you want in your life, you might have come for the program here through two-way video conferencing or in the Rajya Sabha physically. You might have come here for health or to achieve more wealth in the life or successful career or spiritual evolution or enlightenment, maybe just to spend 2-3 days with me. Whatever may be the reason, please understand, whatever may be the reason, whatever may be the purpose, whatever you may want from this program, through this program, can happen in you by listening. It is with listening. When you start listening, it starts. When I say listening, I don't mean just hearing. The default hearing, which all of us have. Let me define this default hearing and listening. Default hearing means you hear some words or sound, the moment you hear, some of your past incompletions stored in you, past memories, emotions, hangovers gets triggered in you. When that gets triggered, you are just lost. You are just lost in the triggered hangover. I'll give you an example. When you were 10, you went for a beach walk. There you saw few people attacking one person, and finally that fellow is dead. You saw literally a murder in front of your eyes. Naturally, you will run away from that place. After that, you may never go to beach for a walk. Or even if you get a chance to see the beach, you may remember only this painful memory. If you carry this incompletion, the moment I start speaking, I start uttering the word beach or a beautiful walk in the evening beach, the breeze of the evening beach. Here I am talking about the beautiful, loving, very soothing experience. But there in you, that incompletion gets triggered, you are already in the mood of that being terrorized, frightened, fear, carrying that hangover, that incompletion being triggered. Understand, hearing and incompletions getting triggered and getting lost in those incompletions. Hearing, incompletions getting triggered and getting lost in those incompletions. That is what is your default hearing. Now, when I ask you to listen, I mean listen and internalize everything I am uttering without allowing the interference of that past hangover, incompletions. At least for next few hours, the program is around almost 3 hours a day, little more than 3 hours with a break. If you see, it's around 5.5 hours. Listen. At least the next few hours, next 3 days, I am requesting you to listen and internalize directly without allowing your incompletions interfering, without allowing your incompletions hitting, without hearing your incompletions, disturbing, without getting your incompletions triggered. Listen. You listen and internalize, means understand, cognize. Then again listen, cognize, listen, cognize. This is like a binary action. 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1. Like the computer. How you hear the binary code in the computer? 0, 1, 0, 1. But if the incompletions get triggered and interfere, it is not 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1. It is like a 0, 1. Then again 0. The incompletions getting triggered stops the hearing and internalizing, hearing and cognizing, hearing and cognizing. This process gets disturbed. This process gets disturbed. Understand? When the hearing and cognizing is disturbed, you become tired. You get disturbed. And the listening gets broken. Especially Indian classrooms, you are trained not to listen. The long hours, boring syllabus, boring teachers. Naturally, you are pushed to get into the state of samadhi by sitting with open eyes. Listen. Just these next 3 days, I request you to listen and cognize without allowing your incompletions getting triggered. Without allowing your incompletions getting triggered. My commitment with you all, please listen. Please listen carefully. I can make whatever you want as reality. Please understand. I am really serious about what I am uttering. I am sincere about what I am uttering. I can make whatever you want as reality. Health, wealth, success, complete relationships, whatever you want as reality, I can make that happen. I can make whatever you want as reality. But my only request, please provide listening. This is the only wiring between you and me. It is the only wiring between you and me, connection between you and me. In Vedic tradition, words are not used just to convey some idea, concept, theory. Words are used to transmit energy. Understand? If the words are used only to convey an idea, a concept, books are enough. But in Vedic tradition, we use the words to transmit the energy, experience. So, listening is the only wiring between you and me. It's the only wiring between you and me. So I request you to provide complete listening. I request you to use the words as a bridge between you and me so that I can transmit the experience to you. Listen. When you sit with the space to listen, with the mood to listen, even silence, my silence does so much in you. Even my silence can do so much in you. So, listen. How many of you are ready to listen for the next 3 days? Raise your hand. I'm requesting you only for next 3 days. Come on, let's take an oath. Declaration to yourself. This oath is declaration to yourself. When you declare, you will be so alive, active, energetic, because your declared words sets a trend, path through which your mind needs to travel. Please repeat. I declare I am in the space of authentic listening for the next 3 days. I decide to be in the space of authentic listening. My blessings for you to be successfully listening.
Yes. As Bhagwan is saying, the only wiring between you and the supreme point of Hinduism is listening. So, listening start with listening to ourselves, and listening to yourself is clarity. So, now it's time that we internalize these great truths and look in to our lives where what patterns, what thinking patterns, emotions, lifestyle patterns are stopping us from listening. So it is basically, as Bhagwan was saying, it is he can manifest anything for us in our life which we want, but only when if we provide listening. Yes, only if we are able to provide listening, complete listening to this, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, he is going to manifest anything that we want to manifest. So now what we have to do is remove the incompletions between the hearing and cognizing. So let's do this internalization exercise. Look into your behavioral pattern, your lifestyle pattern, your thinking pattern. Look into how much is real method of handling you and how much is really freely dumped on you. Spend few minutes and diagnose. Spend few minutes in contemplating wrong ideas of freedom you have, which is a blind spot creating incompletions, pains, due to which you missed many things in life. Just find 10 items, 10 of your blind spots. If these 10, if you are able to find these 10 blind spots that are enough to expose. So let's take another few minutes as you perform this internalization exercise. Yes. So now, after this beautiful and powerful exercise, we'll be moving on to the next session, which is going to be the power manifestation session. Yes. So now, as you have internalized the incompletions within you, pointing out various incidents which is stopping you from hearing and cognizing, treating incompletions within you. I hope all of you have pointed at least 10 items from that. So with this, we'll be moving on to the power manifestation session, which is manifesting the extraordinary powers of divine. So before we begin, let's enter into the Sas Pramana on Ashtamaha Siddhis. Death is eaten by him. He is eaten by none. He manifests the highest powers such as Anima, Laghima, Mahima, etc. The Vayu, the wind energy, moves equally throughout his body. The juices of his body also are increased, which is called Rasa Vriddhi. The nectar exuding from the ethereal lotus, which is Aksha Pankaja, also increases in him. Now here's a beautiful verse from Shiva Samhita. It says, Maranam khadayet tena kenapi na khadayet tasya sat paramasiddhir animadhi guna pravda vayuh sana charetehe rasavriddhi dhir bhavidhurvam akasha pankaja gala patyoshampi vradhate. Yes. So this beautiful verse is from Shiva Samhita. Now, the Apta Pramana for this is when Sri Hanuman, the Lord Hanuman, reduces his size. So there was an incident in the great epic of Ramayana when the Lord Hanuman wanted to cross the ocean to reach Lanka. As you know, the Devi Sita, Ma Sita, was actually captured, taken away by the demon Ravana, and Lord Rama, in search of Sita, was traveling from north to south, and there he found Sugriva, and Hanuman was there, Lord Hanuman. And when Lord Hanuman went in search of Sita, he has to cross the ocean to reach Lanka, where Devi Sita was held captive, hostage. He was stopped by a demon named Surasa. The demon demanded that anyone who has to pass the ocean must first enter into the stomach of the demon. As the demon eats the Hanuman, stretches himself into. So basically, the demon and Hanuman actually agreed, okay, I will enter into your mouth. So the demon became so large, and when Hanuman stretched himself to 10 yojans big, which is 1 yojan is approximately 7.4 miles, such a big. The demon also stretched her mouth so big. Then Hanuman further stretched his body to 30 yojans. Now the Sursa on her enlarged mouth to 40 yojans. Then the great hero, the Hanuman, stretched his body to 50 yojans. Sursa again widened her mouth to 80 yojans, and the great heroic Hanuman grew his body to 90 yojans, looking like a huge mountain. Hanuman, observing Sursa's enlarged mouth open and dreadful like hell with a long tongue, suddenly shrunk his body to the size of thumb. So when Hanuman and the demon both were increasing, the demon was increasing the size of her mouth, enlarging the mouth to number of yojans, and great Hanuman increasing the size of his body to lastly 90 yojans. Then suddenly Hanuman shrunk his size to the size of the thumb, from such a large size to just the size of the thumb. So this is the power of Ashtamaha Siddhi. Now, Apta Pramana. In you come, said the supreme point of Hinduism, to deity manifest anima. Now, this is a very life experience of the supreme point of Hinduism himself. When in 12th of October 2005, this is the incident of Los Angeles temple. The Nataraja deity at the Los Angeles Parameshwar Hindu temple, which is like 6 feet 10 inches tall. The door to the temple is 6 feet 8 inches. which is like 2 inches, the door is actually smaller than the deity itself. In the planning how to move the Nataraja into the temple, the disciple told Swamiji about the problem. Then Nataraja will not fit. He replied, "Don't worry, Nataraja will fit." Yes. They thought they had made an error in the measurement. They went and re-measured both the door and the deity. So when Bhagavan told that it will fit, they thought there might be something wrong with the measurement. But there was no problem. Still, there was a problem with the size of the Nataraja. So the disciple at the temple suggested Swamiji that they take a new and large door to the temple to bring the deity. He again said the deity would fit. The Bhagavan himself said the deity will fit. Now the day came that they were moving the Nataraja deity into the temple. So this is the day. There were 10 people all working, moving Nataraja deity. Who was only 2-inch roller, which added even more height to the deity. So deity plus the roller, the size of the whole setup got increased. Then came the door. Nataraja was 40 inches too taller. So 2 inches deity height and the 2 inches of the roller height. They stopped and turned to Swamiji. Now they looked at Swamiji. Swamiji asked his disciple to push the door frame. The door frame was metal and above it was 2 stories of concrete building. Disciples' logic would have said, "Do not bother." However, they both had been around Swamiji enough to be prepared for the unexpected. Yes. So they did as he asked, having and grunting and pushing up on the door frame that was held in position by many tons of concrete. He then said to the rest of the team, "Now move forward," and to the Nataraja he said, "You come in Shiva." When the deity came within an inch of the door, we could all see that it would fit through. The deity came through the door carried by the men easily. The deity came through the door carried by the men easily. They could not believe what they had witnessed. They all started to laugh, and soon they were rolling on the floor. We were laughing so hard. Swamiji smiled and walked away to organize next project. So this is the very life experience in the supreme point of Hinduism, where the disciple experiences power. Now, external power of the third eye, increasing the size of an object, which is called as Mahima. So let's go through the instructions. Sit in a cross leg on the floor, and if you're not able to sit on the floor, you can take a chair. Sit with your head, neck, spine in a straight line. Visualize Paramshiva has come down as Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivoham from KAILASA. Remember Paramshiva in your third eye. Sit with this powerful cognition and meditate on it. Think intensely. You are Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Anything else you think as your identity is delusion. Drop it. Just drop it. You are Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Be in the space of absolute unclutching, complete completion, and oneness to experience the state, space, and powers of Paramashiva. Vibrate with the ajapa japa of Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham intensely, deep feeling connection with Bhagwan to experience the being of Paramashiva. Now, let's manifest this power. Turn on the video recording. Measure the size of an object. Note the size of the object. So you can take any object and measure the weight, measure the size of the object and note it down. Connect with the supreme pontiff of Hinduism and chant Mahavakya intensely. Now declare the change of the size of an object and continue chanting Mahavakya for a few minutes. So please follow these instructions nicely. Verify your power manifestation by measuring the weight again. Celebrate this, that Swamiji is manifesting through you. Share your video recording with you experiencing this power manifestation on social media. So let's take few minutes as you manifest this power of third eye. Make sure that you are following all the instructions properly. Let's manifest this power of third eye. Measure the size of the object and note down the size. Chant Mahavakya. And declare the change in the size of the object. Please continue as you are manifesting this power. Of third eye. If you're not able to sit on the chair, you can sit on the. If you're not able to sit on the floor, you can sit on the chair with your head and spine in a straight line. Chant intensely the Mahavakya of Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Celebrate the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is manifesting through you. And declare the change in the size of the object. So let's take a few minutes. Continue. Now your declaration, it is your declaration that is going to manifest this power. So declare intensely. Keep chanting Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. So in few minutes, we'll be done with this power manifestation and we'll be moving on to the next session. So make sure that you are doing this session intensely and sincerely. Okay, so now let's move on to our next session, which is going to be the enlightening communication about talking. Yes, the structure of communication. You can talk in two ways, which is first is default talking and second is conscious talking. Default talking, talking about of whatever is logical or natural in any given situation. That is default talking. Conscious talking, talking into the listening of the other person from the space of what is possible. What's the difference? Please share your understanding. So Let's take few minutes as you put out the pen down the difference. Meanwhile, we'll be moving forward. The secrets of effective communication. To be effective in your communication, you need to first listen consciously, means unclutch from your thoughts and inner words totally and be in the other worlds. Then bring your awareness into your own center and speak from the space of conscious talking. Talking from what is possible rather than what is by default available or logical to do. In other words, always consciously listening into the talking when someone is talking, listening consciously. Consciously talking into the listening when you are talking. Talking in such a way that you connect with the listening of the other person. Then talk from what is possible. In the Vedic literature, imbibing any concept is always divided into three. Shravana, which is listening, Manana, which is internalizing, and Nididhyasana, which is living. Listening is the first step, Shravana. In the Vedic tradition, sound is used to transmit the energy. We use sound to transmit the experience of energy also, not only used to transmit ideas, concepts, and knowledge. Words are used to awaken Kundalini Shakti. Listening is saying yes to life. You seeing will become intense. Your seeing will become intense. Your hearing will become intense. Your touch will become intense. Listening means you are saying yes to life. Only when you say no to life, tiredness and boredom enters into you. Now, listening starts with listening to ourselves. Listening to you is listening to others. Listening to yourself is equals to clarity. Because we don't listen to ourselves, we don't listen to others. Because we don't listen to ourselves, others don't listen to us. Because we don't listen to others, we don't listen to us also. Now, after this, let's hear from Bhagwan himself about the art of right listening. Yes, so let's hear as the Bhagwan himself reveals the great truths on the art of right listening.
सदाशिवसमारम्भा शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमा अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तां वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. So today's subject, today's sutra is art of right listening. Listening has been prescribed as a first step in almost all spiritual traditions in the world. Rishis, the oldest spiritual tradition, Vedic tradition, they start with the spirituality with the word Shravana, listening. Buddhist tradition starts the 8 steps for nirvana. First step is right listening. J. Krishnamurti, the modern day master, goes a step ahead, step further, says right listening is God. He gives the place of God to right listening. What is exactly right listening? Hearing is different, listening is different. Hearing means sound enters into your ears, gets processed. Either it creates fear or greed or different emotions. Listening means sound enters into your system and gets absorbed into your system, leads your system from sound to silence. Understand? It's like almost if the pond is dirty, if you put little lime powder, the lime powder will take the dust and settle on the ground. So in few minutes, the whole pond will be clean. Same way, the right listening is put on chaotic mind, the mind which is full of words. Right listening is sprinkled, sprayed, like a lime powder. It will take away all the dust, which is words and thoughts in your mind, and settle down on the ground. Right listening means the sounds which leads you from sound to silence. The right listening can happen when you are ready to listen with anything. Chirping of the bird can lead you to enlightenment. Sound of bamboo can be the Upanishad mantras. The sound of Ganges can be the Anagata Dvani. With right listening, everything that echoes in your system, everything that reverberates in your inner space leads you to silence. Of course, the possibility for right listening, the happening of right listening happens more in the presence of a living master, an incarnation, who himself has experienced the anahata dvani, the sound which is uncreated in his inner space. Again and again and again, the emphasis on right listening is put. Because the right listening is an independent, intelligent technique which can directly lead you to the higher space and higher reality. With the right listening, you will understand the sound waves which reaches your inner space is deeper than the visions which reaches your inner space. When I say this, I mean the sounds which you are hearing now, the words which are entering your inner space are more stronger, more truthful, more higher reality than the scenes you are seeing around you. The wax out of which the scenes are created, which you are seeing around you, is of much lower quality than the words which are reaching your inner space. The sound which I am creating now, which is reaching your inner space, is more stronger base material to create what you want than what you are seeing as a scene. As long as you feel what you are seeing is more stronger reality than what you are hearing, you are in illusion, maya. You are hallucinating. The right listening has not yet happened in you. When you feel what you are listening, the words which are entering your inner space is more powerful than the scene you are seeing. The right listening is happening in you. Sit with deep awareness. How the words are touching your ears and reverberating your inner space. You will see the words which are touching your inner space and reverberating, and the reactions created by them, and the space created by them, consciousness happens in you by them, are more higher reality than the scenes you are seeing around you. This is what I call art of right listening. Better I will use the word science of right listening. The word art is too much loaded and unabused by too many people with too many words. Science of listening. As rishis describe, listening in their own way, Shravana, Buddha describes right listening. Krishnamurti describes right listening is God. I will add my part to the right listening. I will give you a powerful process for right listening. Bring your awareness to the third eye area, forehead. See very clearly the sounds. Sounds is the right word, not even words. Sounds from the master. How it penetrates your third eye. Please understand, sounds from master reaches your system through your third eye, not through your ears. Ordinary words which leads you to more and more words reaches you towards your ears. The words which leads you from sound to silence, the sounds which leads you from sound to silence reaches your system through third eye. Have your awareness in the third eye. See how the words are penetrating and how they are reverberating and what kinds of meanings, emotions, experiences they are creating in your system. Just see the whole thing. Seeing the whole thing is listening. Understand? Listen through the third eye. Whatever happens inside, see it. That's all. This is a powerful process to listen. Whenever you find time, sit with Master's discourses, words, listen through third eye, you will have new understanding. By the end of the discourse, you would have been already put in deep silence. Never ever listen to a person who creates more thoughts in you. Listen to the words and a person who leads you to the deeper and deeper space of silence and higher space of realities. The Master's words come from a frequency where what you are seeing as the world is too small. What you see as the world is illusion in my space. So anything comes from my space and reaches your inner space lead you to the same experience of my space. So any word which comes from this inner space and enters your inner space leads you to the same experience of my inner space. Means this is smaller reality than the sounds created. Sit with this science of right listening. The process of science of right listening. It is enlightenment. I don't want to say it will lead you to enlightenment. It is enlightenment. What Upanishads calls as Shravana, what Buddha calls as Sammati, what J. Krishnamurti calls as right listening is God. I am giving you this process to make all the three as experience into you. My unique contribution to the spiritual tradition is creating processes, sharing the processes with the world to make every truth into experience, reality. So, I'll add my part to the Shravana, Sammati, right listening. This part, the science of listening. Sit with your awareness on the third eye, listen through the third eye and see how the sounds penetrate your system and how it reverberates in your system. What all emotions, experiences, expressions, ripples it creates And those ripples and emotions and experiences, where it leads you, just see. You will experience right listening, as rightly said by Jai Krishnamurti, God Himself. Let you all live and radiate enlightenment, live and radiate the eternal bliss. Nithyananda. Thank you.
Directly, where he is talking about the right listening is God. The science of right listening he has explained, and it is enlightenment. Shravana, right listening is God, live and radiate. So now with this, we'll be entering into the exercise. Let's understand what is the purpose of life. What do we aspire to? What is it that keeps you alive? What motivates you to wake up every day? What do you value most in your life? When do you think the seeking was awakened in you? Have you had any spiritual experiences before? These are the questions you need to ask yourself. Have you been to any other yoga meditation retreats, gurus? How did you come to Swamiji, and what made you to come to the program? So let's take few moments as you find answer to these questions. Meanwhile, we'll be moving on this our segment. We'll be entering, as we have heard the great truths on talking. Now we'll be entering into the internalization exercise, where we'll be cognizing these truths, contemplating our life, and where we are missing in this on talking. So essence of this session, you will be able to listen only when there is nothing between the speaker and your listening. When you bring completion in your space, listening happens. So if you bring completion in your inner space, then the listening happens. Incompletions from past stops listening. Just decide you will be in the space of listening. Now, you are a combination of your consciousness and your patterns. Because of your consciousness, your pattern exists. Same way, because your patterns are there, you feel separated from the whole. You are totality of your patterns and consciousness. Most successful leaders experience knowingly or unknowingly this separation between consciousness and pattern. Only then you get the strength and power to handle any of the other patterns. You feel empowered even to take responsibility for other irresponsibilities. So now let's enter into the unclutching meditation. Feel nobody is here. You are not here. People are not around there. You visualize as much as you can. Be in that space and cognition of nothing is there. Neither you, nor me, nor others. Sit with the eyes closed. Nothing is there. Neither you are there, nor your neighbors are there, nor me. Just pure, powerful, empty space. Nothing is there. Muscle memory are habits. Biomemory are instincts. And bioenergy is individual soul. Bioenergy never gets corrupt, but it gets associated with the corrupt biomemory. Biomemory can be corrupted, so that association we are completing now. Unclutching happening In muscle memory, biomemory level is completion. Completion happening in the bioenergy level is real unclutching. Now you are going to complete without using any word or move, just by being. Just if you be, your muscle memory, biomemory will start moving out of your bioenergy. The separation of your pure consciousness from your body and mind happens. It is called Chit Jata Granthi Bhedana. Means the disconnection between the overlapping delusion between consciousness and body mind. Body mind is matter. Consciousness is energy. The deluding, overlapping happening in these two is the space of unclutching. Now, as we are going through this process, you need to understand this is a unclutching meditation. You need to cognize these great truths in your being. The moment you start cognizing these great truths, the transformation start happening in you. It is a very powerful taste of unclutching. So now we are actually entering into this process of unclutching meditation. Please sit straight with your head and spine in a straight line. You don't need to close your eyes. Plus, please do not close your eyes. With your open eyes, you will see first withdraw. With open eyes, sit straight, bring your awareness in your Anand Gandha. Please bring your awareness to the Anand Gandha means below the heart and above the navel in that region. That is Anahata. Next, keep your witnessing awareness in that spot with the cognition that you are operating your whole body from this point. Yes. Keep your witnessing awareness in that spot with the cognition that you are operating your whole body from this point. Don't miss this awareness that you are operating your whole body from this point. There's a very crucial step in this. Now move your right hand with this awareness. Now try to move your left hand from this awareness. Move your head with some awareness. You cannot miss this awareness and you cannot close your eyes. Inhale and exhale, remembering that you are operating your body from your Ananda Gandha. So let's take another 11 minutes for this unclutching meditation.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Now close your eyes and keep your eyes closed with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, and enriching. Decide to be unclutched and just be unclutched. Let's take another few moments, few minutes for this. Yes. So now, after the unclutching meditation, let's enter into creating a new reality. So sit and reflect on what is the ultimate reality you want to know because of in your life. What new reality to do, want to create and experience in your life from now. List down all different realities that you want to create. Connect with your creation in the mirror as if you already realized. So let's take another 11 minutes for this exercise. Yes. So now, with this beautiful session, we have come to the conclusion of this session. Now we'll be moving on to the power manifestation session. So let's quickly gather few things which we need: the eye band, pen, paper, the living enlightenment book, to receive the powerful cognition into your life. We'll be manifesting the power of third eye, increasing your own weight and becoming heavier. So without any further ado, let's enter into the Sas Pramana on Ashtamaha-siddhi. Death is eaten by him. He is eaten by none. He manifests the highest powers such as Anima, Laghima, Mahima, etc. The Vayu, the wind energy, moves quickly throughout his body. The juice of his body also are increased, which is called as Rasa Vriddhi. The nectar issuing from the ethereal lotus Akshapankaja also increases in him. Now here's a beautiful verse from Shiva Samhita, the verse number 5.76 and 78. Maranam khadayet tena yenapi na khadayet tasya syat paramam siddhar anima degura param व्यायु सन्ना करते देहे रसा वृद्धि भवे ध्रुवम आकाश पंकज गाला प्रत्युषंपि वृद्धते. Yes. So now we'll be entering into the actual power manifestation. Let's enter into the instructions before that. The first step is you sit with the cross-legged on a floor, and if you're not able to sit on the floor, you can sit on the chair. Make sure that you are putting your head, neck, spine in a straight line. Visualize Paramashiva has come down as Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashiva from KAILASA. Remember Paramashiva in your third eye. Sit with this powerful cognition and meditate on it. Think intensely. You are Nithyananda Paramashiva. Anything else you think as your identity, it is a delusion. Just stop it. You are Nithyananda Paramashiva. Be in the space of absolute unclutching, complete completion, oneness to experience the state, space, and powers of Paramashiva. Intensely vibrating with Ajapa of Om Nithyananda Paramashiva. The deep feeling connection with the Bhagwan to experience the being of Paramashiva. Now we'll be actually entering into the manifestation of the power. So now make sure to turn on your video. Now the next step is measure the weight of your own body and note it down. Yes, measure the weight of your own body and note it down. Connect with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and chant Mahavakya. Now declare the change of the weight and continue to chant Mahavakya. Now, after you're done, verify the power manifestation by measuring the weight again. Celebrate that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is manifesting through you. So now let's take few minutes as you manifest this power. So please go ahead and measure the weight of your own body. After measuring the weight, connect with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashiva, and then declare the change of the weight and continue to chant Mahavakya. make sure to record the video during your power manifestation. Please continue. After you have measured your weight, your intense declaration to change of the weight is going to determine how much of the change in the weight is going to happen. Your intensity is your declaration is going to make the change happen. And let Swamiji work through you. Let Swamiji manifest through you. Chant intensely the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Drop your identities. Visualize yourself as the Supreme Body of Wisdom. You are Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Any identity apart from that, just drop it. So let's take a few more moments as you continue to manifest this power. And after you're done with the measuring the weight, that is the change in the weight, verify the previous weight which you have measured and the current change of the weight, and celebrate that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is manifesting through you. Now, let's share your recorded video with your experience of this power manifestation on the social media. Invite your friends and families to join the Paramashivoham to experience this beautiful and powerful science for themselves. Let them also get enriched, get initiated into these powerful science, powerful power manifestation sessions. With this, we have come to the conclusion of this session. Our next Acharya will be joining us shortly, very soon. So stay tuned. We'll be finishing this session with the Poon Mantra. So let's join our hands. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamadachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shantihi Harihi Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavad Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you everyone. So now let's stay tuned as we'll be started with the next session by the next Acharya. Thank you. Nithyanandam.
Ananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. 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 Paramashivoham.
Yes, Nithyananda, and welcome. I welcome all the participants of the Paramashivoham Level-2 once again to the program. And now let's begin the session. So in this next sessions, we are going to be understanding deeper about the science of listening and connecting with people. Connecting with people is one of the most important aspects of our life because we are always in conversation with someone or the other. But it is only when we give them the right understanding about what we are talking can we actually make them do what we want. For example, in a workplace, when you're talking to your colleagues, unless and until you talk into their listening, you're not going to make them understand what they're supposed to do. If you start learning how to talk into others listening, that will create an immense transformation in you, giving you the ability of a better science of communication. So now let's enter this beautiful understanding now, understanding the science of talking into others listening. Let's understand the science of listening now. Speaking into your listening. How often does this happen to you? You are unable to train yourself knowing something is good but not following it, or knowing something is wrong and continuing to do it. When you are not able to speak into your listening, you have no respect for your thinking. How much respect your thinking, how much you respect your thinking, that is how much you will be successful in life. When you speak into your listening, you will know how to speak into others' listening. Now let's understand speaking into your listening. Speaking into your listening will be more and more authentic and advaitic. Speaking into others' listening will become more and more expansive. Speaking into your listening and others' listening simultaneously happens. It is not part by part. Both happen from the same powerful, complete space. There will be no boredom or tiredness when you speak into others' listening. I want to, but I don't know. This is a pattern that we all have, and this is the understanding that we need to break to understand and to learn how to talk into others' listening. There's a past pain which gets triggered whenever you listen or whenever you learn something new which is created in the young age. When you want to learn something new, with the idea it is very difficult, you will not be able to learn it. Complete with the pain pattern, and suddenly there will be nothing like I want to, but the past pains getting triggered on is the only obstacle for you not talking into others listening. So now let's learn from Swamiji how to talk into others listening. I request all the participants to be in the space of listening and take down the powerful cognitions that click with you during this session.
Listen, today I am going to teach you a very important method called speaking into your listening. Please listen. Listen to these words. Speaking into your own listening. Many times people tell me, Swamiji, I know this is the right path, but I am not able to do. Why? What to do? Addictions. Unable to train yourself. Knowing something is right and not doing it. Knowing something is wrong and continue to do it. All this is because you are not able to speak into your listening. Means even you are not listening what you are saying. Am I right? Even you are not listening what you are planning. Even you don't have respect for your thinking. Then who will respect your thinking? How much your thinking is respected, that much you will be successful in your life. That's all. Understand? When you learn to speak into your listening, you will know how to speak into others' listening. Today I am going to teach you both. Speaking into others' listening, speaking into your listening. When you speak into your listening, you will become more and more advaitic, authentic. When you speak into others' listening, you will become more and more expansive. How many of you understand what I am saying? See, life is all about speaking into your listening and speaking into others' listening. That's all. That's all. Nothing else. It is not just because I am in the speaking profession. Whatever may be your profession, it is nothing but speaking into your listening speaking into others' listening. Whether your family, love, life, friends, partners, business, team, wherever. Life is nothing but speaking into your listening and speaking into others' listening. Am I right? I have seen two doctors passing out from the same college. After 10 years, one is the owner of chain of hospitals. The another one is sitting in the same old village and reading the same old Hindu newspaper with a big glass, having patients come to remove the teeth for 5 rupee, injection 7 rupee. Same. Profession. If you are not able to speak into others' listening, how you practice, if you are able to speak into others' listening, the way you practice is totally different. How many of you understand what I am saying? So today, practicing to live, practicing our ability to speak into your listening and others' listening. What do you think as the ultimate reality in your life? Can anyone shout out? Just shout out from there. Enlightenment, bliss. I can say bliss is the utility word of enlightenment experience. Enlightenment is bliss is like applied science. Enlightenment is original science. Pure science. Speaking into your listening, speaking into others' listening. Now you all said, the ultimate reality is enlightenment. Today let us take few minutes. You pen down, listen. First pen down few ways how you are going to convince you, speak into your listening that enlightenment is the ultimate reality and how to make that as a lifestyle. Listen, first listen. Pen down something to speak into your listening. And second part, pen down how you are going to speak into the listening of your whole group and make them understand this is the ultimate reality. A small homework exercise. Then I will lead you to the main process. Just a small process. Understand? Listen. First, pen down few thoughts. It can be 1 page, 2 page. How you are going to speak into your listening. This is the ultimate reality I want to achieve. Second page. How you are going to speak into the group's listening. Make everyone in the group understand that this is the ultimate reality. You should be able to face their questions and get shaken. Why people are afraid of questions, They are afraid before they convince the other person, the questioner may convince them. When you are not sure about your position, you are afraid of questions. Few minutes. Shall we do this homework? Listen. This will really help you to raise your authenticity and the space of Advaita. It will help you in a big way. So the first question, how you are going to speak into your own listening and make you understand about the ultimate reality is enlightenment. It is required for you, how to achieve it, all that. And how you are going to speak into the listening of the group, teamily. Make them understand it is the ultimate reality for them. So each question at least answer in one full page. some reason you lost the whole $10 million. Again you start. What a big loss and foolishness, stupidity it is. Like that only many times you think, build a strategy about your life, come to a conclusion after 1 or 2 years of thinking. But suddenly you don't follow and you are back to square one. Then how much of energy is wasted in your confused thinking and time? How many of you understand that? When you don't have a power to speak into your listening, that is what exactly is happening to your life. And you don't even remember the loss you are going through. At least with money you know, because it is number. With this mind you don't even know the loss you are going through, because you don't know amount of energy going outlet. It's like a diarrhea, you can't measure. You only know how many times you went. How much you went, you don't know. Understand? Like that, how many years you wasted, you can understand. But not how much you wasted. You understand what I am saying? A little raw example, that is okay. After all, I am a village boy, so that's all. That is why that speaking into your listening is required. I can give you one example. I decide yoga is good for me. It will cause my ultimate reality. Once now I decide, I don't need to convince me again, waste my time again into thinking into it. Every day I will be there on time doing yoga. Now only everyone understands what is speaking into your listening. It is possible. I'll make it happen. You pen down this process. The next step you will see. I'll make it happen.
Yes. With that beautiful satsang, let's now move to the next understanding, speaking into others' listening. Moving people to do what you want and trying to impress them. These are the two components of speaking. Moving people to do what you want and trying to impress them about you. Trying to impress them about you. You are not convinced about yourself. Whatever you try to impress them about you, you are not impressed about that. You still have doubt about yourself. And whenever you talk to others, what you are saying, you are not convinced about it. The other person does not give you attention, does not listen to you. You will not be speaking into his listening. When you start speaking, decide you are complete about what you feel as you. You don't need to impress the other person. Now, only the thing you need to do is move the other person. He should do as you want through your words. Whenever you have a block, you will not be able to penetrate the other person. When you are not able to speak into others' listening, that is exactly where you are struck with your own ideas, with your own incompletions. So drop that. If you can speak into others' listening, you will see your own blocks, incompletions suddenly put down and melt. They will become clear. Now, let's understand the power of speaking and moving others through thought with the power of speech from Swamiji.
I am telling you, neither you can 100% speak into your listening, nor you can 100% speak into others' listening. Because you are off, others are off. When you can speak into your listening, other listening, authentically, only then you will be able to speak into your listening 100%, others listening 100%. How many of you are thinking, first I will speak into my listening 100%, then I will speak into others listening? Raise your hand. It is foolish. How many of you are thinking, I will speak into others listening, I don't care about speaking into my listening? Raise your hand. Again, this is foolishness. Understand? It is, you go on doing both becomes complete, perfect. Because you are not 100% stored in you. You think all your treasure is in your hand. Already some fellows have put the hole in your backyard and pulled out the treasury. You are only sitting safeguarding the front door. Because the front door is not opened, front door of the treasury is locked and you have the key, you are thinking your treasury is safe. Already some fellow has gone through the back door and drilled and pulled many things. You are sitting with the empty. You understand? Your 100% is not with you. Same way, your 100% is not with others. Still, at least the empty locker you are having and your key you are having. So, it has to be a simultaneous process. Speaking into your listening and speaking into others listening. Both should be from powerful, complete space. Listen. Listen here. Say, how many of you listen? You feel, first let me completely speak into my listening, only then I will speak into others listening. Raise your hand. Whenever you try to speak into others listening, you will always carry the incompletion. I myself not complete. How can I speak into others listening? Am I right? So that makes you powerless. All these people, I don't care about whether I am speaking into my listening. Let me speak into others listening. Again, you are feeling powerless. How many of you are getting it? Actually, many times you speak into others listening even though you are not convinced. You are not able to speak into your listening. Many times. When you try to make your husband disciplined, wife disciplined, look in. Are you convinced about that? No. So that time, again, because you feel you are not convinced but you are speaking into others listening, you will be powerless. Both, if it is done as a part by part, it is powerlessness. Both done as a lifestyle out of powerfulness reaches completion. That is what I am saying. If you start doing, both is similar. Both have a strong connection. Listen. Please, all of you, look here. Can you all look here? Look here for a few minutes. I am giving you the tips for speaking into others listening. Usually when you start speaking to others, you are always planning to impress on others who you are instead of what you need to make them do. See, there are two components in speaking. Moving them to do what you want and trying to impress them about you. Impressing them about you should be only for moving them to do what you want. But most of the time, you try to impress them about you, and the funny thing, whatever way you try to impress them about you, you are not impressed about that. Still you have doubt about it. That is why you project your SDHD on them and make it as ADHD. Understand? Attention deficiency happens in the other person. ADHD happens only when you have SDHD. When your statements are from SDHD, means self-doubt. You are not completely convinced. You try to project that on the others, using the same concept and try to impress them. Other person will not be giving you attention. He will not be giving you listening. You will not be speaking into his listening. You think he has ADHD. No, you have SDHD. ADHD happens in other person if you have SDHD when you speak. How many of you understand what I am saying? That's all. So don't ever blame others' ADHD. It is your SDHD. Understand? Actually, layer by layer, I am making the cognition happen in you. The cognitive shift. When you start speaking, decide you are complete about what you feel as you. You do not need to impress the other person about you. Now, only thing you need to do is move the other person. You should do as you want through your words. That is what is speaking into the listening of the other person out of completion. Don't try to impress the other person by trying to show who you are. When whatever component of you are trying to make others believe again and again, be very clear you are not believing. I have seen this in my life. Let me tell you openly. I will constantly make the people around me to believe that I am working hard. But I myself don't believe. No, really I am telling you. In my heart I don't believe I am working hard. I feel whole life is going so beautiful and smooth. What is there in this work? This is what I like. When I wake up, I just want to come and see you guys. That's all. I just want to spend time with you guys. And I am spending. You have any question? I'll answer. You have any doubt? I'll clarify. You have any disease? I'll heal. You have any wishes? I'll bless. That's all I want to do. You have any reality? I'll cause it. If I am not able to directly do it by mystical way, the metaphysical way, then let me prepare you to receive that metaphysical transmission. That's all is the whole program is all about. See, many things what you want can be directly transmitted metaphysically. Whenever you need little more sensitivity to receive that metaphysically, you are just prepared through all these process, programs, everything. That's all is the whole life. My life is so simple. I have put my whole life and mission in this 4-5 statement. Everything boils down to this. So I don't feel actually I am working hard. But I have to convince this first team that I am working hard so that they will become more authentic. I'll go on be convincing them because I am not convinced. To tell you honestly, I am not convinced at all that I am working hard. I only feel my life is a celebration, vacation. Who will get 21 days nice vacation to be in Varanasi happily? That's the way I look at my life. That's the way I am perceiving. Anyhow, I am giving you this example. In being, I don't believe I am working hard. I only believe life is going so smooth, so beautiful. Say, hard working is the ideology, the word you use to justify the inner conflicts which you are not able to complete. If you complete all the inner conflict, you won't feel like life is hard work. It's all smooth joyride. How many of you understand what I am saying? But that does not mean because you don't believe you are doing hard work, you will not come for yoga. I don't believe I am doing hard work, but I don't miss any of my sessions. I don't miss any of my commitments. So you also be like that, integrated, authentic, then believe you don't do hard work. That is perfectly alright. And you neither do work nor believe you are doing hard work. Actually, when you believe you are doing hard work only, you don't work. Because from morning till night, you are in the mode of too much is in my plate. How much I can do? I am tired. Ba 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 ba. Too much is in my plate. What do you mean by too much is in the plate? Everything is grabbed. Do not try to impress others about some part of you, because it means you are not convinced about that part of you. That's first truth. Second, whenever you speak, always be aware you should be speaking to move the other person. Move the other person. How many of you understand? Now, can we have a few minutes discussion? Now you are going to move the other person, convincing the other person's ultimate reality is only enlightenment. See, if that person is already convinced, he is spoken to, he is listening, he has no question, leave him. Don't torture him. So don't catch people and say, I have to practice now talking into others listening. I will listen, speaking to you, you have your doubt. No. Clear? See, listen. For example, I'll give you this example. 10 people are there in your team. No, 10 people are there in your team. 4 persons have a question. Speak into their listening and make them understand. 6 people don't have questions. Thank them, that's all. Understand? But end of the conversation, the whole team in their listening and in others listening should be able to speak about the ultimate reality. This one truth. All of you are clear about the process? Shall we start? Start. Understand, this is one of the best powerful process, dharana of training you. The self-training dharana. Self-building dharana. Like bodybuilding, it is self-building, conscious building. Everyone is ready? Let us make our Vedanta reality, not the theory. See, in one book fair, in Ramakrishna Mission bookstore, the volunteer was standing. There was a Brahma Sutra Bhashya, commentary of Brahma Sutra by Shankara, commentary of Brahma Sutra by Ramanuja. The whole Hinduism has suffered so much between this fight between these two thought schools. Somebody came and asked the volunteer, what is the difference between this and this? Brahma Sutra, Shankara Bhashya and Shankara's commentary and Ramanuja's commentary. The volunteer coolly replied, 35 rupees. So understand. Most of the time, we speak in that level only. Now, you will speak into your real listening and speak into others' listening. Let's make Vedanta into reality, not 35 rupee gap. Means that much only that volunteer has studied both those books. He knows only both the books, cost. Come on. Please get back to your teamily and start. Listen, it's a teamily exercise. When A speaks to B, C, D, E, F, everyone will provide listening. So only one person in a group will be speaking, but the other person can question, because you have to speak till he is listening, till you have spoken into his listening. You will see, you will get exactly the questions which you are not able to convince about you. If you are not able to convince about you, you will not be able to convince the other person. If you can't speak into your listening, you can't speak into their listening. Even when you speak, if you are able to speak into their listening, your doubt also will be cleared. You will be speaking into your listening. It is like a churning. See, in Ganga, so many big stones will fall into Ganga. Ganga will beat each stones with each other and roll it. Finally, both will become Shivalinga and she will give it to us and go. So she will take so many stones and beat them all with each other. In that high power rotation, all the stones will become Shivalinga and she will leave it. Like that, I am taking all of you and beating all of you together in the flow of my energy. And all of you will become Shivalingas. That's all.
Yes, now with this beautiful understanding, let's enter a small internalization exercise now to imply this beautiful science, to implement this beautiful science of understanding and speaking into others, listening. Let's enter this beautiful exercise now. Now, whatever triggers past pain patterns and still has power over you, pen that down. Then pen down the first incident that triggered this pain and relive the incident. Whatever you have blocked, you will not be able to penetrate the other person. When you are not able to speak into others listening, that is exactly where you are stuck with your own ideas, with your own incompletions. Then you're going to call a friend or a family member and enrich them to register for the Paramashivoham Level 1. So once you have done this completion, try this process out. Talk to them and see how they understand you and how they are able to listen to you. Let's begin this process now. So first, write down the pattern that triggers you and complete it. You can just write one pain pattern and pen down when that first incident of pain happened in you. Then complete with that and then call a family member. Let us begin now. Yes. So with this, we come to the end of this beautiful process, and now we'll be moving to the next session. I hope all the participants, you had a beautiful time sharing and completing with your incompletion, the pain pattern, and talking into the others listening by sharing and enriching one of your family member or friend to attend the Paramashivoham program. So with this beautiful understanding, let's now move into the power manifestation. We are going to be moving into the next session. So in this next session, we are going to be learning about seriousness versus sincerity. These two are important understandings in our life. And yes, let's enter this beautiful session now. So first, let's understand. So there's a story in the Zen tradition where once there was a small boy who two boys were playing in the beach, and they had built a, and at that time what happened was the Zen master, at that time what happened, the two boys were playing and then they had a disagreement on how they should continue building the castle, and one of the boys broke the sand castle. So both of them went, as they were the sons of the king, they went to the king himself in the court and said that he had broken the sand castle. The king started laughing at the boys and said, "Don't worry, it's just the sand castle, you can build another one." But at that time, the Zen master, who was also seated as the royal the royal judge who is there, the royal guru of the king, the guru who takes care of giving the right cognition to the king, also started laughing at that time. And the king was shocked how and why the Zen master is laughing. At that time, the Zen master revealed, saying that the same way the king feels so pity about a small sandcastle breaking, and he feels it's so small, it's a trivial matter. The same way, the king should also see when a real stone castle is destroyed, he can just build another one. The level of whether it's a stone castle or sand castle does not matter. It is the perspective that matters and how we see both of this. So this is the beautiful story that we can understand first about seriousness and sincerity. Next understanding is perfectionism and totality. So perfectionism versus totality, the understanding, let's see now. All our comparison with other people begin with that we think of ourselves as jealousy disappears when we understand our uniqueness. Let's explore the difference between the seriousness and sincerity. So we see, when we are serious in any matter, our thoughts are more clogged because the brain is being forced. But when you are sincere with a particular understanding, for example, you're giving your entire life, time, and talent to make a particular project happen, you will see the complete smoothness and seamlessness of that project happening. When you see, if you are very serious with a particular thing, it only brings more and more frustration and anger into the entire working space. But when you start putting your sincerity, means doing as much as you can, as we saw in the understanding about authenticity, the same way when we start working in a particular way with authenticity, we will see the beautiful smoothness that happens. Now let's see a little more about spontaneity now. So when we are spontaneous, it brings sensitive meaning, being strong, being aware of everything. and sensitivity is having the clarity about when to say yes and when to say no. If you have the complete sincerity in a particular thing you're doing, you will see that it will be very spontaneous and light. Meaning, for example, you're working on a project and you are giving your utmost capacity that you can into that particular project. You will see that ideas will just flow to you when you need, because your brain is not crammed with hundreds of thoughts about how to do the project, but it'll be more relaxed and calm. It gives us a relaxed approach. And if you see, as per science also, when we are relaxed, our thinking and decision making capacity is greatly increased. And the impact of this is our performance completely increases and leads to better outcome. And finally, the serious approach dulls our mind, where the spontaneous and the sincere approach to any project will increasingly make the mind very active and creative. So now let's listen to Swamiji as he shares about how sincerity is the catalyst for alchemy and enlightenment. Let's understand about sincerity and learn to use this beautiful science of sincerity in our life.
सदाशिवसमारम्भाम् शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. Today I will share a few words about the great truth, sincerity. There are some constant happenings in the cosmos. The absolute fact, truth is, there are some constant happenings in the cosmos. Like Jiva, the individual soul, Jagat, the world, Ishvara, the God, and human society, humanity, society. These four are happening, means exist, at least in our experience, as per our experience. Understanding the secrets about all these four and experiencing oneness with all these four is ultimate enlightenment. Not having any discrepancy with your understanding and reality, your understanding and experience is enlightenment. Please understand. An individual soul is understanding about the world, the cosmos, and his experience about the cosmos. If there is no discrepancy in between these two, he is liberated from all the sufferings given by the world, cosmos. Nothing in the nature, the cosmos, disturbs him. Same way, the individual soul, his idea about himself and his experience about himself, if there is no discrepancy between these two, he is liberated, he is enlightened. Same way, the individual soul, his ideas about God and his experience about God, if there is no discrepancy, is liberated, is experienced God. Same way, his ideas about humanity, society, and his experience about society, if there is no discrepancy, is free, liberated. Sincerity is use the right word. The alchemy, chemicals. Sincerity is the medicine or agent. If you add the alchemy of discrepancy-free experience will happen between the individual soul and the world. Whatever discrepancy is there, just add sincerity to it. Means add sincerity to all your ideas about the world. Sit with yourself, pen down all the ideas you have about the world and add sincerity to it. Means sincerely analyze. Are you having right ideas? Or are you just avoiding looking into the right ideas? Most of the time, we do not want to look into the right truth. Even about the world, any subject. We are just too tired. We are just too lazy. We think just because we can breathe, we have a right to live. No. Life has to be earned. Physical organs working, maybe just an accident happened in you. That does not mean you are living. First thing, look, sit and pen down all your ideas about the world, cosmos, and analyze. Are you sincerely having those understandings as part of your very strategic planning about your life? If you feel you are not, then at least be very clear, you don't know, you are ignorant about that part. When you make strategies about your life, all your ideas about cosmos is ignorance. Be very clear. Same way about God. If you feel, even if you have the idea that there is no God, sincerely, you are liberated. But if it is not sincere, even if you have the idea God exists, you are bound. Be very clear. It is sincerity that makes the liberation possible. That is the catalyst agent. The right word is catalyst agent for the alchemy of liberation. Sincerity is the catalyst agent for the alchemy of liberation to happen. Sit and pen down your ideas about yourself. Find out, are you sincere about all those ideas, or is there any discrepancy between what you believe and what you experience? Come to terms with it. Same way about the humanity, society. Sit and pen down. Add sincerity to it. Are you really believing? Are you really meant to believe? Or acting as if you are believing? Flood sincerity into the all four zones. Your relationship with you, Jiva's relationship with Jiva, means an individual soul's relationship with an individual soul, an individual soul's relationship with cosmos, the individual soul's relationship with God, individual soul's relationship with world, individual soul's relationship with humanity. All these four flood sincerity with it. When you flood sincerity with it, the individual soul's relationship with cosmos becomes knowledge. The individual soul's relationship with God becomes devotion. The individual soul's relationship with humanity becomes seva. The individual soul's relationship with itself becomes dhyana. These four are the path for enlightenment. When you add sincerity, all these four understandings, whether it is a fact or just ideas put inside your system, will be analyzed when, see, it's like a liquid, water. Your understanding about world, God, yourself and society. It's like a liquid, water. If you add the alchemy of sincerity, the catalyst agent, sincerity, when the alchemy happens, something happens, that water gets solidified. It becomes a strong ice on which you can walk. It becomes bridge. That bridge, the bridge between you and society is seva. The bridge between you and the cosmos is knowledge, life solution. The bridge between you and the God is devotion. The bridge between you and you is meditation. All these four are the paths for enlightenment, or enlightenment itself. When all these four are experienced in its purest form, it is enlightenment itself. Adding sincerity as a catalyst agent in all these four directions is called yoga. These are the 5 pillars of Vedic tradition and the Sampradaya which I evolved. These 5 are the pillars of Nithyananda Sampradaya. So all these 5 pillars stand on one base, one foundation, sincerity. Sincerity is not just life solution. It is not just catalyst agent to create devotion. It is not just a catalyst agent to create seva, attitude. It is not just a catalyst agent to create dhyana or yoga. It is just base on which everything is standing. It is just base on which everything is standing. So understand, sincerity is the catalyst agent for the alchemy of enlightenment to happen. It's an important truth. We need to look in. We need to understand. These 5 pillars which I am talking about, life solution, means your perfect relationship with cosmos, devotion, your perfect relationship with God, dhyana, meditation, your perfect relationship with yourself, service, seva, your perfect relationship with society. All these 4 happens just by one thing, adding sincerity to your existing understandings about these 4. Just adding sincerity, nothing else. This can be a powerful, most powerful process I've ever spelled out. Maybe it looks little difficult, but sitting and doing this, spending little time on it, is ultimate yoga. Sit and go on drilling, analyzing. I tell you, when you drill without ideas from others, you will evolve your own, and that will be your own. I always tell people, spirituality needs to be discovered. You need to discover your own religion. The religion given by your parents may not suit you. I really feel soon, very soon, we will have a really free humanity, society. By the age of 80, people will have the freedom to choose their religion, their country, the country in which they want to spend their life, the religion in which they wanted to continue their life or seeking, and gender in which they want to live. We will have absolute freedom. Medically, socially, psychologically, it will be possible. By the time the person reaches 80, he will be given an option. What gender you want to choose? Male, female? What is the gender you want to choose? And religion. What's the religion you want to choose? They will be given an initial introduction about all religion. An unbiased, simple introduction of the facts and truths. So, kids may have time, kids may have the option to think, study and think, yes, this is what suits my mentality. This is what suits my mental setup. So, this should be my religion. And same way, among the genders, so if you choose male, if you want to be female, if you want to be gay, if you want to be transgender, these are all the options you have. If you choose this, this is the way you will live. If you choose this is the way you will feel about you. If you choose this is the way you will experience about you. Come on, have a choice. Same way, whether it is physical setup or mental setup, even the language. By the time you will evolve a system, in a very short time, that language can be downloaded into your brain like a software. It will be simple, understanding, and we will evolve a system. Of course, already it is evolving. Now the kids can learn the language before birth. The mother is taught continuously some special words through a special rhythm. The kids, when they happen, in a very short time, they are well versed in the language. So the same thing can be done to your brain. I really hope for that day. Of course, it's not too far. Very soon, we will experience. By the time a child is 18, he will be given a freedom. The world government gives a freedom. Which country you want to live? What the profession you want to choose? What the language you want to choose? And what the gender you want to choose, and what the religion you want to choose. I feel that is the heaven, the society which has ultimate freedom and which gives all possibilities, which presents all possibilities in front of you and asks you to respond. Then naturally, every being who chooses any possibility will be having responsibility. So, sincerely, when it is added to you, you discover your religion. You discover your own religion. Please understand, when sincerity is added to you, you will find out how much of devotion is needed, how much of life solution is needed, how much of meditation is needed, how much of seva is needed to plan the strategy for your life. The absolute, free, enlightened life. You will have the right strategy on which you will build your life living enlightenment. So, I sincerely request all of you to act sincerely, the ultimate catalyst agent for living enlightenment into your being and achieve and radiate. Live enlightenment. Let you all live, radiate, achieve, experience, express, and radiate the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you.
Yes, with that, we come to the end of this beautiful segment. And now let's move into a small internalization exercise. I request all the participants to be in the space of listening now as we enter this exercise. So here we have the exercise. Let me read the instructions for you. Now pen down in your life where you are serious, like how you have been serious is affecting your life, completion with you, with others, with relationships, performance. Write in detail and complete detail to drop the ego and be sincere instead. Yes, let's begin this process now. Now, write down 5 places in your life where you are serious and it affected you, where you are, when because of your seriousness, you're not able to complete the task easily. But where you are sincere, you are able to complete the task easily. Start writing this down now. Nice. Now, with this, let's move to the power manifestation. We're going to be manifesting the power of Ashtamahashaktis once again. So, let us go through the Shastra Pramana first, and then let us see the power manifestation. So, let me read out the Shastra Pramana for all of you. Maranam khadyate tena sakenapi na khadyate tasyasya parama siddhir animadi guna prada vayus sanyacharate dehe rasavriddhir bhave dhruvam akasha pankaja gala piyusamapi vardate. This beautiful Shastra Pramana is from the Shiva Samhita, chapter 5, verses 76 to 78, where Paramashiva says, Death is eaten by him, he is eaten by none. He manifests the highest powers such as Anima, Lahima, and Mahima. The Vayu, wind energy, moves equally through his body. The juices of his body also increase. The nectar extruding from the ethereal lotus also increases in him. Next is the Apta Pramana, where Bhagavan Hanuman, who was able to manifest this power when a demon stopped Hanuman from crossing the great Indian Ocean to travel to Sita during the epic of Ramayana. What happened was the demon opened her mouth and said if Hanuman only could go through her mouth and stay alive, she would allow him to pass. So Hanuman become as large as almost 30 foot, and then in a snap of a second, as her mouth also was 30 foot, he decreased his size to a small thumb line. Then he went through the mouth and came out. The demon let him pass through after that. Now let's see the Atma Pramana. This beautiful Atma Pramana happened in KAILASA, USA, Los Angeles, where when the beautiful deity of Lord Nataraja was standing, was going to enter the temple, the deity was a bit taller than the door frame. So they had measured again and again and verified that the deity was taller than the door frame. So they did not know what to do and asked Swamiji. Swamiji said, don't worry, I'll take care. And he walked into the temple and they were all standing outside. Swamiji told all the devotees to come and hold the door frame and try to push the door frame up. Even though it looks illogical, Swamiji told them to do it just to play the Leela. And then when that happened, Swamiji called, in you come Nataraja, and they started pushing the deity which were on rollers. And then the deity just came inside. All the devotees were shocked, but they all knew that it was Swamiji's Leela that had got Nataraja into the temple. Now, let us move into the power of Ashtamahashaktis now. So now we are going to be changing the size of an object. So what you can do is place an object on a piece of paper and measure the paper. Measure the object, placing the piece of object on the paper, you can measure the object by putting a start point and an end point. You can keep a coin or any object is fine. And then after that, place the object in your hands. We'll enter the manifestation and then you can, after that, you can once again verify the size of the object. Let's enter the manifestation now. Please measure the object first. And once you measure the object, place the object in your hands. Connect with Swamiji by chanting the Mahavakya and declare the object size to change. Then once the manifestation is complete, I'll be asking all of you to verify the size of the object. Please begin now.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda
Yes, now relax. And with this, we come to the end of the manifestation. Now take a few minutes to verify the size, the change in the object, and share it on the comments or chat. And with this, we come to the end of this beautiful process. As you verify and share, you can also share your experiences and understandings that you received during this session. And now we'll be having a short break, and the next Acharya will be joining you. Thank you all, Nithyananda.
ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् 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 ॐ नित्यानन्द
नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गहनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्याधिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Nithyananda, I welcome each one of you, all the Paramashivoham Level 2 participants. As we are back, we're going to move on to the next session. I hope each of the participants are having a good day and having a wonderful session. So before we move on, let's have a recap of what did we learn in the previous session. We learned about how to speak into the listening of others, and then we learned on seriousness versus sincerity. Now let's move on to learn about what is ego. So what is exactly ego? Ego and the connection with the nature. But if let's now listen from the supreme point of Hinduism, where Swamiji himself has his own experience. One evening, the supreme point of Hinduism was sitting in a very relaxed mood in the forest. His eyes were open, but he was not seeing anything at all, as there was no information going inside and getting processed. There was a huge snake lying about 3 feet in front of him. Because the eyes were not processing any information, there were no fear inside. He was sitting and the snake was also relaxed and comfortable. Then slowly, Swamiji's mind came down to the normal plane and he had a thought, oh, there is a snake. Then the next thought came, I should move away. The moment the thought snake came in his inner space, he saw very clearly that the snake also felt disturbed, and there was a man in its presence. Until he felt there is a snake, the snake never felt that he is a man. Until he felt the fear, the snake never felt threatened by him. Neither did he have the fear, nor did the snake have the fear. But the moment he had the fear, the snake also got the fear. It was not that the physical distance between them reduced. Just the thought snake came in him, and he was clearly able to feel there was a disturbance, a restlessness in the snake's inner space. The moment he had the thought I should move, the moment he had the fear, immediately the snake also felt the same insecurity, the same threat. Immediately the snake started moving even before Swamiji started moving. So when your ego becomes strong, your ability to connect with nature is disturbed. So we all have dual identities, means two identities with us. The identity that we project to the outer world and the identity that we believe to be us in the inner world. The identity that you believe to be you inside your mind is called mamakara in Sanskrit. It will always be much smaller than what you really are. You will carry or remember all your failures, past mistakes and guilt, constantly trying to work on them. Ahankara will be based on a superiority complex. Mamakara will be based on an inferiority complex. Ahankara will be based on fear. Mamakara will be based on greed. The identity that you show to the outer world will always be based on fear. This is why it will always be more than what is true about you. You will constantly try to keep it alive. The identity that you carry in the inner world is based on greed. This is why you always try to develop the identity you carry inside you. You constantly work on the identity that you believe is you and continuously try to chisel it. Let's have a small story. A man arrived home after giving a series of leadership talks to groups of employees at a company. His wife asked, "How did the talks go?" The man replied, "Okay, I guess, but I am not sure how many people understood what I said." The wife asked, "Why do you feel that way?" The man said, "Because I don't understand it myself." So the identity that you show to the outer world will always be out of fear. That is why it will always be more than what is true about you. You will continuously try to keep it alive. The identity that you carry in the inner world is always based on greed. This is why you always try to develop the identity that you carry inside you. You constantly work on the identity that you believe is you and continuously try to chisel it. Your life is nothing but the fight between these two worlds. The conflict between Ahankara and Mamakara. The conflict between the personality that you show to the outer world and the personality that you revealed in your inner world is called tension. The uneasy feeling between these two identities creates dizziness. Both the identities, Ahankara and Mamakara, are pure myths. Both are lies. You are something beyond these two identities. If you spend your whole energy expanding your Ahankara, the identity that you project to the outer world, your life becomes materialistic. People who work on Mamakara constantly working on their personality, trying to create some identity to feel satisfied about. If you spend your whole life chiseling and developing Mamakara, the identity that you think is you, your whole life becomes moralistic and suppressing. The basic truth is that you are much more than these two identities. When you unclutch from these two identities, you will suddenly realize that you are beyond the two identities. When that happens, these two identities can never bind you again. Low self-esteem means showing yourself or imagining yourself to be less than what you are. High self-esteem is imagining yourself to be much more than what you are. Now we are entering into the topic of inferior ego. Inferior ego. You judge yourself based on your lifestyle rather than your life. You weigh yourself by the cars and the real estate you have purchased, not by the quality of your consciousness you have achieved. The big problem is that we don't know how to remove our personality and go to the next personality. We don't know how to use personality like codes. We are caught in one particular personality. Using the wrong personality is the wrong place is what is called as ego. Swamiji is telling, understand, if you are arrogant and violent, where you need to be polite and humble, it is being egoistic. If you are polite and humble, where you need to be courageous, you are egoistic. We always think, if I am humble, how can I be egoistic? Be very clear. Ego standing on its head is also ego. It is also called inferior ego. And in the life of Ramana Maharishi, one of Ramana Maharishi's disciples translated one of his books into another language. In the translation, inside the book, his name was also published as a translator. When the disciple saw the book, he was shocked to see this. He went to the concerned authorities and scolded them for the mistake. He then went and told Ramana Maharishi, Bhagavan, they should not have put my name. I don't feel my name should be publicized. I am not that kind of person. Bhagavan said, the ego that asks for the name to be there and the ego that asks the name not to be there are one and the same. Relax. Be very clear. The essence of the story is the inferior that is trying to show humbleness is also ego. With a superiority complex, with a violent aggressive ego, at least society will teach you. This ego is very visible. With the humble ego, you will escape from society. That is more dangerous. It is a cunning ego that can nicely save itself. So what are the types of ego? Active ego versus passive ego. The active egos are easy to recognize one. People with an active ego will behave in a high-handed fashion. They will claim self-importance openly. They will be arrogant. This ego is actually easy for a master to deal with. He just needs to a bang on a few times and it will break. A small story. A psychiatrist asks his patient if he is suffering from fantasies of self-importance. The man replies, absolutely not. In fact, I think much less of myself than I really am. A person with an active ego will not be willing to let go of it at any cost. Passive ego is very subtle and cunning. People who have a passive ego will pose as a being very humble, lacking courage to face people and shying away from taking credit. The worst part of this is that they think they are like this because they are not egoistic. Actually, they are so carefully guarding their ego from getting hurt by unconsciously thinking that they are humble. People with active ego are like dried, hard twigs. They can be broken very easily. People with passive ego are like fresh, green twigs. Each time their ego is hit, they bend, but they don't break. Their ego is very well safeguarded, that it becomes difficult to deal with. Actually, they work very hard to safeguard it, but in a sweet and a passive way. You care so much about others' reactions and opinions towards you. You cannot bear to suffer hurt to the ego that you have nurtured so carefully all these years. This ego is your very anchor point. If it is jolted, you will feel anchorless. So, with the excuse of being humble and obedient, you keep quiet. You miss one more opportunity of exposing your ego in the Master's presence. You miss one more opportunity to take big step towards flowering. There is one more play of ego that we all nurture so well. It is called social ego. You feel that your life is highly private to yourself and that no one should be let into it. You are afraid that your whole image might come crashing down and there will be nothing to prop you up in society. This is social ego. It is experience than for others. If you can show yourself to the world just as you are, you will be more relaxed because there will be no pressure to cover up anything. Because of our social ego, we are always self-conscious. We think people are looking at and talking about us all the time. When you are self-conscious, you are egoistic. You think that you are a big entity and that everyone's eyes are on you all the time. That is why you get self-conscious. When you become self-conscious, you are living and yet not living. Self-consciousness is a barrier to your beauty and grace. Your beauty does not come forth freely. Look at animals in nature. They flow so beautifully and freely because they are not self-conscious. They are simply happy being with one existence. The moment you start thinking that people are watching you, ego is stepped in and you lose your control on yourself, your natural self. Children are not as self-conscious as adults. If you watch them play, you will see they have so much of beauty and innocence. Even when pictures are taken, you will notice that pictures are taken without you being aware and that you are being photographed. When that pictures are taken when you pose it on your camera. The moment you are asked to pose, you become self-conscious. Your ego is afraid of what people might say and think about you. The self-conscious ego is all the time calculating and weighing others' opinions. When you stop calculating and start being innocent and open, you will be filled with wonder and freshness all the time. Life will never become dull and restrained for you. Now, we will listen from the supreme point of Hinduism on the very different powerful cognitions from the very topic of ego, the types of ego, as well as inferior ego, social ego, active ego, passive ego, as we learned. And then we'll move on to have an internalization exercise as well. So please, requesting each of the participants to please get your book and pen and please be seated. If you're already having, that's wonderful. And we're going to have an internalization exercise where we're going to identify and pin down where we are acting out of active ego and through which words it is getting expressed. And then again, same comes to passive ego as well and social ego. So we're going to pen down all these three: active ego, passive ego, social ego, where we're acting out and what are the different words are expressed through you when you are in these three types of ego. And then complete with it and decide to align to Paramashiva's words, Swamiji's words, Guru's words and teachings, and move on with it. So I hope it was very arduous. I made all the participants understand about these three types of ego: active ego, passive ego, and social ego as well. Now, let's take a moment. Please be in the space of listening as we're going to listen directly from the supreme point of Hinduism on where he is telling very straightforwardly, he tells, say no to your ego.
Let's start with the Shiva Stotra. Sada Shiva Samarambam Shankaracharya Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. Tell you how I came with this sloka which we are chanting. Because quite a long time, maybe 1 year I was searching. Who should I remember before starting the lecture? To whom I should feel grateful? Because how will you feel grateful to existence which is part of you? It's your presence is a gratitude. But something I have to put as an example for these guys to follow. See why I regularly, if I am in India, every day before starting my morning routine, whatever time I may come out of my quarters, the first thing I will do is go to the banyan tree. First thing, everybody knows, if Swamiji comes out, he will come to banyan tree only. These fellows will be standing in a line to catch a glimpse. and I'll go to banyan tree only and come back. And sometime the meeting, these guys will ask, the ashram meeting, why are you going there, Swamiji, every day? I don't have to go there. I tell them, saying yes to somebody else means saying no to your ego. Anything which is started saying no to your ego will always be successful. Anything which is started with saying yes to your ego will be always a failure. So now I have to set a trend for these guys to follow. If you say yes to a tree, yes to a stone, or even this door, from today you will say, I will remember this door before starting any work. Even that will be big successful. In Tamil Nadu there is a temple in which only door is worshipped. Madurai temple, Madurai Kallalagar temple, it's called Padanattam Badi Karuppan. That only the door is worshipped. Even if you worship a door, it's okay. Anything other than you, if you say yes to it and start, it will be successful. Remember, whenever you start anything, whether eating, sleeping, or driving, any work, or attending some patient, or doing some work, other than you, remember something. It can be Shiva, Krishna, Rama, tree, a stone, or a door, or a cat, or a dog, anything other than you. Remember and say yes to it. Surrender to it. It will always be successful. Anything which is put other than you represents the cosmos, whole. Whenever you don't put anything other than you, you will be remembering you and starting. In my case, remembering me is equivalent to remembering the whole. But if I do that, I remembered me, let me start directly. These fellows also will do that. Same thing. If they remember them and start, what will happen? Just to teach that one truth. Put anything other than you in the front to begin with. Understand, this is the first lesson. This is the first lesson in spirituality. You can put anything. That's not a problem at all. Even an ordinary milestone is enough. In India, there is a survey, if you guys, it will be very funny. When the British laid the roads, 40% of milestones have become gods and temples by the local villagers. Then they changed the color of the paint. Earlier it was yellow and red, which is very auspicious for our Hindus. So all milestones have become temples. What to do? So, and milestones almost look like Shivalinga. And they have to change the whole tradition. See, even milestone can lead you to God. You don't have a problem at all. Actually, if you see our Anandeshwara, it is like a milestone only. Little thin, that's all. See your Anandeshwara. But so much of respect and love and the thing we are offering, the surrender we are offering, just by our very surrender, the auspiciousness happens. So I was thinking whom to give gratitude, what to do. Finally I came up, this is the best thing these guys can do. Remembering the master's tradition, who are responsible for the enlightenment stream, living stream of enlightened beings on the planet Earth. So when you chant this mantra, Sadasiva Shamarambam Shankaracharya Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam, you remember the whole enlightened master's lineage. Enlightened master's lineage, which is responsible for keeping the enlightenment on the planet Earth. See, Sadashiva is the first master who brought the science to planet Earth. And Shankara, see, Shankara is the rare combination where Jnana Parampara and Guru Parampara meets. Usually the Jnana Parampara, who gives you enlightenment, will not be a Guru Parampara, means the organization who initiates you. See, person who gives you, who is Acharya, who gives ordinary initiation, inspiration, who runs an organization, and the person who gives you enlightenment, it will always be two separate, usually. With Shankara, both meets and merges. And again in me you can see both meeting and merging. Blessed are those for whom Jnana Parampara and Guru Parampara is same. Sangha becomes Dhamma when Buddha is alive. Understand? Sangha is Dhamma when Buddha is alive. Organization is signs of enlightenment when Buddha is alive. So in Shankara's case, both of them become one. Again, in my case you can see, both of them have become one. Where the Jnana Parampara, the enlightenment and organization, both of them have met and merged. I want to tell you how this rare combination happens. Enlightenment always brings a tremendous freedom. Tremendous freedom. That is why these guys can never be controlled and can never be put in any tradition. See, whenever freedom expresses, it just breaks the conditioning, parental conditioning so thoroughly, you do much more than what is needed. Now, Narasimha killed the Hiranyaksha. To kill Hiranyaksha, you don't need to tear him to pieces and remove his intestine and wear it as a garland. No need for so much. Just cut his head over. But he goes to the extreme of ensuring that is not actually necessary. Freedom expressing in a little healing way creates a Jnana Parampara and Guru Parampara together. See, what I am talking is a very strong, basic truths of how religions are created. How religions are created. If he is little healed and if he has got some roots to go into the established organizations in a very friendly way, he will become a culture. Otherwise he will become a... Because his freedom is so amazing, very rare combination of this freedom and that respect for the tradition. See, whenever this freedom expresses through a body, the respect for tradition is lost. Need for the Sangha, need for the library to be kept alive is lost. Whenever the need for the library to be kept alive is there, the freedom is lost. You understand? And it will be very strange scene. The same website, Paramashivoham Maharaj garlanding me photo will be there. The same website will have this photo. Unfortunately, yesterday I did not allow. Both will be, and it is not even hidden. See, we are not even hiding. We are not giving too much information unnecessarily to people. That is different. A person who can be broad enough to understand every click, every initiation can help people to go further and further. Only can be a person where the Sangha, the Jnana Parampara and Guru Parampara meets. Understand, you need to be so broad enough to Jnana Parampara and Guru Parampara to meet. Otherwise, the fight between this Jnana Parampara and Guru Parampara has weakened our whole tradition. The greatest calamity happened to our Vedic tradition. In the modern days, The fight between this Jnana Parampara and Guru Parampara. Just imagine, with Osho's intelligence and his grandeur, his vision, his capacity, somehow, if he was little more accommodative to have the Jnana Parampara and Guru Parampara to meet, what would have been the support for the Guru Parampara? Tell me.
Miracle.
Huh?
One of the greatest miracles would have happened.
You would have been the Kalki of Vedic tradition. Somehow, see, I am nobody to judge, but what I am saying, we should be broad enough both to meet. We should be broad enough both to meet. Tremendous freedom of Osho and the tremendous respect for the tradition like a Pramukh Swami Maharaj. But we should be a base where Jnana Parampara and Guru Parampara meet. Shankara was the key person where Jnana Parampara and Guru Parampara met in those days. Those days itself, he was a great master who kept the Vedic tradition alive. And same way, he was a great master to create a new interpretation on the commentary. He was the first guy who organized the whole thing back to life. Back to life. Then afterwards only I selected each word. Actually I thought of putting many, see Sadashiva Samaramba, that line no controversy. That's ultimate. Whether Shankaracharya Madhyama or Ramakrishna Madhyama or Ramanaya Madhyama, that I was debating for quite a long time. For quite a long time I was debating. Then finally I saw Shankara seems to be much more juicy and stronger, bigger platform where the flight of tradition and freedom both can land and take off. So that's the reason I finally decided Shankara is the person. In him the freedom also landed. See how today I am trying to be a bigger platform for tradition, the respect to the tradition like a BAPS to land and the freedom of Osho to land. Shankara was the platform for Bhakti, Jnana, everything to land. He was the platform. He was able to speak the highest Advaita and the Bhaja Govindam, Govindam Bhaja Mudamade. Somebody was telling me, no, all the scriptures attributed to Shankara, stotras attributed to Shankara are not done by Shankara. Understand? First thing you should understand, he may not have done that directly, but let me give you one example. I may not have written a book directly, but unless it expresses the ideology for which I stand, it can't be attributed to me. Am I right? It cannot be attributed to me. Suddenly you cannot write a book on how to create aircrafts and attribute it to me. Or how to create the parts of the train and attribute it to me. No. Only the spiritual literatures which stands for the ideology I represent can be attributed to me. So even though whether he wrote or not, the very book attributed to him means he stands for it. He stands for it. So he was the great platform where the whole thing was able to meet and merge. That's the reason I chose Shankara. Shankaracharya Madhyama. Then Asmadacharya Varyandam. Here also I had a third line, we had a Nithyananda Varyandam. I said, no, I am not last prophet. I am not going to be last prophet. That's the reason I made the word Asmadacharya Varyandam, so that the masters, enlightened masters lineage is going to be there. See, after I leave the body, single person may not represent me, but there will be a group of enlightened masters carrying the mission forward. So our disciples, the next generation disciples also will be able to repeat the same word If it is just Asmadacharya Varyantam, till my master, till my Acharya, that's the reason I left the word Asmadacharya Varyantam. Vande Guru Paramparam, so that you can continuously remember. See, this is the beautiful verse to remember all the great beings who added juice to planet Earth. Juice to planet Earth. Try whenever you do any big work, remember all of them. Put them all in the front and then start. You don't even, if you don't remember, of course you can't remember all of them. Even one or two is okay. Whoever you remember. If you read Shankara's literature and feel connected, then Shankara. If you read Ramakrishna's literature and feel connected, then Ramakrishna. Or if you feel connected with me, then remember me. That's all. Anyone in that lineage, put always them front and then start. It will always be successful. It will always be successful. That's the reason I designed this Sadashiva Samarambha, Shankaracharya Madhyama, Asmadacharya Varyandam, Vande Guru Parampara.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Just decide from today, you will not mother the identities which you picked up after you became aware. After you became aware of your existence, you would have picked up many identities. Am I right? Many decisions. Do not be solid in those decisions. That's all. Be liquid. Decide. You will become liquid in those decisions. It will be at least 40 to 50%. When that 40 to 50% gives you the freedom, your joy, the bliss which you experience because of that freedom itself will melt all other decisions also. It will melt down all other decisions. You will become liquid in all other decisions. The deeper and deeper and deeper when you come down, you will start becoming liquid about your nation, your state, your language. That is the last happens. And food. That is, all these things are choice. Food, nation. Then slowly, slowly, your very gender. And slowly, your very body. The moment you realize your very body is your casual choice, you are Jivan Mukta. Means, your death also will be your casual choice. That is what I call Ichcha Mrityu. Please understand. This is a direct technique to experience the Ichcha Mrityu. Means, deciding your death. Many people come and ask me, Swamiji, give me a technique. I want to decide my own death. This is the technique. Please understand. When I say, I promise it will work. I am responsible. Just decide to be liquid. I am not saying don't be Republican, don't be Democratic. Decide you will not suffer with the decision, you will not torture others with the decision. If a suffering happens for you and others because of the decision, you will be liquid with the decision. You will just get out of the decision. You will just alter the decision. You will just bend the way in which you want. The way in which it does not give suffering for you and others. You will not be solid with the decision. Just decide this much, that's all. Very simple. Just decide this much. You will see, you will be just getting to the bottom. Step by step, step by step, step by step. Your gender, many decisions you made before you became aware. That's what I call unconscious decisions. Even those decisions will start melting down. Because your conscious decisions are built on the foundation of unconscious decisions. Understand? First time I am expressing ego in a totally different angle. In a totally different angle. Actually, for my ashramites, it's a treat. Because every time, even for the senior devotees, you would have heard me explaining ego thousands of times. Again, it is new. Because there is no ego inside. Understand? Because there is no ego inside, every time it is new. Not only you are enjoying, I am also enjoying. And what I am expressing is a straight truth. When you understand the conscious decisions you made are holding you, relax from them, step by step, step by step, step by step. The conscious choice personality is built on unconscious choice personality. So when you shake the conscious choice personality, unconscious choice personality has to be shaken. It's like a pillared building. If the top of the building is shaken, naturally the root of the pillar has to be shaken. It has to be shaken. Am I right? So start shaking, start melting the conscious choices you made. Then naturally, the unconscious choices will start melting down. The moment the decision of even taking birth is your conscious choice, the moment you realize that you are a Jivan Mukta. One more thing. The moment you realize even planet Earth is your choice, you are an Avatara Purusha. Understand? Step by step, step by step, step by step, you will back. This language, Tamil, is my choice. It's okay. If it is my identity with the Tamil does something wrong to me and to others, let me be loose. And the language, gender, human body, the man body, masculine body, my choice. Casual choice. When there were so many things were lying in front of me, I just saw it, all right, I think this glittering little bit, let me pick up, that's all. How the kids pick up which glitters, that's all. There is no other logical reason. There is no other strong reason. There is no solid reason. Just because it glitters, what do? You pick up. That's all. I think it was glittering. I picked up, over. Then you decide, right, taking birth itself is my conscious choice. So if it is going to do something bad to me and bad to others, if it's something hitting with some decision or something else, let me be relaxed. Suddenly you see, you are a Jivan Mukta. You are Jivan Mukta. Let this decision be physical. Just clear. Then when you relax, not only taking birth is my choice, even taking birth in the planet Earth itself is my choice. I could have taken birth in some other planet. Then you are an Avatara Purusha. Then the very idea taking birth or not itself is my choice. Just let me remain as me. You are cosmos. There is no need to be separate. You are cosmos. Understand? This is the way, decision by decision by decision by decision by decision, you are standing where you are. Just undo, 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 undo. You will be where you should be. That's all. Just go back the same route you came. Somebody goes to Ramana Maharshi and asks, how can I become enlightened? Go back the same route you came. He thought Ramana Maharshi is angry and telling, go back to your house, the same route you came. No, this is what he means. Go back the same route which you came and landed here. who you are now because of all your decisions. Now, I am not saying don't be male or don't be female, don't be Republican, don't be Democratic. Realize it is your decision and start just unwinding. It's like if there is a flower garland, each knot is your decision. Just decide to unwind, loosen each knot. It's not that the flower garland will disappear. It will be there, but not binding, not tight. It will look like a flower garland, but it will not bind each other. Loosening each knot. Actually, you don't need years to become a Jivan Mukta. Understand this truth. Decide now to loosen. Actually, if you loosen some 5-6 decision, the very joy of being loose will encourage you to lose all other knots also. Joy of being loose is what I call bliss. Joy of being loose. Whole thing is just utility. Understand? When you are caught, when you are in your pool, when you feel how you feel you are light, when you move your body how you feel you are light, you will feel that same lightness, complete lightness inside. When you are moving in the pool, how you feel? You are light. There is nothing. Just that. Just knot by knot. Actually, this moment, you know, at least 10 knots you can make it loose. At least 10 knots you can loosen it. Is it not? So when you loosen the 10 knot, the joy of being loose is tasted. The joy of being loose settles in your system. Loosen one by one. Get down slowly. Then your decision to be male or female is your choice. You can relax. You can change. You can be loose. You don't have to be male. You don't have to be female. You don't have to even change. Just remember, you have freedom. Same way, your height, weight, everything. You just picked up. You don't have to suffer with it. When you picked up, when everything was in front of you, that would have glittered little bit. That's all. Nothing else. Because it glittered little bit, there is every reason for every decision you made. Or I can say there is no reason for every decision you made. If there is no reason, it was just pure overflowing choice. If there was a reason, all right, there was a reason. Let me enjoy. So be very clear. Every decision you made is out of loose, free consciousness. Now reclaim that loose, free consciousness. That is what I call egoless existence. Egoless existence. The whole net will become loose this moment. Like Krishna says, I am the sutra in the whole garland. The sutre manigana iva. He says, I am the thread in the whole garland, in the whole mala, in the whole necklace. Means that pure consciousness. So every decision you made is one bead. You are the sutra running through. You are the thread running through every decision. It is you who chose. It is you who decided. Even though now you forgot, you think, no, I am the thread running through all the blue pearls, not the red ones. No, you are the one who is running through the red ones, blue ones, green ones, yellow ones, and every one pearl. Just remember, the moment you remember you are the one, you can just be loose. Get back, just reverse. Reverse the process of how you made the knots. When you remember the knots and relax, you live the life of being loose. or either you remove the knots or you will be nuts. That's all. You'll just be nuts, living the life of being nuts, nothing else. A very simple practice. I can say, now you can just work with you. Just slowly get back. Sit for 10-15 minutes. Slowly get back. What all you are able to get back? What are you are able to become loose? What all you are able to become loose? And how much of liberation is experienced by you by just being loose in few decisions? Just by being loose in few things. You will see, understand, you will become so practical. I tell you, when you are loosening yourself, Lakshmi will come towards you. Please understand, I am not giving you the greed. Wealth will come towards you. Many times, being tight, you don't give space for wealth. You don't give space for Lakshmi. There is a beautiful description in some, I think, some of this Das Sahitya, the Das literatures, the devotees biography, devotees literatures. I read somewhere, being tight, being arrogant is the first step for not letting the Lakshmi or Saraswati into your system. Many times, when you are tight, you do not let them enter your system. Be loose, you will become more wealthy actually. You will be more practical. You will not be stressed. You will not be caught with unnecessary ideas. I have seen how my brahmacharis gets caught with some ideas. You see, if I make one rule to execute something, they just get caught with that rule itself instead of understanding the purpose of the rule. When you see, if you want to abuse the person who created a rule, just follow it with the letter, not with the spirit. That's enough. If you want to go against any rule, just follow it to the letter. Nothing else needs to be done. You will be completely opposite to the rule. You will be completely doing opposite in few days. Just follow to the letter. Don't forget the spirit. Now, if you want the existence to be smooth, living, I tell you, when this dharma was created, it was not created just for Jivan Mukti. It was created for wealthy, prosperous life. So be very clear, whatever I am talking is created not only for the Jivan Mukti, for prosperous life. Constantly somehow you have been told, especially in the modern days, last 200-300 years, the Indian science may give Jivan Mukti but not the prosperity. That is where the problem started. That is why every time I have to remind you, being choiceless, being egoless, being loose brings you wealth also. It brings, I tell you, it brings. It develops a soft grooves inside your system so that subtle energies can move inside your system. So many things starts happening in you. Not just creating wealth, so many other wonderful things. So many other wonderful things. That is why what I am talking works even with our rich devotees' life. It's not that all the devotees who come to me are poor people, that they don't have anything, they want only Jivan Mukti. Many of them are wealthy. They are having wealth and creating more and more wealth and living wealth. So understand, always you have a question, no, if I become loose, how will I live? If you become loose, you will live more happily. You will create lot more wealth and more intelligent, less stress, more sharp decisions. Now sit and decide how many things you can lose, how many decisions you made with awareness. You can relax. I am talking very subtle subject. That's why I don't know whether you guys are able to catch it. Catch with what I am saying. It only goes step by step, step by step, step by step, decision by decision, decision by decision. You go inside you really. Suddenly you see, everything is your choice. Everything is your decision. You decided to be with a male body for next 100 years. So just decide, I decided, let me live. And maybe after 100 years I'll throw it and I may pick a female body. And after 100 years I'll throw it and I may pick up a bodiless body. You can pick a bodiless body. It will neither be male nor be female, it will be just a body. You want to do whatever you want with that body and enjoy and just live. That's what I call avatara purushas. Even though body may look from outside and function as ordinary male or female, inside you will not feel you are male or female. You just know how I handle this pad. This pad does not feel it's a male or female. I just drop the pad. Same way I can just handle the body and drop the body over. You can just decide. It's all in your hand. And when you decide physically, you know, even the time, 70 years or 90 years or 100 years or 40 years in your hand. I tell you, just like how you can get down from your car, I really clearly feel I can get down from my body. Just like that. Nothing else is required. How you can get down from your body? How much of time and risk and energy it takes for you to get out of your car? Tell me. It takes 2-3 seconds. Just a simple decision. Open the car, get out. That's all. That's all it takes for me to get out of the body. And I tell you, you can live in this freedom. I am not telling all these things to tease you. I am telling all these things to teach you. I am not telling you, see, I can do, you can't do. No. I am telling you, I can do, you can do. Come on. I am not teasing you, I am teaching you. I am teaching you. Simply it's possible. Just get back, get back, get back, get back, get back. Decision by decision, decision by decision, decision by decision. Your parents are your decision. Your family is your decision. Your native is your decision. Your language is your decision. Decision, decision. Just get back. Be loose, 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 loose. You will just be loose. The ultimate loose is Paramahamsa. That's all. Who is enjoying the ultimate loose freedom is Paramahamsa. Ever since I went on the Himalayan trip with you last year, I started to stop identifying myself as an attorney. It has been such a liberation. I still do great work. Today I realized that I could apply the identification decision dissection to all decisions at the following beautiful. Ashok, it's a good experience. You know, all you guys understand. It is possible. Still he says he does a great job. Actually, disconnecting from the attorney is really very easy. Because there is a lot of torture, you see. Not only for you. I have a lot of lawyer jokes. Not now. Huh? At least not on him. Yes. Beautiful. He wrote a beautiful 4-liner. I decided to born, I decided to exist, therefore I am existence. As such, I am God. That's all. That's all. It's a simple truth. Over. So just, you become an insider of the whole thing. That Parani Panjamrta Mandal, if you bring it and keep it, it will never get spoiled if it is put on the deity. But in the shops they sell, it was never put on the deity. Shop, whatever they sell, it was never put on the deity. But whatever you get it from the temple directly, after they put it on the deity, it never gets spoiled. I was surprised. I tried to keep. Even for 2-3 months, it's just there. Milk we tried, on this Shivling also we tried. It doesn't get spoiled. Even the before making the shivalinga, on the medicine itself we tried. It never gets spoiled. Milk, honey, so many other things we tried. Can dropping decisions, like you said, be applied to improve health? If you just drop decisions, you will see simply your health will develop. Because you are creating the body every moment new. If you have the old mind, you create the same old body with the same old disease. Just drop the old mind, you will create a new body. Meera, even your prarabdha and your sanchita are casual choice. See, sanchita is whole world. Which you pick up, the worst sinner can pick up the best body, because some part of him will be very best. Best guy can pick up the worst body, because some part of him will be very worst. Sanchita is like a ocean. Whole karma theory is for the mediocre logic. See, Vedanta gives different solutions to different people. Mediocre logic, sharp logic, and dull logic. The karma theory is more for mediocre logic people. If you have a sharp logic, karma theory will not sit with you, will not set with you. You will never be able to logically accept it. So, it's like for a sharp logic person, you don't need an answer about karma theory. For you, different solution will be given.
As life
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes. So now let's all move on. We're going to listen to the supreme part of Hinduism on the very next topic. We learned about ego. Now we're going to learn on the science of gratitude. What and why. So gratitude, when we recognize that we are part of the total scheme of existence, that we are lovingly taking care of the existence every minute, we overcome by gratitude. We become truly thankful for what we receive every moment, even if it is a basic. As the use of our limbs and senses, gratitude is your response to recognizing the abundance of existence. It is a wonderful, flowering energy within you. There is one energy that takes care of everything in your life. It is the energy of gratitude. If you ever feel that there is something missing in your life, it is because you feel less gratitude. There are many religions in the world today. Each of them emphasizes one particular approach, such as prayer, austerity, surrender, etc. But there is one thing that cuts across all these and connects you directly to the divine energy, that is gratitude. Gratitude is the greatest religion. When I tell this to the people, they wonder, how can gratitude be a religion? Why should it be a religion? It can be a social habit, but not a religion. Gratitude should become the very breath of a person, not even merely a religion. Gratitude is a transforming energy. It transforms the happening in you and around you. It is an energy that harmonizes you with the energy of the universes and brings back tremendous prosperity to you. With gratitude, you will see that existence simply responds to you as if it is a living being. It is a channel to commune with existence. When gratitude happens, it works beautifully through the law of attraction and attracts great prosperity to you. How is this actually possible? This is a small story. Akbar, a great king from ancient India, and Birbal, his advisor, were walking together on the street one day. They passed by a sandalwood dealer, and Akbar told Birbal, I don't know why, but I'm feeling like hanging this man. 1 month passed, and two of them walked past the same sandalwood dealer again. This time, Akbar said, it's strange, but I feel like giving this man some endowment today. How it is possible? Birbal replied, O king, a month back the sandalwood dealer's business was suffering, and when he saw you walking past, he thought to himself, if the king dies, the courtiers would come to buy a lot of sandalwood from me for his funeral pyre. He sent out these negative vibrations, which prompted you to feel hatred towards him. That is why last time you felt like hanging him without any real reason. I immediately purchased a lot of sandalwood from him to make a tables and chairs for our kingdom. He's very happy. Today, he feels very grateful to you for it. You are now struck with these positive vibrations from him, and therefore you feel like giving him some endowment. According to the law of attraction, like energy attracts energy, how does this apply to gratitude? Understand, when you feel gratitude towards everything, it means you feel fulfilled. You feel blissful. So when you radiate gratitude, your energy of fulfillment attracts fulfillment back to you in the form of material gains, good relationships, good health, and so on. This is how it works. The important thing about it is the material gains, good relationship, and such things are only incidental byproducts of gratitude. The main thing is that gratitude makes you resonate with existence and transform you into a beautiful human being. Psychologists have studied the effects of the feeling of gratitude on some people. In their first study, two researchers have studied and have concluded that gratitude played a major role in a person's well-being. Their study divided a few hundred people into three groups and required them to maintain a daily diaries. The first the first group maintained a diary of all the events that happened during the day. The second group recorded only their unpleasant experiences. The third group made a daily list of things for which they were grateful. The results of the study indicated that daily gratitude exercises resulted in higher reported levels of alertness, enthusiasm, determination, optimism, and energy. Additionally, the third group, which recorded gratefulness, experienced less depression and stress, had a great inclination to help others, exercised more regularly, and made more progress towards their personal goals. According to the findings, people who listed daily items of gratefulness were also more likely to feel love. The scientists also noted that the attitude of gratitude encouraged a positive cycle where one act of gratitude encouraged another. The findings also indicated that gratitude could work independently of faith. Though gratitude is a big part of most religions, they suggested that the benefits extended to the general population, regardless of whether they had faith or in any particular religion. They further suggested that anyone could increase their sense of well being and create positive social effects just from counting their blessings. Now, let's take a moment to listen directly from the Supreme Body of Hinduism on the very subject of gratitude.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Nithyananda
Om Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivasamarambam Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome you all with my love and respects. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, Samajis, Satsangis, Srimahans, Mahans, Tanidar, Kotari, visitors, viewers, sitting with us in all the Sarvanya Pitas all over the world, and all the Kayakalpa program participants, Nithyananda Yogam participants, Nithyananda University course students, participants, everyone, I welcome all of you with my love and blessings. Today's revelation, let me reveal it and then I'll enter into the details.
wenn eine andere Person dich wirklich liebt, dann würde diese Person alles dafür tun.
Paramashivoham
Boons for life manifest from consciousness, which starts feeling grateful for already what is showered. Listen. I am giving you the biology of karma. How something positive can be given birth, or how you give birth to negative. Listen carefully. All of us are given something and denied something. Nobody can say, I am not given anything. You are still alive, breathing. So that proves life is given to you. Naturally, even if you are richest man in the world, there are some things which is not given to you. If you cultivate consciously a consciousness, the inner space which feels grateful for whatever is showered, your biology is ready to give birth to great boons of life. Understand? Person who cherishes what is showered in the life feels supported, loved, cared, and goes on deciding to support, love, care. Understand? This space is heaven. I tell you, all I need for me to run my whole day is just consciously feeling joyful. Those devotees smile, that's all. See, when I open the eyes from samadhi and see the two-way, when I see all these people, that's all is my food. Nothing else is needed. No other food is needed. Understand? The biology you carry, inner space you carry, gives birth to your reality. If you carry the inner space, being grateful for whatever is showered in your life, you decide to go on showering with others. Understand, I tell you? Whoever enjoys by contributing are gods, angels. Angels may not be the right word. What I wanted to convey is devatas. The Sanskrit word devatas. Maybe the rough translation in English can be gods and goddesses, not angels. Because devatas are much higher than angels. The concept of angels. listen carefully. If you feel exploited, frustrated, you will go on vomiting poison, destroying, pulling down. Spreading hatred, vomiting poison. You will be so deluded. You will know you are straight lying. And you will believe it is perfectly alright. That is the worst delusion. That's the worst delusion. Understand? If you see joyful people, by adding more consciousness to them, powerful cognitions to them, and you make them blissful, and you are happy about that, you are already living enlightenment. You are manifesting enlightenment. Understand? Every time you add joy to people due to powerful cognition, not cheap, vengeful, even demons give temporary joy. Go and destroy somebody, that gives a kind of a kick. That is demonic joy. I am not talking about that. Understand, destroy something, abuse something. You don't need much. Great knowledge. You just vomit the poison. That's all. Because thousands around the world, I should say thousands of billions, are waiting for poison. One thing, every day in satsang I am going on talking about powerful cognitions. So I am attracting millions and millions of people who are waiting for powerful cognitions towards me. Devils, demons, rakshasas, rakshasis. Every day they go on vomiting poison. Then they also start attracting the people who are waiting for that poison. Understand, it is all about the frequency, the vibration for which you are waiting. Universe scatters that to you. If you are waiting for frustration, negativity, Kalabhairava sends that. If you are waiting for enlightenment, positivity, powerful cognitions, Kalabhairava sends you that. I tell you, if you taste the Sattvika Ananda, means the bliss, powerfulness you enjoy when you empower others. For example, every day, all these deep secrets, the sacred secrets, powerful truths, I go on reveal. Every day people apply that in their life and they feel empowered, joyful. When I see their smile, I feel the joy of existence. And I feel empowered. I feel I should teach the truths more and more. I tell you, hard work gets you more hard work. Happy life gets you more happy life.
Sí, ¿vos de qué parte sos?
Yo de aquí.
Ah, mira.
Hi, wir sind Steffi und
Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Gets more money, integrity gets more integrity, laziness gets more laziness, abuse gets more abuse, joy gets more joy, bliss gets more bliss, sadness gets more sadness. What you work for, you get that. I tell you, listen carefully. I really tell you. Make integrity as a strategy for your life. You will attract such wonderful integrated people around you. Even if the non-integrated people come, you will know them just by their smell, and they will not be able to harm you. You know how to protect yourself, save yourself, and continue your service. See, I am KAILASA. I cannot close the doors for anybody. Actually, KAILASA does not have doors. It's open for all. Paramashiva knows how to protect himself from all demons, devils. He gives opportunity, possibility for all. But that doesn't mean you can do some harm to him. No, you can't. He knows how to protect himself. I tell you. When powerful cognitions are implemented, it always manifests as extreme love and integrity. Understand? My love does not mean I will support your non-integrity, cheating, fraudulent patterns. My love will empower your integrity and make you love more integrity and make you love more integrated people. It's an integrity chain. Understand? I have seen the joy of integrity. I have seen the joy of love. I have seen the power of love, how it can make you so healthy. Listen carefully. The space consciousness which feels grateful for what is showered gets more showered. The space feels constantly frustrated about what is denied gets more denied. Bandha or moksha is your inner space. Freedom or liberation is your inner space. extremely powerful space of Kailasa. Go on living it, manifesting it. All negativity, not only they will disappear, they will be irrelevant to your life. I really want you to know, understand, whether I am talking about energy, powerfulness, enlightenment, when you implement, it will be an intense, sincere love. Love for the consciousness. Love for the existence. Understand? The source of life is all about going on contributing. Unfortunately, when you develop anger, life negative patterns, anywhere you ask to be alive, you start vomiting poison, anger. In the office, if your boss asks you to work, anger. In the school, if your teacher asks you to study, anger. Anywhere you are asked to be alive, active, living, life positive, involved, anger. I can see many times. Many people, when they are in the Sangha, for contributing, enriching, they will not be active. They will be so lazy and do all kinds of strategy to cheat, hiding under the bunker bed, inside the restroom, run away and into the restroom and lock yourself to avoid yoga. They will try to do everything to be life negative. So much of strategy. But when they get a chance to abuse, God, how much energy, from where they get energy? Sometimes I used to feel actually, see, for me, joy is deities. If you just give me few deities and few clothes and jewels to dress up, whole day I can be sitting and doing that. Is so much of energy, joy. Just, I can sit with my deities, my puja, or just in samadhi. Just these simple things. Whole day I can just read few books and analyze and share the powerful cognitions. Whole day I can meet my sincere devotees who wanted to get enlightened and go on initiating them to manifest powers. I don't know how many of you are seeing. I sincerely recommend all of you to see the autobiography of the avatar, the website, and the slides getting loaded. Every day they are loading thousands and thousands, hundreds and hundreds of slides. See them. If you see, you will understand the amount of work I have done in last 20 years. Understand the amount of energy I had and I am having to do this work. Just because of only one reason. My joy is sattvic joy. When I give powerful cognition and make people happy, I am feeling happy. The source of my joy is joy. The bliss of all the people. That is the source of my bliss. That is why I am constantly blissful. Somebody or other all over the world, I am constantly empowering and making them blissful. Understand? Make your life, your bliss, based on others' bliss. That's it. If others' bliss is source of your bliss, you are now eternal bliss. Because you will going on be making people happy and blissful, and you will be blissful. To become blissful, this is the best strategy. Make others blissful. Go on, make everyone blissful. And I also have one more request. I request all of you to do the Vakyartha Sadas on Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham Facebook profile for various reasons. Still, we do not know who all are using it, who all have access to it, who are all manipulating it. We are doing our own investigation. It's all going on. But all of you do Vakyartha Sadas in that page, comment section itself. After satsang, the gist is uploaded in Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham Facebook profile. All of you do Vakyartha Sadas in the comment section itself. For various reasons, I am recommending this.
The little things that mean an awful lot.
Paramashivoham.
Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham profile itself. You can all do the Vakyartha Sadas in comment section. I'll also try to answer your questions. This is for various reasons. Understand? The most powerful sacred truths, when it is lived, it explodes as intense love. Love for people. Love for yourself. Love for others. Understand? People who try to infuse poison, violence, vengeance, anger, frustration, feeling exploited, victim mood, all that in you will be very sweet, but they'll just destroy, demolition, go away. It's like a driver of the bulldozer smiling does not mean he's doing good to your home. He's bulldozing it. And he smiles at you and says, "Hi, how are you? Wow." And he is bulldozing. It's like cops give the ticket for $200 and say, have a good day, have a nice day. After $200 ticket, they tell you, have a nice day. Understand? Anyone wants to achieve whether power manifestation or enlightenment, sincere work on your consciousness is required. Consistent, persistent. Work on your consciousness. I strongly recommend all of you every day try to read the Bhagavad Gita commentary I wrote. See, the whole Hinduism is based on Vedagamas. Essence of Vedagamas is Upanishads, Brahma Sutra and Bhagavad Gita. Prasthanatraya, we call it. All acharyas, all sampradayas write their own commentary for this three book. But this three book is the core. Everyone accepts that non-controversially. Whether you are a Shaivite or Vaishnavite, Shakta or Gaumara, Yogi, Vedanta, Siddhanta, Agamanta, whatever sampradaya you may be, all accept authority of the Vedagamas and all accept non-controversially this three book, Prasthanatrayam, Upanishads, Brahma Sutra, Bhagavad Gita. This three book is accepted as the core book, or I should say the core principle of Hinduism. So for that core, you can give your own commentary and interpretation. Hinduism gives you complete freedom. Each acharya, somebody can give commentary as per Advaita, somebody can give commentary as per Dvaita, somebody can give commentary as per Vishishtadvaita, somebody can give commentary as per Suddhadvaita. Any of the philosophies you can give commentary. You can have your own interpretation. That's not a problem. Hinduism gives complete freedom. But core is Veda Agamas. Foundation is Veda Agamas. Understand? I have commented on all the three. Bhagavad Gita, a complete volume is already released. And the Upanishads and Brahma Sutras will be released soon. It's getting edited. Read my commentary on Bhagavad Gita every day. Persistently, consistently, and share with all. The e-book is available freely. You can go to nithyanandapedia.org, search for Bhagavad Gita. My Bhagavad Gita commentary in all languages is available freely. You can download and share. Understand? I want all the Rajavidya Gurukul, Yuvarajas and Yuvaranis to start downloading this book. See, keep the Bhagavad Gita in front of you. Read through the third eye. You will have the whole thing downloaded into you. All the Yuvarajas and Yuvaranis will do this power manifestation today. I initiate all of you into this power. Keep the physical copy book in front of you. See the book through the third eye and start reading. You will all start reading. Not only you will be able to read without opening the book, you will be able to just download the whole thing. So today, all the Yuvarajas and Yuvaranis will master Bhagavad Gita. Downloading Bhagavad Gita. Keep the book in front of you. Without opening it, start reading through third eye. I tell you, within next 72 hours, you will master the whole book. And in next few days, I'll make the Yuvarajas and Yuvaranis to do the demonstration, power demonstration of this power which I am initiating them now. See, always my kids have that feeling, so joyful for what they are showered, so I can shower more. See, feeling joyful for what is showered is keeping yourself like that. More can be showered. Always feeling frustrated for what you are not given is keeping yourself like that. Even if it is showered, it just goes out. The powerful cognition for today. Gratitude gets you more and more blessings and boons. Gratitude gets you more and more blessings and boons. It showers you with health. I tell you, gratitude, even physically it alters the structure of your brain, not just physiological, psychological transformation, even physically it changes the structure of your brain. Physically, you become more alive, awakened. Actually, I feel there is so much to tell. I am talking only the things which make sense in your language. Because if I talk the truth as it is, human beings are so deluded. When I spoke about E equal to not MC square, that theory is not complete. There's next level. The deluded people were only trying to use that to harass me, not to seek the truth. So I wait till all the great truths make sense to your logic and dilute, and then reveal it. So much work to tell the truth as it is. That is what is shocking. So much work to tell the truth as it is. Understand one thing. Consciousness need to be literally boiled. Only then it becomes Siddha. Siddha means in Sanskrit two meaning. Ripe, boiled and enlightened. Ripe and boiled and enlightened. Consciousness need to be boiled with Paramashiva's pure space. Then not only you become enlightened, you become ripe. Kayakalpa Yoga is the way to ripe your consciousness. Even Parivrajaka Yatra. We have crossed more than 1,000 applications for Parivrajaka Yatra. I sincerely recommend all the people who applied, please
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda.
Yes. So now with this, let's prepare ourselves that we want to move on to the next session. So what did we learn in today's session? And let's have a recap. We learned on the very topic of ego, gratitude. We had an internalization exercise to overcome the ego and gratitude as well, to experience the gratitude, and we manifested powers as well. Now let's move on next, where we go to listen from the Supreme Body of Hinduism and learn more on the topic of everything is auspiciousness, just celebrate it. We're going to have the next Acharya joining us. In the meantime, requesting each of the participants, if you have anything to share, the social media, please take a moment to share it on the social media as we prepare ourselves. We're going to move on to the next session.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham 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 Om Nithyananda
Nithyananda, welcome back for yet another exciting session of today's Paramashivoham Level 2. So in today's segment, we are going to be learning about how everything is auspicious, how everything is auspiciousness. One thing has to be understood very clearly: the whole existence is an auspicious happening, and you are a part of this existence. So everything happening around you is also auspicious, and this is the truth of existence. Nothing that happens in existence is inauspicious. Everything is only a blessing. If this is understood very clearly, there is nothing to complain about in life. If this is understood clearly, your very eye becomes a grateful eye. It sees everything extraordinary. Nothing appears to be very mundane to you. Everything appears as a beautiful miracle happening in your life. There is a beautiful story. One day, a duck hunter went to the market to buy a bird retriever dog. To his amazement, he found a dog that could walk on water. He immediately took it home. He invited one of his friends to the hunt the next day and took the dog. When a flock of ducks came near, he took aim and fired and silently watched. The dog walked on the water and retrieved the bird. He looked at his friend for a reaction, but his friend remained silent. He asked him, "Do you see anything unusual about my dog?" The friend replied, "Yes, your dog is unable to swim." Miracles are continuously happening in front of our lives, but we continuously miss them. Only because we miss them, life itself appears to be very dull sometimes. When we start perceiving them, our entire life becomes a beautiful miracle. The truth is, there are too many miracles happening around us in our lives. If we celebrate the three things, the existence of the self, world, and God, we will experience the whole of the existence as a blessing that is happening continuously. Let me explain. When you celebrate the existence of the self, God, and the world, all three will reveal their mysteries to you. Please understand, this is not a moral advice. This is not a moral advice. It is a spiritual technique. The first step, you will never be able to realize or understand yourself until you accept yourself and celebrate what you are. As long as you fight with yourself, you will never be able to realize what you really are. Usually we carry two identities within ourselves. One is the outer world identity, which is there outside, and the other world identity is what we present to the world. Let me repeat. Usually, we carry two identities within ourselves. One is the outer world identity, and the other is the inner world identity. The outer world identity is what we present to the world as how we want the world to see us, how we want to be recognized, how we want to present ourselves. This identity will be always much more than what we really are. And the other identity is the inner world identity. This is what we believe we really are. This identity will be usually much less than what we actually are. That is what we refer as low self-esteem. Your whole life is nothing but the fight between these two identities. You constantly try to fulfill your outer world identity, and this is in conflict with the inner world identity. The struggle between you and you. The struggle between these two identities eats your whole life. It is time to stop this struggle. It is time to just celebrate what you are. Just accept and celebrate what you are, and you will see that you slowly realize the real self. The self-realization is postponed again and again and again only because of the fight between these two identities. But the moment you stop the fight between them, you will see that both of them disappear into the realization. The two identities exist only because of the non-acceptance in you. So just accept whatever you are in the outer world and in the inner world. Just accept and say a deep yes to yourself. Suddenly you will see that both these identities have no utility or purpose for you. They simply just disappear. They leave the body. They disappear from your very inner space, from the very existence. Then you accept and celebrate yourself as it is. You understand that neither the need to develop the self in the outer world, nor do you need to develop it in the inner world. Out of this understanding, suddenly you will see that the self will be realized. In the next step, we come to the celebration of the world. Understand that all the difficulties and problems between you and the world are because you do not look at the world as a beautiful mystery. You continuously try to demystify the world with your logic. You try to understand the world with your intellect. Instead of celebrating it, accepting it, enjoying it, instead of looking at the beautiful ocean, you are just seeing how deep is it. Why am I going? If I go a little further into the ocean, will I drown? Instead of looking at the beautiful vastness of the ocean, look at the beauty of the ocean. Look at the beauty of all the creatures which live in the fishes. Instead of looking at the beauty, you just keep thinking of something. Instead of looking at the beauty of it, you analyze and try to bring it under your control. It is not possible to achieve this. It is too vast and too intelligent. It is not meant to be enjoyed. Sorry, it is meant to be enjoyed but not analyzed. Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, an enlightened master from India, tells a beautiful story. Two men entered a mango grove. One of them sat and counted the number of trees. He studied the variation in their size, the number of branches, density of the leaves, and the number of mangoes across the trees. He tried to determine the varieties of mangoes, and he thought about where they would sell, what would be the cost, etc. And the other man simply ate a few mangoes, enjoyed himself, and then left. So you can see the difference between both. One guy, he wanted to take everything and know what he can do with it, but the other guy just simply enjoyed it. So what we are always trying to do is bring everything under control, trying to just take everything with our short and small logic, instead of enjoying the vastness of this beautiful existence. When you have entered the world, understand you have entered this mango grove. If you continuously use your logic to analyze and judge and try to bring things under your control, you will miss the whole thing. I have seen people who can't enjoy a resort unless it's owned by them. They can't enjoy anything unless it is legally owned by them. Their logic has to conquer things. Only then they can enjoy anything. Your logic does not have to conquer everything for you to enjoy it. You don't need to own things to enjoy them. Trying to understand the world is nothing but trying to intellectually own the whole existence, the whole world. Trying to understand intellectually is also nothing but trying to possess it, trying to own it intellectually. You will never be able to celebrate yourself. You'll never be able to celebrate the whole vastness and the beauty of this nature if you follow this path. Just accept and celebrate this existence with all its different dimensions and its paradoxes. Don't judge anything. You continuously judge what is going on as something is right or something is wrong. Something should have happened this way or something should have not happened this way. Become aware of whatever is happening in the existence. Becoming aware of whatever is happening in and around you in this beautiful existence and just living up to it is auspiciousness. In Sanskrit, the word Shiva means causeless auspiciousness. For no reason in particular, auspiciousness is overflowing in all time. You too are continuously expanding and growing, whether you accept it or not. Every breath, every action, every single incident happening in your life is increasing your frequency, raising your intelligence. Causeless expansion is continuously happening in you, but you may or may not experience it this way. That is a different thing. So now let's watch a beautiful video where Swamiji is explaining about the causeless auspiciousness. So now get into the deep space of listening, and also please take notes if you get any clicks during this satsang where Swamiji is explaining about this, because when you take notes of it, it gets deeper and deeper and gets settled into you, so that when you need something, it just comes up. Because once you know these powerful cognitions, it'll be really, really useful for you in your day-to-day life. Yes, so now let's enter in, and watch this beautiful video.
All the enlightened masters on the planet Earth are again and all the enlightened masters on the planet Earth are again and again saying the life is ecstasy, life is joy, life is bliss, life is just shining. And there is a beautiful saying by a great master: whatever happens is auspicious, Mangala, Shivam. In Sanskrit, the word Shivam means auspiciousness. They say whatever is happening is auspicious, but for us it doesn't look like that. If you walk a few minutes, you will understand. No, whatever is happening is not auspicious. But again and again, enlightened masters are saying, whatever is happening is auspicious, Mangala, Shivam. Why? Why they are saying again and again? People ask me, what is this, Swamiji? If they see whatever is happening is not auspicious, if they listen to the news, they will understand. But even after listening to the news every day, seeing everything, I do feel whatever is happening is auspicious. What to do? Very difficult. A logical man cannot understand, cannot relate with what I am saying. But heart of heart, I feel very strongly whatever is happening is auspicious. Shiva. The word Shiva means in Sanskrit causeless auspiciousness. Whatever happens in your life, even if the best thing happens, you can always think, it could have been little better. It could have been little better. Or whatever worst thing happens, you can always say, oh, at least this much I am saved. It is up to you to feel whether things are auspicious or inauspicious. In the planet Earth, only two kinds of human beings are there. People who feel everything is inauspicious. We need some correction. We need some alteration. We need some further development. We need to remodel. There are some people who feel everything happening is auspicious. Person who feels whatever is happening is inauspicious is a materialistic. He believes in matter, correction, doing, remodeling, changing, altering. Person who believes whatever is happening is auspicious is a spiritualist. Believes in the intelligence of the cosmos, the whole. He is very clear, the whole is much more intelligent than part, me. If you think the whole is not more intelligent than you are materialistic, egoistic. If you think the whole is much more intelligent than me, you are spiritualist. Over. The whole world can be classified just with these two categories. If you feel whatever is happening is auspicious, you are a spiritual person. A small story. After a powerful sermon on the charity, the priest sends his hat for a rounds, for a collection. The hat goes round, comes back as empty as it was sent. He took his hat and said, "Oh God, at least the hat came back." Understand? He is intelligent. He is really intelligent. He is able to think whatever is happening is auspicious. Whatever is happening is best. You can either think whatever is happening is inauspicious, or you can realize whatever is happening is auspicious. Why enlightened beings are constantly feeling whatever is happening is auspicious? It is just because of the Kundalini Shakti. Once this Kundalini energy awakens in you, you will feel so much of energy in your body, you will not be able to complain about anybody. Understand? You will complain about anything or any person or any incident only when you are in low mood, means your usual mood. You will not be able to complain, criticize, or feel disappointed about any person or anybody if your body is overflowing, bubbling with energy. You feeling whatever is happening is auspicious or inauspicious is directly connected to your energy level. At some time, if you get the glimpse of that high energy by some method, sometimes people get into that high energy without even knowing. Maybe if they go to some high energy places, or if they are really relaxed, they get into that high mood. Suddenly those few moments or few hours, you feel you are so fulfilled, nothing is wrong in the planet Earth. You will feel everything is going the best way. If you had this glimpse, these moments in your life even once, you can be called as a spiritual seeker. Sometime, even while seeing the sunset, suddenly you feel the whole thing is settled in you. And you think, God, everything is beautiful. Things are happening. It's okay. Suddenly, some mood, you are silent, you are relaxed, you are filled with energy, and you see whatever is happening is auspicious. There is only two planes of existence. One, the plane of normal human beings. Whatever is happening, needs to be altered. Anything they cannot say, I really like that person, but they can't end a sentence without that but. Without that but, they can't end any sentence. They cannot make a statement without that but, there ends. If you are using that word but or this, then you are a human being. There is another one kind of existence. Whatever happens, he is not bothered at all. In Gita, Krishna says, samaschitta. It does not mean he is not compassionate. Understand? A person who is balanced does not mean he is not compassionate or he doesn't suffer seeing the others struggle, others suffering. He tries only to remove others' suffering instead of he suffering with them. People ask me, Swamiji, if you are not disturbed by others' suffering, how can the world run? I tell you, no, you are understanding very wrongly. You are not supposed to start suffering by seeing others suffering. You are supposed to remove their suffering. If you also start suffering, what will happen? If you also start suffering, what will happen? Nothing will happen. You will add more suffering, that's all. Earlier we had 20 people suffering on the planet Earth, now 21 people are suffering, that's all. That is not the thing we need. One person came to me and asked, Swamiji, I have wealth, I feel the suffering of poverty, shall I share all my wealth and distribute to all the poor people? I told, if you do that, now we may have 20 poor people. After you do that, we will have 21 poor people. That's all. That is not the way. Understand? Do not try to bring you down to that poverty. Try to bring them up to that richness. There's a two different thing. Feeling imbalanced, getting disturbed is not directly going to help. It is not directly going to help. First thing, you need to feel completely overflowing. Whatever is happening is auspicious. In the auspicious energy, let there be one more auspicious wave to bring the people up. Can be the idea or can be the understanding. The person whose Kundalini is not awakened, whose Kundalini Shakti is not become alive, in Sanskrit we call Kundalini Jagrata. The higher consciousness awakening, if it has not happened in you, whatever is happening inside and outside you will be inauspicious. If that awakening happens, whatever is happening inside and outside you will be auspicious. I have seen human beings smiling at their death, at the point of death, at the moment of death. I have seen personally. For them, whatever is happening is auspicious. Sometimes people come and ask me, Swamiji, how to elongate the life, how to develop the body with which I can live for long years. I tell them, never do that mistake. Really, before developing the mind, do not develop the body to live long. Many times, people who developed only the body to live long, in the old age suffer without knowing what to do. Their body is not ready to die. They are sitting here feeling bored, lonely, and they don't know what to do. So much of suffering and pain, and not physical suffering or pain, the mental suffering and pain, they don't know what to do. There's a one-liner. There are a lot of studies and surveys say married people who are living with their spouse live long, but they want to die quickly. What to do? But what to do? Even though they want to die quickly, they can't. So don't get into that mess that you want to die, but you are not able to die. That is the worst thing. I always tell people, prepare your mind to live long before preparing your body. Add life to your years before adding years to your life. If you add life to your years, you know how long to live and you know when to say bye. You can live and live peacefully and beautifully. But if you have just prepared only your body, I know the yogis, people who have worked only on the body, did not work on the mind, living such a dead life, waiting to die. I myself have seen some swamis in the young age, when they don't have anything else to do from morning till evening, they will be doing yoga, physical exercise, only physical exercise, no meditation, only physical exercise. And when you can bend your body in different postures and do a public show, it gives ego boosting. And people also watch like a circus. It becomes like a show. And people are so happy just with that ego boosting. I have seen them living a miserable life, end of their life. They want to die, but body is not ready to die. It's very strong. And it is going to live for next 20 more years. And just by remembering the 20 more years I am not going to die, they are depressed. What to do for next 20 more years? And how long you can be doing the same show? No. Any circus, not more than few days. Any circus, people will feel entertained only for few days. After that, bas. It will be such a loneliness, such big boredom. People can't live.
Yes, so we saw how beautifully Swamiji explained about how life is auspiciousness and how everything is auspiciousness. So now let's enter into a process, and before that, let us first listen to the essence. Let's look at the essence of this session. So in the whole world, there are only two kinds of people. The first kind feels that whatever is happening in the world is against their will, and things have to be slightly altered all the time. And such people will try to always alter, judge, criticize, and develop the things happening in the world according to their identities and their ideas. And there is the other group, a very rare group, that feels that whatever is happening is auspiciousness. Whoever feels that whatever is happening is auspiciousness lives in the Shiva consciousness, lives in the eternal bliss, in celebration with the existence. So let us now do a 21-minute meditation exercise. So now close your eyes and allow any thought, person, or situation to come to your mind. If it is a positive thought, a person you love, or a situation that you cherish, feel deep gratitude for it and see it go away. If it is a negative thought, or a person you don't like, or an unpleasant situation, feel gratitude for that too and bless it. Anything that comes to your mind, bless it with deep gratitude. You will see that in a few days, your whole attitude becomes so soft and compassionate. You'll start seeing things with great compassion and receptivity. So let me repeat again. Let me repeat the steps of this process. So now for 21 minutes, just close your eyes and look at all the thoughts which are just coming into you. If it is a good thought, a positive thought, a person who you like, a situation that you cherish, then feel gratitude for that situation, for that person. And if it is a situation or a person that you don't cherish, you don't like, still feel gratitude for that too, because Everything in this world is auspiciousness. So now let's enter into this 21-minute exercise. slowly relax now. So now with this, in the same state of completion, let us now enter into the power manifestation. So today we are going to be doing the power of decreasing a size of an object. So you can take some time and you can bring any object you want. You can get any ring. If you have a ring, you can get a ring, or any small item. You can get it and just measure it before we start the power manifestation. Measure it and then you can keep it in front of you. And then you can declare to which size you want to decrease it to. And of course, before we enter into the power manifestation itself, let us now look at the Shastra Pramana on the Ashtamaha Shaktis, as this power is also a part of the Ashtamaha Shaktis. This is the power of Mahima, which is also the part of the Ashtamaha Shaktis. So now let us listen to the Shastra Pramana. Maranam kadyate tena takhena pina khadyate tasyasyat paramasiddhir animadiguna prada. Death is eaten by him. He is eaten by none. He manifests the highest power, such as the anima, lagima, mahima. The Vayu, wind energy, moves equally throughout his body. The juices of his body also are increased, the rasa vriddhi. The nectar exploding from the ethereal lotus, the akasha pankaja, also increases in him. So this is the beautiful Shastra Pramana for this power manifestation. So now sit comfortably. You can get the object and you can keep it in front of you. So you can sit, if you're sitting on the floor, sit cross-legged, or on the chair. You can sit comfortably, but make sure to keep your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Then visualize yourself as Paramashiva, as Swamiji. And then visualize everything else is also you. Connect with everything in the deep space of oneness. And then now sit with this powerful cognition and meditate on it. Meditate on that object. Think intensely, visualize intensely that you are Paramashiva and that everything else is also Paramashiva. So now, intensely vibrating in the ajapa of the Mahavakya, chanting the Mahavakya intensely. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Continuously chant the Mahavakya.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. 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 Paramashivoham.
Yes.
Om Nithyananda.
Now relax. Now take some time and verify. Look at the object and then measure your object from the time how it was before and now. You can measure it and look at the size. And also please take some time and post your experiences on your social media handle, as well as post your understandings which you got throughout this session. And as we come to the end of this session, you can also have a short break before we enter into the next segment. So we'll be back soon. Thank you all. Nithyanandam.
Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda.
Nithyananda, welcome back. So now in this next segment of today's Paramashivoham, we are going to be learning about how expectation is the culprit and how we should let go of it. So now try to sit down and make two lists. One of all the things that you have done and one of all the things that you don't have. The first list should include every single thing that you have done from the time you opened your eyes, from the time you started listening, from the time your hands and legs, because from the time your hands and legs came in existence, from the time you came to existence, include all your physical and mental abilities before moving to the material things. If you write very sincerely without leaving out anything, you will not be able to complete this first list. That is the truth. So if you find you're unable to finish the first list, it means gratitude has started happening in you. The problem is that there is a continuous expectation in us. That is why gratitude doesn't happen easily. We continuously receive input from our eyes, nose, ears, tongue, and the feeling of touch from our skin. Based on this, we constantly expect something or the other to happen in a certain way. When we see someone who has a better house or a better car, it registers in us. When we hear of some great achievement by someone, it registers in us. Our energy moves only outwards, constantly following our five senses and never inwards towards our true self. Gratitude is when this process reverses and you suddenly awaken to the abundance in you. With gratitude, there is no expectation or greed. Working with expectation is like pouring clarified butter into fire to quench it. Can you quench the fire by pouring clarified butter into it? Never. In the same way, you can never feel fulfilled if your actions are rooted in the expectations. You'll only tire your senses. You can live either in expectation or in gratitude, but never you will be able to live in both. With expectation, there is a desire to possess things. You become the owner. But with gratitude, you become the enjoyer. When you are the owner, you only enjoy a few things that is owned by you. But when you are the enjoyer, you enjoy the whole existence. When you look to own, nothing will seem enough. When you enjoy, everything seems to be overflowing. That is the difference. In a village, the night guard was on his rounds blowing his whistles periodically. He had an earthen pipe that he smoked. He filled it with tobacco and searched for a matchbox, but he did not have one. So he went to a nearby hut where an old lady lived and asked if she could give him some ember from her oven. The old lady said her stove had been lit for the past 3 days and that she herself was managing with a little food they gave in the temple. The guard went to the next house and asked if he could have a matchbox. They said that they themselves had taken a burning log of wood from the neighbor to light their stove, and now they neither have the fire nor a matchbox. The guard decided to go to the next village chief, the village chief's house, where the maids would surely have a matchbox. He went and asked them for a matchbox to light his pipe. One of the girls looked at him and asked, "Fire to light your pipe? Why not use the lantern you're carrying?" The guard couldn't believe his eyes. He had been carrying a lantern all along while searching for the matchbox. When we believe that what we need is always outside of us, we will continue searching like the night guard. But when we believe that the existence always gives us what we need, we will find everything within us all the time. Your very body language can change with gratitude. When we work with expectation all the time, we will carry a subtle violence in our body language. It is not deliberate violence, but it is inherent violence. If we become a little sensitive to our body language, we will be able to catch this. Watch yourself when you type on the computer, when you handle phone calls, how you place the phone receiver back in its cradle, with what aggression you walk, how you close the door behind you, how you hold your child's hand, everything. You will see that everything carries a subtle violence in it. You can try this. The next time you close the door, remember and observe how you close the door. Now open the door and close it again softly with tremendous gratitude and awareness until it closes completely. Feel yourself when you do it. You will observe the difference between these two experiences you had just now. The second time you will feel suddenly softened, soft inside. This is the effect of gratitude on you. With gratitude, your entire body language changes. When you start experiencing deep gratitude, your response to situations change. You start resonating with the existence. Your body will flow with that resonance, with a cool grace and softness. All your actions will arise out of this grace. There will be no violence, only joy will be overflowing. Then anything you do will only make your life sweeter and sweeter. Now let's watch a beautiful video where Swamiji is explaining about gratitude. So now get into the deep space of listening as we watch this beautiful clip.
How the gratitude becomes a spiritual practice today. Very funny, but a very mystical incident. Today, Pradosha Puja was there. Means before the discourse, around 5:30, the puja for Nandi. Today is the day Mahadeva gave Shivasutras to Devi. Pradosham is the day Mahadeva spoke these teachings, these sutras to Devi. Today we have one of the wonderful, very powerful technique, sutra. So we had the puja, Pradosha puja. During that time, when Shiva gave the sutras to Devi, we usually do puja to Nandi. The story is that Shiva told Nandi to be in the entrance and take care of all the devotees and visitors who are coming, because he is giving the sutras to Devi. So that 1.5 hours, Nandi was in charge. Usually it is very easy to get things done by secretary. Then going to the top. So all boons and whatever people ask, Nandi just disperses it, no problem at all. Because 1.5 hours he is the authority. And it's like for just for a few hours, if you are given power, what will you do? You will just disperse everything to whoever wants. So anything you want which can't be done according to the dharma, some extra favors, that is the right time to approach. Nandi is the in charge. We always do the puja to Nandi. Today I went and sat there, and after the puja the archana started. I was in such a deep silence and samadhi. The archana was going on. Slowly I saw behind me the group which was sitting, 1 or 2 people were little uncomfortable, not settling down. Of course, I did not see physically, but because I was in samadhi, I can see very clearly what is going on in the minds, like a worms moving. I saw few minds little unsettled, little irritated. I was thinking, this presence, anybody will fall in tune so beautifully, so wonderfully. What is the problem? I saw few guys are not able to, were a little agitated because that brahmachari was chanting the mantra. He chanted the name Nithyananda also, along with the mantra. These few, 1 or 2 brains doesn't understand the Rudra, the traditional Rudram itself, there is a word Nithyananda. It's a name of Shiva. It's name of Mahadeva. And I was just seeing. And another one funny thing is, I did not even remember or listen, it is my name, because I was in such a deep samadhi. Never feel, that's my name. And there are few intelligent guys, maybe who had the click or initiation, who had that gratitude or the love. I saw the more they heard that word, they were able to feel more and more connected. Because, understand, the experience with the master will intensify your true devotion. Usually, master is used like an object to create devotion in you. Many of our disciples come and tell me, Swamiji, only after I felt connected to you, only now I feel connected to all the puja, rituals, tradition and everything. Till then I never had connection with all those things. All those things people used to do, I go there like a ritual. Only now it makes sense so much. It makes meaning. Master is like a window or a door. Feeling connected to him or grateful to him will open a new door of being grateful to everything. Feeling connected to everything. Few people who had that click, I saw very beautifully they were able to settle. And the few people, and even those few, it is not that they never know or never had any blessing or never had any benefits from the master. They had. But that gratitude, the thanking attitude has not started. If that starts, you will stop judging. Thanking is one of the very powerful quality. In our first meditation technique, the first meditation program, the 7th technique, the quality to open the Sahasrara Chakra, the ultimate chakra, is gratitude. In gratitude, you will stop judging and fall in tune more and more and more. I saw today beautifully the power of thanksgiving. Consciously. Power of thanksgiving. That those few guys, they also do not know traditionally the Nithyananda is one more name of Shiva. If you chant the Rudram, the original Rudram, from the Varanasi edition, there will be a name Nithyananda. And I saw the person, both of them do not know. Person who got agitated and person who felt connected. Both of them do not know traditionally it is the name of Shiva, so it is getting chanted. And the person who did not get agitated, he had some gratitude. Because of that, that name only connected him more and more. The person who did not have, because of that one word, one agitation, he was not able to connect to the whole ritual. The whole ritual. I just smiled and I understood the whole thing. I smiled and turned to the priest and said, stop chanting. He stopped. He just chanted only few times, then he stopped. If you attended the puja, you would have seen why suddenly Swamiji stopped the recital of his name. That was the reason. Understand, whenever the one simple quality of gratitude, if it starts, gratitude is like a small fire which can burn all your karmas. All the karmas. Anything which you carry on, which you brought, which you are accumulating, anything can be burnt. A simple remembrance of gratitude, not only to the master, to every being, to everything. It brings so much of sensitivity. It brings so much of love and so much of settled feeling, so much of connected feeling. It can just move. I saw the person who was agitated a little bit, whose mind was complicated, his mental thought, the structure was, why should his name being chanted? And he doesn't understand. The person whose name is chanted, he doesn't even remember it is his name. It is his name. Somebody asked me in the discourse, why should you be there and we should be here? I told him very beautifully, actually understanding these few ideas will really give you the deep insights about Thanksgiving. Where we miss and what we miss. I told him, because I am nobody, I am here. Because you are somebody, you are there. Understand that if you are somebody, even if you are made to sit here, you will think, I think for my qualification, it should be little better. Wherever you go, whatever way you are respected, you will feel that something more has to be done, should have been done. If you are nobody, whether you are respected or not, you will never bother. You will be in such easiness, comfort. There will never be a disturbance. Person who has become nobody, wherever he is, he will be comfortable. Person who has become somebody, wherever he is, he will have some complications, some misunderstanding. The gratitude will make you as nobody. You will be a flowing energy. You will be just flowing energy. I have seen that flowing energy in the poems of Sufi mystics. Sufism is completely the tradition based on the gratitude. And the way in which they flow, it was such wonderful flow. It was such a gratitude-based tradition. It does not take any training at all to have the divine experience through Sufism. With all other tradition, to have divine experience, the experience beyond mind, it takes quite a lot of time. First understanding, then sadhana, austerity and all those things. With Sufism, it doesn't take time. Straight away it happens, because every step, every teaching is directed towards thanking, gratitude. So, understand this one great quality. It can really transport you to different plane.
स्वभावचिन्मयानन्दं कृपापूर्णं जगत्पतिं हरिषड्वर्गजेतारं नित्यानन्दगुरुं भजे स्वभावचिन्मयानन्दं कृपापूर्णं जगत्पतिम्.
About gratitude. So with this, let us now enter into the internalization exercise for this. So in this session, we learned about the beautiful expression that is gratitude, and how more and more expectation takes us further and further away from it. Let us now do a small internalization exercise to drop our expectations and live in the space of gratitude. So now pen down where in your life you let your expectations pull you out of the space of gratitude. Let me repeat. Pen down where in your life you let your expectations pull you out of the space of gratitude. So now take a few minutes and pen it down. Yes, so now let us enter into the next step of the process. So now pen down what you feel will happen if you decide to drop these expectations today. Let me repeat. Pen down what you feel will happen if you decide to drop these expectations today. Yes. So now let's enter into the next step of this exercise. So now pen down 21 things which you are grateful for. Just 21 things. Again, let me repeat. Now pen down 21 things which you feel you are grateful for. Yes. So now decide to share your gratitude with all the people in your life from now onwards. From this moment on, now we come to the end of this session. Now you can also take some time and post your experiences and share your understandings throughout this session on your social media handle, as now we'll be entering into the preparations for darshan. So now get into the deep space of listening as we enter and watch and listen to the preparations of the darshan.
Strong pattern related to your anger. You feel like every time you get angry, you break your relationships. You really don't want to get into that rut. You have faced it too many times and you do not want it. But you go on repeating it again and again. By today's initiation, Swamiji can completely transform that part of your brain, that very wiring of your brain.
Which means literally your whole your whole brain gets completely rewired, becomes completely new, and that will lead you, enhance you to be able to handle, process information, make decisions, everything 10 times more efficiently than you are currently. And in addition to this, it will awaken you, enable you to access all the untapped resources, untapped powers, possibilities of your brain. So shall we all get ready to receive the initiation? Are you all ready, excited? Wonderful. Now, I request all the participants to settle down in the camera. And we would like to take you all through a quick reminders and guidelines of the security policies of KAILASA. Please make sure all of you are seated in front of the camera. Check yourself, make sure no virtual backgrounds are on. Make sure that you are sitting in a well-lit room and you should be visible clearly. And understand, darshan is a powerful sacred process. Just by having the darshan of Mahasadashiva Murti today, you will be awakening all the powerful